Evening, welcome to the Olympic Stadium in Berlin. England's men came so close to a Euros win 3 years ago before losing the final on penalties. So, the wait goes on.
Now, what must make this particularly satisfactory for you? Not that just Bobby's playing for England, but Jack too.
Yes, it's not right to have so much pride as when they both walk under the tunnel. Now, I'm not a woman that gets carried away, but I think this is the highlight of anybody's lives.
We've had all kinds of other methods to keep them going whilst we've waited for this final coming along. We've had a half a counter man putting tournament, and then this evening we'll go to a local cinema.
Some people are on the pitch, they think it's all over. It is now. It's four.
What were your instructions to the team at half-time, Mr. Ramsey?
My instructions to the team at half-time? I haven't, I can't remember. I don't think I told them anything.
Did you not?
No.
And it's Her Majesty the Queen shaking hands at this moment with Bobby Moore.
Well, Bobby, how are you feeling now? You look a little ruffled.
I feel a little ruffled, Ken.
The Jules Rimet Trophy for England. It's only 12 inches high, solid gold, and it means England are the world champions.
It's one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind.
You're only supposed to blow the bloody doors off.
And Don Reedy almost smiles.
I'm playing all the right notes, but not necessarily in the right order.
The ball in the middle, Keegan! Oh, super goal by Kevin Keegan! Red Rum has done it for a third time!
We don't need no education.
A chance here for Brooking. Brooking scored 2-0.
Where there is discord, may we bring harmony.
Maggie Thatcher, you boys took a hell of a beating.
What a brilliant goal by John Barnes!
The saddest, most forlorn figure is Brian Robson, his head on his chest.
Relax!
And that is why Maradona's the greatest player in the world. He buried the English defence.
And around the world, it's time for Live Aid.
Hooray, Hope! And the English defence must carry the blame for that.
Standing on top of the Berlin Wall, which for years has been the most potent symbol of the division of Europe.
We're as good as anybody in the tournament.
Waddle has ballooned it over the bar.
Can we not knock it?
Gotta roll with it. You gotta
There's Gascoigne. Oh, brilliant. Oh, yes. Oh, no.
Obviously very upset, and particularly for Gareth, of course.
I wanna really wanna zig-a-zig.
A new dawn has broken, has it not?
And it seems to me.
Iceberg, right ahead.
Where on earth are you from?
Oh, he sent Beckham off. Oh, my word.
The position had become increasingly untenable for both the FA and for Glenn.
You can't tell me what to do, you ain't my mother! Yes, I am!
2 aircraft have crashed into the Twin Towers of the World Trade Center in New York.
Oh, and Siemens lost it.
The Portuguese goalkeeper can send England out!
They've been very good in training, but when we come into these final stages, we miss it, and I'm very sorry for the fans.
And the boos are for England and for Steve McLaren. Nice to see your whole fans booing you. That's what loyal support is.
Surely crossed the line! It's not been given!
The golden generation's a silly phrase anyway.
Awarded to the city of London.
Farrell wins goal!
The British man has just won Wimbledon.
Luis Suarez was a man on a mission as he put England on the verge of a World Cup exit.
Allardyce has been out of work since losing the England job after just 67 days in the wake of a newspaper sting.
The United Kingdom has voted to leave the European Union. Croatia reaches the World Cup final. The ghost of 66 lives on for England.
You must stay at home.
No female rider has won the Grand National. Rachel Blackmore is out in front.
Gareth Southgate's England losing a penalty shootout in the final. What a terrible twist for England.
And surely Chloe Kelly could have won in an extra time for England.
Queen Elizabeth was 96, and her death brings to an end
The longest reign in British history.
Liz Truss has announced her resignation just 45 days after becoming Prime Minister.
Well, it's hard to describe Bobby Charlton in just a few words because he had such an incredibly long, illustrious and successful career.
What Pep and what Jurgen and what Arsene and all the great managers have done and are doing, Terry was doing that back in 96.
I would love to keep playing, but I can't. Physically, it's too tough now.
Walk into the morning. The sunlight of hope getting stronger through the day. Change begins now.
And if you are thinking now that your sporting, political and cultural life has just flashed before your ears, then you are not alone. 58 years since England lifted the World Cup at Wembley, and now the men are trying to lift the Euros on a gloriously sunny evening here in the German capital, Berlin. Our correspondent, John Murray.
Well, I'll tell you what jumped out at me during the course of that.
Was it Morecambe Wise?
Well, there were a number of things that jumped out at me during the course of that. But not least, the famous iconic Norwegian commentary. Because on that night, when England were beaten by Norway, Åge Hareide was in that team, and he was the manager of Iceland that beat England in the last match before this tournament, when, let's be honest, after that defeat, we wondered what would become of England. And even more so during the course of the group stage, when some lows were hit. But I've just been out the back of this stadium with Matt Upson, who's here with us, at the point where the gates were open and England fans pouring in, running in through the turnstiles to get into their position, because this is big history tonight for England. Never appeared in a major men's tournament final outside, not only outside England, outside Wembley Stadium. And here we are in Berlin witnessing this. This could be one of those nights, one of those occasions that will very much have its place in the list of events that we just heard at the start of the programme.
Matt Upson, you've been mentioned, you were out there with John.
Yeah, we were just getting some light refreshment before the proceedings begin, and it's just magnificent. The feel of this ground, I mean, driving in, seeing it, the history, the quality of how it, shines outside, and then you come in, it dips all the way down into a pitch that's a lot lower than ground level. It's absolutely stunning, and it's a huge arena. And like John said, I mean, there were a lot of fans sprinting through that turnstile. They were sprinting to be the first in the stadium, get their seat, get settled in anticipation for what is just a huge night for England.
It is a city that doesn't hide from its history, whether that has been good or bad over many centuries. The bell from the 1936 Olympics, John, is outside this ground. It is there as a piece of history, yeah, but as a reminder of what came after that Olympics. That there is history everywhere you look in this stadium, and of course in this city.
Yeah, I mean, every brick in this stadium, it feels like, has a story to tell. I mean, it's been brilliantly redesigned, this stadium. It's one of the best stadiums in the world, I would say. But you're absolutely right. For example, first thing this morning, I was out up at the Berlin Wall Memorial, which on a Sunday morning, I didn't really think of it in those terms, but being there on a Sunday morning in the advance of what we're about to see here, that is proper history. But we've got sporting history with the potential of being in the making tonight, not just for England, but for Spain as well. Can become the first team to win the European Championship 4 times. So there are plenty of notable achievements that the Spanish side could notch up as well.
Izzy Christiansen, former England international, has been part of our team for every single England game at this tournament. And you always thought England would get here, didn't you?
I did. I've been there from the very start, even in the group stages, which seems like a long while ago when England were not playing particularly well, but they just seem to have gathered this unbelievable momentum and spirit within the group, and that is why we're here. And I echo what the guys have said. It is absolutely incredible, this place. The luxury of being here very early to be able to absorb everything, and where I'm sitting behind the pitch, behind the goal, which let's just hope it's just one half that Jordan Pickford is going to be defending. that this is just an amazing place, and what a pride to be here.
Izzy is behind the goal away to our left. There are TV cabins that have been built for all the different TV broadcasts behind her. The sun is shining on maybe a third of this pitch at the moment. There are broadcasting crews along the whole of this near side touchline. The actual trophy is gleaming in the sunshine, just level with the penalty area at the end. Izzy is watching. A whole load of UEFA dignitaries are down below in the mouth of the tunnel. I can see David Moyes there as well, Rafael Benitez. So they are all the technical advisors and assessors that UEFA have had at this tournament. Chris Sutton also part of our team. What are your initial... You don't have to look surprised. I was always going to bring you in here. What are your initial thoughts?
I didn't know I was on this particular part, but no, thanks for inviting me on. No, it's a brilliant moment. You've got to savour these moments. You know, England in major finals, it hasn't happened too often. So you've got to smell it in, drink it in. You know, what an opportunity for this England team, who didn't start the tournament great, but they're finishing it okay. But they're going to have to go up another level or two to beat this Spanish team. But it's all about the opportunity.
John Murray has had his binoculars on the UEFA dignitaries and is smirking, which either means I have mistook David Moyes or Rafa Benitez, or there's somebody completely random in the middle.
Well, I'm smiling because Fabio Capello was down there. Nice of Fabio to be here tonight, and Avram Grant as well was also part of that group down there. But particularly Fabio Capello immediately makes me think of Sven-Göran Eriksson as well. You know, I think everyone will know that Sven's health is clearly very, very, very poor. And I wonder whether he'll be keeping an eye on this here tonight as well, if he can.
Absolutely. OK, so that is our team inside the stadium. Plenty to come between now and kick-off, which is at 8 o'clock UK time, 9 o'clock here in the German capital. Let's bring in Alan Shearer next. I spoke to him a little earlier about what will be going through the England players' minds over the last 24 hours or so.
Excited, nervous. You just couldn't wait to get out there and play, because you've spoken so much, listened to everything. You've played the semi-final, and that's the result you wanted. And yeah, you just want to get out onto the grass and start warming up and playing and starting to do your stuff.
Do you think, from what you've seen as the tournament has progressed, they have played with less pressure and less fear, as Gareth Southgate has said?
Well, their performances have been better. Certainly quarter-final was, you could see shoots of improvement. Semi-final, it was the best 45 minutes we've seen in the tournament from them. Phil Foden, I thought, was magnificent. Mainoo, I thought, was magnificent also. But look, we've all had to put up with that word pressure at some stage. You don't get to elite top-level sport, top-level football without having any pressure. Unfortunately, or fortunately, because some people live off that, they feed off that, they want that. So pressure comes with being an England footballer. And now I get there might be more, because I and other players before me and after me weren't able to deliver that trophy. But 66 was the last time it happened, and we've all had to carry that burden at times, and sometimes it has been a burden. But this is a really, really, really talented squad who have got an incredible chance to make history.
Joe Hart gave me a real insight into that this lunchtime when he was on 5 Live with us. And he said 2 or 3 minutes before the end of the Iceland defeat, he was standing in goal thinking, right, how am I going to explain this? What am I going to be asked about here? How are we going to get hammered? How do I explain away everything that's happened? And that was such an insight into what can go through when it isn't going well. And I wonder whether, and I asked him this as well, those thoughts get less as you progress through a tournament.
Yeah, but I think that's where you have to give Gareth Southgate great credit, because he's been through the pain of missing a penalty. He's been through the hurt of losing a semi-final. He's also been in squads where perhaps the togetherness wasn't as big or as good as it should have been. So what he's done as England manager is that he's tried to rectify what wasn't perhaps correct when he was playing. And one of the big things that he's done is that togetherness and team spirit and belief, and keep going to the end and finding a way. We've all of us at some stage during this tournament have used those words, and I think that's what you have to admire most about this team. Now, they're a moments team because they've produced great moments at really critical, important times, without playing free-flowing football, without showing perhaps the ability or the attitude or whatever you want to call it.
But that's okay, isn't it?
Absolutely, there's no harm in that, and there's no harm in us or you or anyone else being analytical and critical and saying what's gone right and what's gone wrong. And you hear that, don't listen to the noise. Well, unfortunately, that's what comes with the territory of playing for England. And whilst you have the talent that this squad have, they have to finally get over the line, because Gareth's had us to a final. He's had us to a semi-final. Now this is an unbelievable opportunity, as I said, for these guys to go and make history.
What kind of game are you expecting?
I don't think Spain will change. They have their routine. They have how they want to press. They have how they want their wingers to stay wide and get the balls into the box and lots of crosses, because that's what they do, and they won't change. So I'm hoping that because they want to play on the front foot, that might suit us. And there's no doubt about it that they do give chances away. When you look at their game against Germany in the quarterfinals, I think it was, Germany had 3, 4, 5 really good opportunities. When you look at their game against France in the semi-final, France had 2, maybe 3 really good chances, particularly the Mbappe one. So that, for me, is encouraging. If they can show the energy and the pace with the passing that they did in the first half against the Netherlands, then they will create chances, and then it's up to them to try and take them, and that'll be the big difference in the game.
The start of this season feels a very, very, very long time ago, right? I think our very first Saturday 5 Live Sport of the season, we talked about Erling Haaland, because you'd gone to interview him pre-season, and we talked about his age, really, and because of the age of our kids and whatever, actually marvelling at his composure at that age. We're going to see 2 players here tonight, one for Spain and one for England, who are teenagers, in Yamal and Kobe Mainoo.
I know.
I mean, and their composure, more than anything else, is astounding.
Well, he's 17 now, isn't he? So
yes,
it was his birthday yesterday.
Yeah.
So let's hope he had a few drinks to celebrate his birthday. If he can drink at 17 in Germany, all right.
I think on the continent you can.
All right, okay. Let's hope he did. But it's quite remarkable. I mean, the performances that both those guys have put in, because it was a problem for England, the midfield. I mean, Gareth tried Trent in the first couple of games, then he put Conor Gallagher in. And then once he released Kobe Mainoo, I think he's just been sensational. He's just taken everything in his stride, looked so comfortable in everything that he's done. And Yamal exactly the same. I mean, it is staggering what these youngsters have done and are doing. I mean, both players, you know. If either player, if Mainoo or if Yamal did something really special and won the trophy for their country tonight, they could end up playing the tournament.
Yeah.
Which at such a young age, when you think about it, is remarkable.
Alan Shearer talked to me a little earlier, and obviously we did Google drinking age on the continent. He can't have a drink at the moment. He is underage. Group of England fans down below giving their biggest cheer of the afternoon so far to Keir Starmer, who has just come from an interview with Gary Neville to walk down the steps at the mouth of the tunnel. They beckoned him over for a photo. His security kept him going down the stairs of the tunnel. The Spanish team with Ian Dennis, who has commentated on 5 of their 6 at this tournament.
See.
Great.
The Spanish team, yes, they've made 2 changes from the... I thought you were going to say something else. The 2 changes from the semi-final against France, as expected. Dani Carvajal and Robin Lenormand, both back from suspension. So they replace Jesus Navas and Nacho. Simon is in goal. Carvajal, Lenormand, Laporte, Cucurella, Olmo, Rodri, Fabian, Yamal, who today actually becomes the youngest player to play in a major final at 17 years and a day. Nico Williams and Alvaro Morata, and the England team bus is about 2 or 3 minutes away from arriving here in Berlin.
So we'll get the England team a little bit later on, because Guillaume Balaguer from EuroLeagues, and who is part of our coverage throughout the whole of the night tonight, Spain don't have a problem with releasing their team early. It's all very grown up. It is, though.
Yeah, well, I was just thinking how many of these players would have started the tournament, and probably 10 out of the 11, so there's no huge surprises that you can make anyway. We more or less knew that Dani Olmo eventually was going to start, but with Pedri getting injured, that came quicker. And then it was just the Grimaldo Cucurella thing. Cucurella's been doing so well on the left hand side. The rest, you can have it. Yeah, this is the 11.
And I mean, that's a good thing for them because of how they've performed in this tournament. There's been no need to change.
There's been need, like every other team, to actually bring players on at key moments to change how the game is being played. But
and they were able to rest them, weren't they, for the last group game? He managed to change the majority of his team there.
Which, it was good for the likes of Rodri, who's played over 5,000 minutes already. But the foundations of this team has been there for a while. This is a team, the philosophy of which is be the best you can be, follow a bit of order, be generous and help your teammates, give it a go, shoot, attack, and see what happens. A team represented, as we've just seen them coming out, by Nico Williams and Lamine Yamal, sons of African immigrants, and led by a manager who's never ever the story. So what is there not to like about this Spain? If you were in the final, you will be supporting Spain.
As I say, you've done 5 of their 6, Ian. What's not to like about them? That's very true, actually.
Well, there's a lot to like about them. I mean, Yamal and Williams are exciting on the flanks. I know Guillaume is a huge fan of Olmo. He took his opportunity, although there was a lot of talk actually going into that quarter-final against Germany that a lot of speculation that he was going to replace Pedri. Pedri was injured early. Olmo came on to good effect and has been outstanding. And we all know about what Rodri can do, but the player that I've liked the most is Fabian in the midfield. I think he's so composed on the ball. He's so effective. He's a modern-day number 8, and I just think that he, for me, has been so consistent throughout this tournament. But that said, Cucurella, who in this stadium, in the opening game against Croatia, made his first competitive start for Spain, I still don't think has been tested. There was a spell with Musiala in Stuttgart in the quarter-final, but I still think that Cucurella can be exposed, only because Spain do attack. The fullbacks will get forward, and Cucurella will support Williams at every opportunity. But Saka, and you think back to April when Arsenal beat Chelsea 5-0, Cucurella was at fault for 4 of the 5 goals. And I think that Saka can get the beating of Cucurella.
Chris, you did the semi-final in Munich. The 4 of us with Guillaume. Sorry, we're all doing the semi-final in Munich. I thought Dembele did have a bit of a go at him.
I'm just going to remind you that I thought Dembele had the better of Cucurella, and you're right to look at that as an area which England will certainly target. Saka's such a wonderful dribbler. The Spanish team don't have too many weaknesses. You watch them throughout the tournament. They've scored the most goals. They've conceded the least amount of goals. They play with a wonderful symmetry. They're a beautifully balanced team, where England are a bit lopsided, a bit askew, if you like. But it's about finding a way. But performance-wise, it's about whether Spain can really go again and maintain that high level of performance which they have all the way through the tournament, maybe other than a 25-minute spell against Germany. But that aside, they're going to take some beating.
Okay, I'll share one little story I heard. We can say it now because you don't have access to Gareth Southgate or anybody of the coaching staff of England. The first 10-15 minutes, it is taking every single game's time to adjust the pressure high. If you, for instance, England decides to build in a different way that is not prepared, you have to adjust. That is the time, because we'll go at you, we'll try to hound you, get the ball early. If you beat that, there's a lot of space. France did that very, very well. Had 3 counters. In one of them they scored, the other 2 it could have been 2-0 and then the game over. So you're very, very good at the counter. Those 10-15 minutes I think are going to be crucial, but what the manager has asked the team to do is not to risk a lot. If you don't clear, track back.
Do you not think, though, in the game against France, that Williams in particular was very good at helping out Cucurella? The reason I highlighted Musiala against Germany is that Germany were getting around the back of Spain. France, by and large, Dembele was cutting inside, wasn't he? They weren't getting round the back of Cucurella because Williams came back to help out.
You insist on the idea that Cucurella is a weakness, but let me tell you that Rodri, for instance, Dani Olmo, players that perhaps didn't know Cucurella so well, they are surprised about him, and not so much going forward because he doesn't do it that often with Nico Williams during the week. It's with the proactiveness, if that's a word, of his defence. When somebody like Dembele comes at him, he doesn't step back, he just goes forward and goes to the clash, doesn't let players turn. He does a lot of very good technical defensive movements. So that's my defence.
And also within that, Matt, because of the position that you played, it's how Laporte helps him out on that side. It's what one of the midfielders in front of him does to help out on that side.
Absolutely. It's Ruiz, it's Laporte, who again brings lovely balance to a team. He's got that lovely left foot stepping out of defence. I agree with Chris in that is for me the major difference between Spain and England, that they've found this lovely balance in the team. I love the fact that Yamal has got that beautiful left foot on the right hand side. Cucurella gets up wide, stretches the pitch. Williams coming inside. You've got little triangles and movement and angled passes all over the pitch, and the ability to counter attack. They're not as obsessed with possession as what that Spanish philosophy used to be. So they will sucker punch you, they will move the ball forward quickly, they're not afraid to be direct. So, you know, I don't think we should press too high. I think that the capabilities for Spain to play through us could kill us, so maybe sit off.
Is the other thing in this discussion, Izzy, as well, what Bukayo Saka might have to consider from his defensive duties if he is nominally a wing-back?
So far this tournament, Bukayo Saka, in fact for Arsenal, week in week out in the Premier League, we see it, he's got such good defensive instincts, he's got a really good understanding of which position to be in when he's in a defending action. When the ball comes from the other side, he's really well placed most of the time to pick up a second ball, and he's so good at retaining the ball wherever he is on the pitch. He draws in fouls and releases defensive pressure, and I just think that's going to be a big ask for Bukayo Saka tonight. But has he done it before? Absolutely.
The cheers that you can hear at the moment are from the England fans, because they are coming out to just take in their surroundings. Declan Rice has just given his Arsenal teammate David Raya a huge shake of the hands and a huge hug as well as he comes out onto the pitch, and David Raya has now just done the same with Ivan Toney as well, because of course he was at Brentford, was Raya, before moving on to Arsenal. And now Spain just been beckoned in, they've just been beckoned to go in as England have come out. John Murray has got his binoculars out. What are you looking at?
I was just having a general look to see what the mood was. So I was looking to see what the interaction was between Ivan Toney and David Raya, and they're still talking to one another off the field. And actually, one little insight from the dressing room the other night after the semi-final was Lewis Dunk and Bart Verbruggen in the dressing room together, in the area outside the dressing rooms, had a long chat together, the two of them, which I thought was the sort of thing you only see when you're down there in that area, to see two professionals who are on the other side of the coin but club mates. And it was just really interesting to see.
I do think that one of the nice things actually, Izzy, about this England team and this England squad is its variety of club connections. I mean, there's a lot been spoken about Crystal Palace. Read an article this week, I was saying yesterday, about England, how they should thank Brentford for Ivan Toney and Ollie Watkins and Ezra Konsa, who've all had big roles to play at some point or other in this tournament. This is not a squad just drawn from the top 3, 4, 5.
No, and it's wonderful to see. And when the England squad was announced, there was a lot of emphasis on Crystal Palace because of the number of players within this squad. And from the outside, looking into the squad, you can really feel and see the camaraderie amongst the players. And I think that bringing that club mentality into an England shirt has been one of the key factors in reshaping the look and the culture of this England team. And I see no surprise that how this England team are performing and what Gareth Southgate's done, which I know we're going to come on to later, but it is that kind of ease of a club mentality, familiarity every day in and around the squads, and you can just see that, you know, it's not a surprise that England are doing well when the players seem to be enjoying each other's company.
And another big interaction between Jude Bellingham and Danny Carvajal. They met Guillaume, didn't they, over the halfway line, and they actually, I mean, it was a proper embrace, wasn't it?
And Joselu as well, obviously all Real Madrid players, and I was just going to say that because this is the game of our times. These are the two best leagues in the world. These are some players that play together and they've got a lot of respect for each other, some of which have met in, for instance, in the 17th World Cup final. Influenced mutually, because you take in our coaches and players, but we take the way you run the business and the physicality of football. You've got basically a manager that has openly admitted that two of his references are Pep Guardiola and Pochettino, well, obviously of his Spanish influence, and just generally the best we can get right now in football, isn't it?
Yeah, but I mean, these are the guys, aren't they? Carvajal and Nacho Fernandez and Joselu and Bellingham, who've just a few weeks ago experienced one of the great things that you can go through as a footballer, to win the Champions League, 15th Champions League for Real Madrid together, and now here they are tonight on opposing sides in a match of similar magnitude.
So I feel like, as Guillaume has explained that so beautifully, it is a final for our times, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely, and the players, and I think also you've got to take into mind they've been away a long time. It's at the end of a long journey. It's going to be an emotional moment this evening for a lot of these players, and certainly seeing each other beforehand, seeing their teammates. It's probably a bit of comfort in that as well, chaps, that you see your teammates that you're used to seeing day in, day out.
Spain still out there, England coming back in. Presumably Carvajal will be giving Bellingham a hug about 3 minutes in once he's just clattered him, will he?
Clattered him is the right word for it, yes.
Let's hear from Kyle Walker, shall we? Set to win his 90th cap this evening. He's been talking to Steve Crossman about his time in an England shirt.
It's been some ride, I can tell you that. From getting my first cap under Capello to my 90th cap in a European Championship final, it's something special. Obviously, I did spend probably 18 months to 2 years out of the team as well. Come back, first game against Iceland as my 49th cap, get sent off. But I think these are things that you have to go through in a process. I don't think, as I said to before, definitely in a Manchester City shirt, that we got to the final in Porto against Chelsea, lost that, and then we go and win it in Istanbul. So hopefully, you know, we can follow in the footstep as I've done at the club, where we've got to a final and we've got close, and then this time we go and, you know, go that one step further. But I feel that we're finding the right groove at the right time, and that's what's key in tournaments.
So even years apart, can losing a final then help you win a final?
I think so. I think you have been there before. You've experienced that walking past the trophy, and you've experienced the emotion. We're on a different turf now. Maybe that might work in our benefit, where there's not so much pressure on us, but people, you know, players, we have to deliver on big occasions that have experienced these finals before.
So when you're coming out of that tunnel, for the lads that haven't been there before, would you say to them, maybe don't look at that trophy, maybe don't think about lifting it just yet, maybe just look straight ahead and crack on?
I say do whatever works for you. If you want to look at it, if you want to touch it, whatever you want to do, and if that makes you play in the way that you're meant to play and do the job that you're meant to do, so be it. You know, people have different patterns. Some people like to get G'd up before the game, jumping around. Others, I say this with Kevin De Bruyne, he gets changed 10 minutes before the game and he's normally playing Candy Crush. That's what he does. If it works for him, it can work for anyone. So you all have your certain routines, and I don't think that should change. It's one game of football.
What's your process then?
Just chill. Just chill.
No Candy Crush.
You know, I do actually play Candy Crush while I'm getting a massage, to be fair. Listen to my own music. I always make sure that, you know, I speak to my mum before the game. You know, that's something that I've done throughout it, and she gives me, you know, just a little bit of home comfort. You know, your mum tells you everything that you want to hear, so, you know, she calms me down a little bit like that. But I feel that in my career now, I've experienced so many highs, but also I've experienced a lot of lows as well. And hopefully, you know, people can look at me and lean on me a little bit, you know, in tough moments to, you know, find a little bit of balance in their head.
Does your mum ground you as well in a moment like
Completely. You know, my mum's been my rock. You know, she's been the one person that stuck by me through thick and thin. She was umming and ahhing. She didn't come to the semi-final because she can't watch. If you see her in the ground, she goes for walks because she hates watching the game. But I managed to persuade her to come to the final, so she will be there. I'll look for her in the crowd, and then it's game time then.
There are a few of them actually in that Spain team that you played in your first cap, and I was looking at some of the names: Busquets, Alonso, Xavi, Iniesta. You know, great players come and go, and now of course it's Rodri, who you know just a little bit.
Yeah, he's a fantastic player. Obviously, what he does on the football field speaks for itself, but I think his dedication to the game, to how he adapts and not being injured for all the games that he plays in, is a testament to himself, and you know, just shows what a great character he is, not just on the field but off the field. So we know what he possesses. You know, the Man City boys know that first and foremost, what he possesses, but there's also weaknesses in that Spain team that we need to exploit.
Such as?
We'll keep that to ourselves.
Is it hard to take someone who you know well, respect, love, he's been such a big part of that City team with you, and make them the enemy for a short period of time?
Is it hard? No. I'm wearing this badge. I represent this country. I played against probably my best friend at City, Manu Akanji, and his penalty got saved. Did I want him to score? Personally, as man in his friendships, of course I did. Was I happy when he missed? More than happy, because that gave us the advantage. Just the same with Nathan Ake. Probably the nicest man I've ever met in football, but it's dog eat dog, and we're both representing our countries proudly. So come the end of it, you know, whoever wins between Spain and England, I'll have the respect for Rodri as a teammate to go and shake the hands, and we move on from that.
I want to ask you about John Stones as well. Again, obviously someone you know like the back of your hand for so many years. When you're playing with him as one of three centre-backs, do you get a different experience of John Stones? And what is he like to play with in that position?
No, John's class. I think he's shown that for a number of years, and I think people probably wrote him off a couple of years ago, you know, and he's got his head down. He's dedicated, you know, his full life to the game, and, you know, yesterday everyone's chilling. He's on his bike riding to the gym, doing his gym work, you know, and making sure he puts in that extra yard to become the best player that he can be. Playing as a three, not much different to City, because that's how we build up. Normally he's floating around, running here, there and everywhere, 6, 8, 10, popping up on the wing. But to have someone next to me that I know, that I'm comfortable with, that I know his strengths, I know his weaknesses, I know what he likes to do, obviously it's a massive plus. But I feel for everyone in the team, we've played together now for a number of years, so we know each other's games and how we like to receive the ball and stuff like that. So it has to come together, and the best thing about this is it's one game of football, but anything can happen.
And lastly, how much would it mean to do it for Gareth Southgate as well?
That's probably at the top of the list. We do it for the group of people that have been here, that have sacrificed 6 weeks, and that's not just the players, because it's an honour to play for the country, but for the media, the medics, the chefs, the nutritionists. They've all put their summer into this, and you can see with the celebrations when we went and scored and Ollie scored that goal, just how much it means to everyone, not just because we're in a final, but because of what we've had to come through. You know, I speak about the media, but the media have wrote us off, said we've not done this, we've not done that. I've seen certain quotes from certain players saying we haven't got the heart and we just rely on certain individuals, and that gives us fuel. That gives us fuel, because we're not individuals, we're a team, and we all work for each other and complement each other in the best way that we can. So coming back to what you say, it's not just for the set of lads, a group of people that are here, it's for Gareth, the fans, and, you know, everyone associated with this country.
Kyle Walker with Steve Crossman. So many different things you could pick out of that. Chris Sutton. But I just want to start about, he was effusive in his praise of John Stones, of course. And Walker, Stones, Pickford and Rice are the four who have played every minute of the tournament so far, which is kind of either the spine or, in Walker's sense, the vice captain, the leader when Kane isn't on there.
Yep, absolutely. I think they're all decent leaders. I mean, it's you think about Kyle Walker and what a great servant he's been to England. He'll get a big test tonight against Nico Williams when he is dragged into that wide area, whether he's right back or England are a bit of a hybrid team, his right centre half. But he's been a phenomenal player for England, and when you think his England career, he's had the competition from Trent Alexander-Arnold in that right back position, Kieran Trippier, but he's always sort of been a constant under Gareth. There's that trust that he's going to go out and perform, and he has done in this tournament. He's been one of England's best performers, but he's going to have to perform at another level this evening.
If you can keep combinations from club level at international level, particularly defensively, actually, you've got an advantage, haven't you?
It has to be an advantage for sure. Just listening to Kyle Walker talk there about how he understands John Stones, what he likes to do, what he doesn't like to do. He'll anticipate certain moves that he knows he's going to step in or try and do something, and he'll adjust his position accordingly. And they're really small tweaks, but this is the type of game where those small things make a big difference. And let's face it, defensively was the area coming into this tournament where we were all really fearful about, and talk about how the centre-back problem, and it's ended up being a real strength and the foundation of how England have got to this final.
Kyle Walker was actually put up by the FA just a few moments ago to do the TV pitch-side interview for BBC TV. I always think it's quite interesting who gets picked to do these pre-match interviews, particularly before a final. Spain, Guillaume Balaguer, have gone with Marco Cucurella, presumably to put Ian Dennis's criticism to him ahead of this tournament.
Yeah, you look around and who is people doubting?
Yeah,
put Cucurella in. He's one of those players that will absolutely say nothing. I think that's what he's in it.
The other thing in all of that interview with Kyle Walker was his description of Rodri, and talking about Rodri as a teammate, Rodri as an opponent. He is the most important player for Spain tonight, isn't he?
No doubt. You can have the ones that will take the headlines, but I think, as in, if somebody scores a fantastic goal, we'll be talking about him. But Rodri, if Spain wins, will be the player of the tournament. That's what I think the technical guys of UEFA are thinking of. But what I find fascinating, and I'm not sure I got the explanation for it, everybody knows what Rodri does. This is a new thing, because Sergi Busquets has been doing it for 15 years, and he wasn't never in the individual awards. He wasn't talked about as a genius or a great player, but Rodri has. I think the one defeat in 80 kind of helps his cause greatly, and that he's at Manchester City as well, and that he has been winning, and that the managers have been talking about it. I'm not sure if people know what he does, but yeah, he's crucial.
Can you, Izzy, negate Rodri's effect on a team?
Question last night, didn't we, Guillaume and Matt, about you have a decision to make. Do you put a player on him and say stay with him for the whole game, wherever he goes, you stay with him? But if you do that, you lose a player in your own structure, in your press. In my opinion, you don't need to do that. I touched on it last night on 5 Live about space being an issue, not necessarily people. Of course, we know how effective Rodri is on the ball, but he's effective when he gets the ball from deep. So it's which spaces are England going to nullify, which spaces are England going to allow Spain to play in. And Matt was touching on this earlier about if England press high, we're in trouble. And I think that we can't be frustrated if England do actually drop, because if we drop off and it'll be a little, I'm not saying deep, I'm saying sort of middle area of the pitch, we need to be compact. By doing that, we might actually help to stop Rodri doing what he's best at, which is passing the ball through the lines. And I'm saying that as the sprinklers are on the pitch here, the ball is going to be fizzing around, and when Rodri gets on the ball with space and time, he can pass through the lines and he can be the catalyst to get Spain on the attack. So we do have to think firmly how we are going to stop him doing that, and I think space is the biggest issue. We've got to close the gaps.
Also, I feel that if you stop Rodri, we got that brand of player on the pitch that can help the organisation, be it Laporte coming from deep, or Dani Olmo dropping deep, or Fabian Ruiz as well. So, and it is in contrast, perhaps the type of player that England don't have that often. You've got to play a 19-year-old there, but yeah, go on try to step Rodri, because others will step in for him, I feel.
I was going to say, Germany tried it, didn't they, with Gundogan? And then as soon as Spain took the lead, the Germany game plan changed. It was almost as if they were trying to contain Spain, and then visibly you saw them change straight away, and then they were going on the attack. It'll be John asked Gareth Southgate last night, do you have a plan for Rodri? It'll be interesting to see what England do. Do they adopt what Germany did and try and put somebody on him, or do they just leave him and then maybe go on the attack themselves?
But if we're in that kind of more hybrid formation that Chris mentioned earlier, you're going to have Bellingham and Foden relatively central. You know, if we've slotted into that 5, they're going to be more central. They're going to be right in that vicinity of Rodri and Fabian, and it'll be interesting to see whether there is a little bit of an out of possession kind of game plan to say, right, you two, it's going to be quite an even matchup in there. Can you go and stop the engine room of what Spain have? Can we limit the amount of times? You can't stop it, but can you limit the impact that Rodri can have on the game?
But you talk about out of possession. That's where Spain have actually been equally impressive. They've been impressive with the ball, but they've been impressive without it.
We've seen Spain throughout this tournament at times teams press them high. You know, you can try and stop Rodri. You've got Fabian Ruiz. Cucurella's comfortable on the ball. Dani the other side. You know, they pop the ball into the wide areas. Their patterns of play. They are the most organised team. They are telepathic, the Spanish, in the way.
Well, I'm low in this build-up.
So, but they are, and they have been. They have a marvellous understanding. The wide players, for ones who are so young, if there's space in behind, they'll make that movement in behind. They'll threaten in behind, and when that's not on, they'll come into the little pocket. So it's all right saying, well, we'll go man for man with Rodri, man for man with Ruiz, but there's always an out. And I think that they like teams who press them high, because they are that accomplished, they are that well balanced, that I've not seen too many teams take the ball off them high up the pitch.
Switch back to England. The team news is in. John?
Yeah, and the news is first start of the tournament for Luke Shaw, who turned 29 on Friday, with Kieran Trippier out of the side for the first time here. There was a groin issue for him on Wednesday. I see one or two reports are suggesting that he might have been unwell, Kieran Trippier, but I'm sure we'll find out about that when we hear from Gareth Southgate. But that's it, just the one change. So the names of the men who hope to write themselves into English football history are Pickford, Walker, Stones and Gay, Saka, Mainoo, Rice and Shaw, Foden, Bellingham and Kane. So with Luke Shaw coming in, Mark, we're talking about his first competitive start for almost 5 months now, having come on as a substitute in the last 2 rounds. And this, remember, is the man who scored in the second minute of the last European Championship final. But other than that, it's the same players, the other 10 players who started against the Dutch. So that means 8 of this team will have started all 7 of the matches. And actually, 6 of this team started that final against Italy 3 years ago at Wembley.
And if he plays his part tonight and it is successful, then Matt Upson, Luke Shaw's timed that run to perfection.
He has, hasn't he? Right on cue, just fit enough for the final. Not bad timing from Luke Shaw, is it? But he's actually looked better than what I thought he was going to be in the moments where he's come on off the bench. And whether or not there's an injury or an illness that has just kind of forced the issue a little bit, he certainly brings obviously the left-footed balance and the ability to deliver a ball first time on the run. There was one moment in the Dutch game where it was crying out for a cross into the box and it just didn't come in. So at least you know this evening, if there is an opportunity to do that, with Bellingham arriving, Foden around there, Kane in the box, then that can be a real threat for England.
England did tell us yesterday that all 26 players did train, but you imagine it would be a very light session yesterday anyway. However, Trippier is named among the substitutes.
It's hard not to have an element of sympathy for Kieran Trippier, isn't it? I'm not saying everybody has cried out for a left footer on the left side. I get that. Yeah. But he has performed admirably in this tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it does suggest to me that Gareth is a stickler for loyalty, and Gareth is cautious at times with his approach. I suspect there is probably some niggle or illness with Trippier, or he's not quite right. I suppose the issue with Luke Shaw, Matt's right, of course, is going to give England a far better balance down that left-hand side, which they have no doubt missed throughout the tournament. But how long is Luke Shaw going to last? And that is, that's certainly going to be an issue.
It makes you wonder about the shape as well, because I think he's going to have to come out. I mean, you're playing against a player completely fearless, a young player, top of his game, massive threat. His deliveries into the box, crossing wise, are just fantastic. So getting tight to Yamal for Luke Shaw, I mean, that's an interesting one-on-one in your first start for quite a few months, isn't it? Welcome to the game.
Does Shaw on the left-hand side, Izzy, allow them to sort of shuffle whether they want to be a 4 or a 3 on either side?
Yeah, quite possibly. I think bringing him in gives England the opportunity, and I have a confession here, I am with Deno on this. I think Cucurella is an issue. I say an issue, he's been fantastic this tournament. Defending the back post, I think, is his weakness, and we're being really, really pernickety there. But I think Luke Shaw providing that balance for England with the left foot, I think gives England the opportunity to put balls to the back post with a natural left footer, and to attack that area of the pitch late with the likes of Bellingham and Kane, I think could be a real strength for England.
Can I just say, though, one of the players in Spain that do more long runs, more intensive runs, who is capable to start and stop and move to one side and the other is Lamine Yamal, who Luke Shaw is going to face. So when you just come back from injury, you're not much fit. Isn't it the worst thing to actually having to do those runs?
Yeah, it is. I mean, it's the biggest test you're going to face, those kind of one-on-one situations. And he only needs half a yard to cross the ball. His left foot crossing into that back post area is just fantastic. And it just drops.
Sorry, Matt. If you look at the training environment that Luke Shaw has had over the past 4 to 5 weeks, coming back to full fitness, and the players that haven't played so much in the England squad, you've got the likes of Eze, Bowen, who were all unbelievable at dribbling with the ball. I would not have been surprised if there's been a number of occasions during Luke Shaw's rehabilitation and back to full fitness journey that he'll have been put up and tested 1v1 against those types of players in sort of specific training drills, which have got him ready. And to be completely honest, there is absolutely no way he would be playing tonight unless he's hit the metrics, he's hit the numbers, and he's also shown us in the last 2 games. To me, he looks ready.
Yeah, I totally agree with Izzy. I don't often agree with Izzy, but he has to be ready now, doesn't he? Because there was a gamble bringing him here, and he's had long enough to get himself fit. Gareth can't take a risk.
You can't emulate match minutes, though, Chris. You can face someone in training as much as you want.
But I know what you're saying, but he has to be 99.9% sure, because otherwise it isn't worth the risk. He's got to trust him this evening. And Gareth must have watched Yamal play in the tournament. He knows what he's up against, so there must be that element of trust.
I mean, that would be a huge dereliction of duty if he hadn't watched Lamine Yamal play in the tournament, wouldn't it?
Well, exactly, but everybody knows how damn good he is. So, I mean, from Luke Shaw's perspective, to be fair, he's got a brilliant temperament. He doesn't seem like a guy who gets particularly phased, but he could be spinning this evening against Yamal.
You and Izzy have bickered quite a lot over the course. The car journey here was like having brother and sister having a go at each other.
Did you see the retro Spain tracksuits when they came out to the pitch?
Well,
remind me of Chris's gym gear.
Because it's funny you say that, because it's all from 1996, and that is it, isn't it, Guillaume? With not with Chris's gym gear, which might be actually from 1986, but the Spain is a nod to those Euros.
Yeah, we played, didn't we, on the tournament? No, I'm saying because it's the game that you all forgotten. We deserved to beat you that day. It was just penalties at the end. It really hurt. And I don't know why we chose that one, because it was not a good tournament.
This is 5 Live. We are in Berlin. The sun just going behind a cloud. We are less than an hour away from kickoff. Full commentary from 8 o'clock. It's live on BBC television, so you could do that thing, which we always love you doing, on the iPlayer or on the BBC Sport website and app. You can choose the 5 Live commentary option. It's all in sync with the pictures. You don't have to do anything. It's in HD on the iPlayer as well. And you get our team. You get Izzy and Matt and Chris and Ian and John, all as your commentary team through the game whilst watching it on BBC television. 2 minutes past 8, 2 minutes past 7 in the UK. Stuart Clarkson has the news.
This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
Listen on BBC Sounds.
Mark, thank you. Donald Trump has called for unity in the United States after a gunman attempted to kill him during a campaign rally in Pennsylvania. Mr. Trump's ear was injured in the shooting before he was thrown to the ground by Secret Service agents. One spectator was killed in the attack and 2 others injured. The gunman has been named as 20-year-old Thomas Matthew Crooks. He was shot dead by a Secret Service sniper. Here's our Washington correspondent Gary O'Donoghue.
We understand that the weapon he used was legally purchased, and we also understand that some explosive materials may have been found at his home about an hour away from where the shooting took place. Also, the governor of Pennsylvania, Josh Shapiro, has named the person at the rally who lost their life. He's Corey Comparatori. He was a 50-year-old man. He was a volunteer fire chief in the local area, and we're told that he died by throwing himself on top of his family to protect them.
Well, President Biden has postponed a planned trip to Texas tomorrow. He's expected to give a statement at the White House shortly. Here, the Prime Minister, Sir Keir Starmer, says he's spoken to Donald Trump this afternoon. Sir Keir condemned the violence and wished the former president and those injured in the attack a speedy recovery. You can follow all the developments through the evening on the BBC News website and app. Also tonight, the Hamas-run health ministry in Gaza says 141 Palestinians have been killed in Israeli airstrikes since yesterday. One hit a designated humanitarian zone near Khan Yunis. Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said the attack was targeting a senior Hamas leader, but there was no certainty that he'd been killed. Russia's Ministry of Defense says its forces have seized one of the villages that Ukraine liberated at a counter-offensive last year. Moscow says it's retaken the Urozane in the western part of the Donetsk region. Ukraine has not commented. And the other big sports news away from the Euros today, Carlos Alcaraz is the men's Wimbledon champion after a straight sets win over Novak Djokovic earlier. British pair Alfie Hewitt and Gordon Reid won the men's wheelchair doubles, while Hewitt also got his first singles title. And the Princess of Wales made only her second public appearance since her cancer diagnosis when she was on centre court for the final this afternoon.
Welcome to You'll Never Beat Kyle Walker.
I'm Chris Hughes, and Kyle and I are going to kick back and talk football. Did what happened 3 years ago make you more determined to win the Euros this time?
Once you're nearly there and you can basically touch it and smell it, you want to go and put things right.
Do they give you energy, those younger guys?
There's some of the best players in the world at the minute. The likes of Jude, Phil, Bukayo. Hopefully we can go that one step closer, and that's lifting it this time.
From BBC Radio 5 Live.
You'll never beat Kyle Walker. Listen on BBC Sounds.
Euro 2024 Deutschland.
With Mark Chapman.
On 5 Live and BBC Sounds.
We are live in the Olympic Stadium in Berlin. Less than an hour to kick off as England take on Spain in the European Championship final.
Some of the best players in the world, some of the best teams in the world are here, but England is certainly in that conversation.
The Spanish players, you could see them enjoying themselves. They trusted each other.
For a while there it was rough, but lately I've been doing
Flanagan is there! With a header in the 6-yard box!
The Rat enters the penalty area and scores! The first Spanish player to score at 3 Euros!
Walker pulls it across, double deflection, Kane! Left foot, in it goes! And England have the lead!
Fabian Ruiz looks for a shooting opportunity, does get the shot away and scores! And Spain has scored 2 quick goals and take a stranglehold of this game here in Berlin.
But I know the things he gives, he can take away.
Listen to this reaction from the England supporters. Listen to this. Whistles and jeers and boos all around the stadium here in Frankfurt. That has been a torrid match for Gareth Southgate and his team.
The most important thing here is that the supporters stay with the team.
I'm looking at Gareth Southgate on the monitor, hands in his pockets, looking at the floor. I think he feels what's coming, John. It's not looking good.
Please stay.
A throw in next to the corner flag.
I want you, I need you, hold
Here's the throw, flat to the near post.
Take
flicked on.
These beautiful things that I've got.
It's 1-1. It's that man, Jude Bellingham. He saved England. He saved Gareth Southgate.
I think at this moment in time, all the other countries left in these Euros are looking at this Spanish team thinking they are the team to beat.
Moreno with a header! Moreno with a knockout blow, surely!
We have a plan, we have an intention. Yamal onto his left foot, goes for a curling effort!
Oh, what a super goal! What a super goal! And a crowning moment for Lamine Yamal!
What a goal! Bukayo Saka makes it 1-1. Trent Alexander-Arnold puts the ball on the spot. Up he comes and drives it in, and England are through.
Pressure! What pressure? Pressure is for tyres. It's a different generation. They don't feel it.
Olmo creates the opportunity.
It's got in.
And the team of the tournament sauntered their way to Sunday's final in Berlin.
Watkins, he scored! Watkins from an impossible angle. England are going to Berlin to the final, and for the first time England will play in a final on foreign soil.
These beautiful things that I've got.
Just over 50 minutes from kick-off. Course of the tournament, it has turned out that Ian Dennis has been the voice of Spain and John Murray the voice of England. They come together tonight and John has the team news.
Yes, at times during that I wasn't sure I was even going to get here, in all honesty. The stress has been so great, but here we are, happy together, aren't we?
See.
Well, I'm pleased he's picked up something from all of those Spain matches. Right, yeah, the teams tonight, if you haven't heard, Luke Shaw's in to start on the left-hand side for England, so Kieran Trippier on the bench, but the rest of the team, Pickford in goal, Walker, Stones and Gay, Saka, Mainu, Rice, then Luke Shaw, Foden, Bellingham and Kane. Incidentally, it's just been pointed out to me, that means that Luke Shaw's the only man in either team to have scored in a major tournament final. Because the Spanish side, a couple of changes. Carvajal and Lenormand have come back in from suspension for Navas and Nacho. So Simon in goal, Carvajal, Lenormand, Laporte and Cucurella, Rodri and Ruiz, Yamal, Olmo, Williams and Morata.
Petri was out of the tournament with his knee injury in the quarter-final. There's no Jose Perez on the bench. He missed the last training session for Spain with a muscle injury, so he's out as well. So they're reduced by 2 in terms of numbers.
Both sets of goalkeeping units are out and warming up here, and they're warming up in front of their own fans. I mean, both sets of fans are scattered throughout the stadium, but England very much have the end to the left, and Jordan Pickford and the goalkeepers there are in front of those fans. Unai Simon and his goalkeeping contingent in front of the bright red wall of Spanish fans away to our right. There's just a glimmer of sunshine shining on them, and the whole stadium is actually singing Wonderwall at the moment. Let's hear from Gareth Southgate, who a few moments ago was pitchside with Kelly Summers.
Well, Gareth, another Euros final, 3 years on from the last one. How does the feeling going into this one compare to the last one?
Yeah, it's a really good question, because we feel calm. I think we realise what a wonderful opportunity, and football is about days like this, with the chance to make history, the chance to make our country happy, and we've got to make sure we do it.
One change to your side tonight, Luke Shaw starts. Tests don't get much bigger, do they, than having to stop Lamine Yamal tonight?
No, but he's an experienced player, and we feel that his return to play we've managed pretty well. He clearly gives us that balance on the left, so he's ready to play. I mean, Kieran's done a brilliant job for the team, and the way he's handled everything the last few weeks has been absolutely top class.
This week you said to beat Spain you'll need to be perfect. What does that entail?
Well, firstly, we've got to use the ball well. They press really well. We've got to move the ball quickly through their press or around their press. And then we've got to be disciplined in the way we defend. You can't just go tearing around the pitch. They've got good players. They use the ball well. But we really believe we've got everything in the squad to be able to get the win.
Your team have made so much history over the past 8 years. You could make the biggest piece of history tonight. What would it mean to you to lift the trophy later this evening?
it isn't about what it means to me, it's about what it means for English football. This group of players have been privileged to work with for the last 6 weeks, and we want to give everybody the night of their lives.
One final time, best of luck.
Thank you.
Behind closed doors, John Murray, it will mean it will mean something to him, but his whole tenure has been about it never being about him on the positive side of things, only about him on the negative side of things, i.e. he'll take the negative stuff head on to protect his players.
Yeah, we saw that. I thought particularly so after the disappointing draw against Slovenia in the third group match, when England did finish top of the group, but the performances in that match and of course most of the match against Denmark had been very, very poor, and he took it on himself, didn't he? He broke away from the players, he went to the supporters, he knew very well what the reaction was going to be like, but he was saying to the players exactly what you've articulated there, that I'm going to take this on myself. And I just find the whole Southgate story, it is just compelling, where it all goes back to the missed penalty at Euro 96, his own faltering managerial career really, then his move to the FA, and then ending up in this job after Sam Allardyce, and the 8 years that we've had, the ups and downs, the fact that there was the penalty shootout, Bukayo Saka in exactly the same position as he was, Saka scores in the penalty shootout win against Switzerland, and here we are back in a final. It just feels like an incredible story that needs a last chapter writing.
I mean, we are in a final, although at the moment it feels like we're at a 90s karaoke night, but...
good for you, though.
I'm completely in my element. It's whether to ask a question or break into song, I can't work out. Chris, your views on Gareth Southgate? The producer's just said about she wants me to sing, so answer the question.
I'd rather give you my views on Gareth Southgate. Look, he's a guy who, for some strange reason, I don't get it, where his managerial career with England has sort of split the country. There are a lot of people who don't rate him or don't view him as a pure coach. I think that is really unfair. I just think you look at the job which he's done. We're sitting here in Berlin tonight, back-to-back Euro finals. I mean, that's amazing in itself. A guy who's got us to a World Cup semi-final, to a World Cup quarter-final. Harry Kane missed the penalty in that. Things could have been different, but over the piece, Gareth has created his own history, and I'm a bit like John. I'd just like to see, for him more than anybody, England make that final step and become triumphant this evening, because I think he deserves it. This is a guy, England topped the group, and then people are chucking things out at Gareth about how easy the draw is. What more can he do?
I put money on S Club 7 Reach coming on next, but go on.
I think that if they lose tonight, I think the critics will rise again, because he hasn't been able to win the trophy. I'm certain of that. But what I would say is, I think in years, in decades to come, I think history will be very kind to Gareth Southgate as the England manager.
It's not just about the senior side. I think it was 2010. England had this plan called the English DNA. Dan Ashworth was heavily involved with Gareth. And you look at other European nations and you see how they've treated the under-17s, the under-19s, the under-21s. Even the under-21s, we've been quite disparaging about that in the past. When we won it last year, ironically against Spain, it was the first time that England had won it since about 1984. But since that DNA was formed and they went to St George's Park, they've had success at the under-17s, winning the World Cup against Spain. They've had obviously the under-21s last year, the under-19s have won it, the women have won it, the Euros. It's all at St George's Park, so it's not just about the national side, where Gareth Southgate has actually helped transform the national setup.
Whether or not this is right, for me it's deeper, it runs deeper than winning a trophy, because what he's laid down, the foundations that he's laid down about, you know, having a balanced, level environment to come and enjoy, be part of a team, you know, level across the board in terms of how people are treated in the encouragement and what have you, and to develop that the way he has from all of these experiences that he's had as a player and a coach is what you see here in this England team. And And has he done a lot of the yards that a lot of the top coaches have in terms of games managed? No, he hasn't probably got that repertoire, but he's managed massive games now.
Sven has written in the Telegraph, wrote a Dear Gareth article in the Telegraph, Chris. He says, the job of England manager brings with it a beautiful pressure. I feel it, Sir Bobby Robson felt it, every one of the third team managers since Sir Alf will have felt it. None of us succeeded, but none has come closer than Gareth Southgate.
Yep, and all true. I remember 1990 very well, the excitement of that World Cup where England nearly got there, the famous Gaza moment and what have you, and that's something which I think it's been so harsh, the criticism towards Gareth, when you think of his 8 years and what England have done and the building blocks which Matt has spoken about, which are being put in place, and very very similar to the Spanish manager De La Fuente in terms of building blocks with the younger team and then developing into to the senior manager. But I do think from Gareth's perspective, he will go down in folklore if he gets over the line. And I agree with John. In years to come, there will be that deeper respect from your real football fan who looks back at these years and these finals, regardless whether England win tonight, and think, blimey, he's done a really excellent job.
Is he Christian at pitch side?
Yeah, apart from Jordan Pickford singing along to Robbie Williams' Angels and a bit of Oasis before, in sync to doing his leg swings in the warm-up, which I thought was impressive. And just quickly on Gareth Southgate, I would say he's more of a cultural architect, and then he's a coach, and he uses the staff. It's Steve Holland, his assistant coach, Jimmy Floyd Hasselbank, who I'm staring at right now, going around the group always with a smile on his face. He just knows how to blend the squad together, and I said it earlier, I see no surprise that the way that he's enhanced this group, bringing up the enthusiasm of youth that like Deno touched on, have been successful in the youth age groups with England, bringing them in, blending them with the experience that's in this squad. He's just done a terrific job, and the boys seem to be absolutely delighted to meet up with each other, play with each other, and then what better than this, playing in a European final.
And I also think what might be top of the bill out of all of it is the fact that you can't help, whether you agree with his style of play or him as a coach or his whatever, you can't help but step away and admire that he's an absolute class act as a human being, and the way he's absorbed this stuff, the way he's faced it, the way he's dealt with it, how he speaks, you can't help but step away. He's just a blooming decent bloke.
Joking about the songs that are being played, but what strikes me, John Murray, at the moment is this has a very different feel tonight than 3 years ago. I don't want to, I'm not trying to tempt fate, I'm not trying to go there, but by this stage 3 years ago it was horrible, and we were starting to try to find a balance between looking forward to a game and knowing that there was a lot of disgraceful and disgusting scenes going on around Wembley. It feels more of a party vibe inside at the moment. The Spanish fans have sung along with Vindaloo and football's coming home. It feels different at the moment. I think it's important to say that.
Yeah, absolutely, at the moment. And the feeling this morning, I thought, was very similar. I remember thinking to myself, I do remember feeling like this in advance of the game at Wembley, and the excitement. Let's get it in perspective. What we do, Ian and I, it is we are observers, we commentate on the match, but it's obviously a big night in our professional lives. It's an exciting night about what we might be able to describe. And I remember 3 years ago just thinking about what might lie ahead and how it could be one of the most satisfying and enjoyable nights of my professional life. It turned out to be one of the most traumatic. It was a night I'll never forget for many of the wrong reasons, and that's why I think there's another reason tonight for England to try and put things right and put that right in the past.
There is gear ballad, isn't it? It does feel like there's a real party atmosphere at the moment.
Because you play at home. There's a lot of you. There's 5 of you for each one of us.
So you've got the numbers. You did it's roughly 50,000 to 12,000.
We were talking about it with the Spanish Federation, because they were given about 12,500 tickets, same as the FA. But England fans
very clever. They actually started buying tickets before the tournament started. When UEFA released new tickets, they rewarded those that have been followed the national side, and obviously we don't travel. England fans travel, and you know they're very good in moving around and getting tickets. It's not a problem. It's not a problem.
Could Spanish fans have not thought of that? Is the internet slow in Spain? I mean,
no, we just don't care that much. We keep winning, Chris. So you know, not that exceptional. This.
As Guillaume says, Spain keep winning. They dominated world football between 2008 and 2012. They won 2 Euros, 1 World Cup. Former Chelsea and Manchester United midfielder played a part in the 2010 World Cup. He also scored in the Euro 2012 final. He was on 5 Live with us earlier and telling us about the current team, but also what playing in his squad was like.
I've never felt as confident as we were there in any other team. Like, we were playing against the biggest nations in the world, and we felt, okay, let's see if we win 1-0 or 2-0 today. So there was never a fear of maybe we lose, and that was incredible. We played against France away, England, all the biggest countries, and we felt, okay, we're going to win today. So having that mentality and feeling like a family, because we were there for many years, more or less the same players together, until 2014 or something like that. So it was a great feeling of we are enjoying football, we are playing at our best, and we are winning every single game. So the night before every game, we met in Pepe's room. We used to have some hot chocolate, croissants, played cards, talk, and go to sleep late, actually. So the doctor was not happy with that, but we win every game because of the camaraderie, you know, the connection. And so, the captains, Pepe, Fernando Torres, I mean, we had a lot of
top players,
important players, yeah.
We have 2 head coaches this evening, 2 managers who've come through the age groups within the national setup. How important do you think that is, and how significant?
Very, very important for this generation of players, because many of the players that are playing great now and they're feeling that they're important players, like Fabian Ruiz, Dani Olmo, Nico, he had them when they were kids. He had them when they were under 15, under 17, under 19. So when he took charge, he said that he knew all the players in Spain from 15 years to 18 years. And I think that was true. Of course, he's showing it, but he's giving responsibility to players that maybe other coaches wouldn't have, but he knew they could give him what they're doing now. Like Fabian, for example, which I think has been one of the best players in the tournament, alongside Rodri. Maybe another coach wouldn't haven't picked him. So I think it's credit to the coach to spot the players that he thought could play his style and bring them to the best level.
Olmo looks for Morata, comes out to Yamal onto his left foot, goes for a curling effort. Oh, what a super goal! What a super goal! And a crowning moment for Lamine Yamal, the youngest ever player at a European Championship, is now the youngest ever goal scorer in the history of the European Championship, and that is a goal to remember.
I was yesterday with Xavi, and the way he speaks about him is like he's never been such a unique talent since many years. And he was the one that saw him in the academy and put him in the first team when he was 15 or almost 16. So it has to be so special to be performing for both Barcelona week in, week out, and now the national team in the Euros, to be doing what he's doing. And what I love about him is you see the defenders, older than them, more experienced than them, they're afraid of him. And what I loved from him also is that it's not only a 1-against-1 player. He makes the right decisions. He plays the pass when he has to. He shoots when he has to. And I think he's, for his age, of course, a super complete player.
But both wingers will do that for Spain, won't they? You know, we have been in an era of so many wide men. Take a touch, come back inside, give it to the midfielder. What Spain, I know both will come inside as well, but they have a directness about them.
Very much, yeah. Both him and Nico Williams, which is also playing great. I mean, he's even quicker than Lamine, I think. But they're a little bit different, but both very vertical. And credit to the coach, credit to Luis de la Fuente for acknowledging that they both could stretch the pitch, make so wide, and 1-against-1, they're very, very good.
That was Juan Mata talking to me a little earlier on when we did a show at lunchtime. Guillaume Balaguer, Chris Sutton, Ian Dennis, John Murray, Matt Upson, Izzy Christensen, all part of our team here in the Olympic Stadium in Berlin as the sun starts to set away to our left. Just try and explain, and we've touched on it before, Guillaume, but the difference that Luis de la Fuente has made to the culture of the Spanish team.
Yeah, the idea is an old idea, if you like. Let's make this federation, this football team, a club. So let's treat it almost like a club. So what is coming through the ranks? Well, let's use them into the first team. Let's have more meals than you normally have. Let's travel together. Let's talk more often to them. And he's created that. That's the number one thing. Secondly, his idea has always been, bring me good people more than good players. Just because he knows that there are a lot of good players, but he needs good people for the brand of football that he's putting in display, which is running a lot to try to get the ball back, helping each other, and understanding, intelligence. That's what he needs of his players. So all that put together with ego free, he's like, he never talks about himself. We ask in every press conference, a bit of a joke now, but what is it you've done for this team? And he always answers, it's all about me. All right, okay. You just never get him out of that. But he has a very clear idea what he makes a very good team, and this is the example of it.
Do you see lots of similarities with Southgate, as I was explaining or discussing with Juan?
Yeah, very much so, because we keep talking about the tactics, and yes, they play in different ways, and perhaps one is more conservative than the other, but they both know that they represent a country. They both try to put in front of everybody's eyes the best values possible: togetherness, cohesion, generosity of effort, understanding of each other. Even the captain, I'm looking at Morata now, the captain chosen by Luis de la Fuente is similar to Harry Kane. This is a guy that is very sensitive, lovely guy, not the guy that would show the highest, the lowest, but he will look after everybody. So they're modern coaches, and they've got a modern team around them.
What was the view in Spain, Guillaume, when he was given the job?
Well, imagine if to replace Gareth Southgate you get John Smith, same kind of thing. It's like, who is this guy? But then it makes sense. You start looking at it. This is a guy that's won the under-19s European Championships, the under-21s European Championships, the silver medal in Tokyo, and he's done it with Cucurella, Unai Simon, Pedri, Rodri, Fabian. So, he knows the guys. Not only knows the guys, they will kill for him because he's taking them into the first team. He's got to have an ear and an eye on what's new, and he's found his two wingers, and he's put it into the side.
If you recall the night when you beat Italy in Gelsenkirchen, we did the commentary, and we were saying that Spain appeared to have gone under the radar coming into this tournament. Back home, was there not a newspaper article that said now that all of a sudden 50 million people are starting to board the train, and that they started to believe?
Yeah, because Italy has always been a reference to us. We've been knocked out by Italy often. We grew into that era of 2008, 2012 on the back of a penalty shootout against Italy. It's our reference point. And the way we did it just like we killed them. I don't know if you were in the press conference of Spalletti, but it was like, oh my God, for like 45 minutes it was like, oh my God. So we all fell in love with it, including, and this has been interesting, because of the TikTok generation of Lamine Yamal and Nico Williams, there was a bunch of youngsters that weren't interested about football. They just, it was too long, the games are too long, and anyway, just keep me like TikTok or whatever. Now they embraced football because of them too, certainly, but because of the way we play. It's also brave and offensive and good. You don't want to kill that, do you? You should let us win.
Let's hear from a player starting for Spain tonight. Certain members of the team have been quite critical of Marc Cucurella this evening, but he's given a pre-match interview pitch side about what tonight means for him.
Yeah, for sure. I think it's very special to stay here, start the game. This is a final. I think we work very hard, not only me, I think the team, and we deserve to stay here, and today is a night to enjoy. We try to do our best and win the game.
I love that phrase, today is a night to enjoy. Apart from winning, how do you enjoy it and forget about the pressure?
Yeah, for sure. I think stay here is like a present. I think we work hard a lot to stay here. We need to suffer a lot, like a team, like a family. I think we stay a lot of time together. Long way ago we start here. So I think today we need to enjoy. I think if we play in our level, we enjoy this game. I think we have a lot of chances to win.
My last one is, I know a lot of your colleagues in the Spain team understand the English footballing culture, but you do too. Is there anything that's interesting or special about the way that the English approach football?
No, I think the English players and the English football is very hard. They have a lot of players with young and with a lot of talent, so today is a tough game, but I think if we do our job, we do what we need to do and what we plan, I think we have big chances to win today.
Mark Cucurella there. Lovely, Matt, to hear how excited he is about tonight. Well, I mean, imagine what you'd be feeling like if you just criticised him and hammered him when he's about to live his dream tonight.
You're trying to make us feel bad?
Well, you were very reasonable, I think.
I'm always reasonable, but no, it's hard not to look past a potential weak link in the chain there, and I know Guillaume will defend him all the way, and his performances, haven't been bad at all. I mean, we know him very well from the Premier League, and as Dano's already mentioned, we've seen Saka up against him. Not that that's any relation to this moment here, because it's completely different in a different environment, having played 5 games really well. But there's just this thing that the thing that we're going to hold on to is that back post capability. Can we be physical and forceful in that area of the pitch?
I just want to go pitch side. Izzy is there, and we're into the last 90 seconds of the pre-match warm-up, Izzy.
Yeah, and I am absolutely delighted that England's warm-up goal is not in front of me, because I've spent a lot of the time during this tournament behind the England's shooting area, which, as you can imagine, the way some of those guys hit the ball has been a real challenge, dodging the ball whilst staying in tune with you guys up there in the commentary position about when you're going to come next to me, chappers.
And what's going to happen next is the teams are going to go off as they do this countdown, and then what looks like about 100 Test cricketers have come into the arena away to our left, dressed in all white. I am assuming they are the dancers for the closing ceremony. And by the way, if you're listening to us on the iPlayer now as part of the service where you can watch the BBC TV pictures, but you get our build-up and then you will obviously get our commentary for the match. For whatever reason, I don't know how these things work, but our feed of our build-up will disappear for 6 minutes and you'll get the closing ceremony. Don't worry about it in the end, you'll still get the commentary for the game, but the closing ceremony will replace our discussion for about 6 minutes. I want to just touch, and we're going to hear from Harry Kane in just a moment, on Alvaro Morata, and what do you think his personal determination is to ram a few words down a few people's throats tonight?
He will do that, no doubt about it. Everybody talks about him as the perfect leader, and mostly it's about what he does on the pitch that people may not realise. He's the forward of the whole tournament that makes more runs to defend. He's the one that steals the ball more often. He does a lot of things that perhaps are not stats, but if he does it, everybody else starts doing it. But his leadership gets seen perhaps weeks before the tournament when he embraces Lamine Yamal when he comes in, or Nico Williams, and looks after them, and he's always on the phone to them, that kind of thing. The other leader, of course, is Rodri, and that is the one that will just be telling everyone what to do on the pitch. That combination plus the marshal in defence of Laporte, that's the axis in which the whole team is based on.
Well, what are centre-half's challenges, do you think, in facing Morata?
Well, I think you just got to be aware of him physically. I think he can be a problem when the ball's wide. Certainly when Lamal's crossing the ball into that back post area, he will peel off and look to get his head on the end of it. He's very good at measuring those kind of runs. As Guillaume said, he makes very clever movements, and I think a lot of what he's done is to drag you out of a hole where it's unselfish. He might not benefit, but Dani Olmo will, or Rodri will arrive, or Nico Williams will pull in there. So I think as a centre-half, you've got to really have one eye on, do I need to drop into that or step away from that space and vacate where I'm at? And that's a very tricky split-second decision you have to make as a centre-back.
Does it help having a back three then in that situation?
Well, possibly yes, because you have a freedom with a back three where one of you, whether it be central or wide, you've got the ability to lock in and go tight because you've got one extra centre-back in that covering position. So that could suit England tonight as they have that kind of hybrid shuffle. I expect them to be in a back three quite frequently, and that may well help with Morata.
Do you think they'll move out of a back three, England, at times? For example, when that substitution was made in the semi-final, when Luke Shaw came on for the second half, we thought the formation would stay the same, and yet it didn't really.
Yeah, I think that was more to do with the way that the Netherlands actually set up in the second half. They went into more of a 4-4-2, and Luke Shaw, when he came on, I think the desired effect was to get him further forward and get him into those crossing areas, but I think he had to stay a little bit more back. But I think that Kyle Walker, you know, spoke about it there, with the comfort in John Stones having him next to him and knowing that they've got the freedom to move when needed. But it all just depends on where the threat is, and they've got to make sure that if they do swing, if wing-backs do push on, or if full-backs do push on, the centre-backs and the covering midfielders have to be so alert to just cover those spaces that we leave open when the ball turns over.
We've spoken about Alvaro Morata, then let's talk about England's centre-forward, England's captain, Harry Kane. He's been talking to Ian.
How are you feeling? Because you're the first man to captain England in 2 finals. Some achievement.
Yeah, no, it's a great achievement, and one I'm extremely proud of, because, you know, being the captain, being a leader is an important responsibility to the team and also the country as well. So, yeah, fantastic achievement, but ultimately, you know, I don't want to be the captain to lose 2 finals either. So I had the opportunity to try and put that right. There's a lot of excitement, there's a lot of nerves, of course. But, you know, once we're out on that pitch, it's just about giving everything for the badge, everything for the country, and we'll do that.
Other than the result 3 years ago, is the one thing that you've learnt and you're going to take from that defeat and try and harness it and turn it into a positive?
Well, I just think you take all, you know, past experiences. You know, I'm someone who always tries to look at positive things and use, you know, bad moments to help you in the future, and I think that a lot of the players who were in that final, you know, just know what to expect leading up to a final. There's a lot of media, there's a lot of fan attention, there's a lot of different things that go into it, and it's just about being calm, because, you know, there's nothing we can do till 9 o'clock. Just have to be relaxed and just be in the moment. We've prepared. It's just like every other game. You go into it with a belief that you can win, and that's what we did.
But it's not like any other game, is it? Because it does have a different feel to it.
Yeah, but, you know, every knockout game in a major tournament has that feel to it, because, you know, you're 1 game away from going home, and yeah, now we're at the stage where you're 1 game away from winning, and you're 1 game away from, you know, having a really tough loss. So of course there's more on it, but I think you try and, you know, block that out. You're more experienced than just kind of focusing on what you can control, and that's, you know, your preparation, that's, you know, getting enough sleep and all those types of things. And then a football game can go in many different ways, as we've seen in this tournament already. There can be highs and lows throughout the game, and we've dealt with that really well so far, and will be no different.
Have you dared to dream again? I know you'd have had those same dreams 3 years ago, or has that experience taught you not to think that far ahead?
No, I think of course you think about it. I think we were just talking there, you know, I think Ollie spoke about manifesting positive things, and I think it's important to, you know, not be afraid to say that you want to win it. And, you know, I made that pretty clear back in 2018 before the World Cup started, when no one gave us a chance. So I think you have to believe you can win. You have to think about what winning looks like, and how can you get there, and all those moments, and all that positive energy and that belief is what sometimes pushes teams over the line, and we feel the belief is growing from the fans and everyone involved. So yeah, we need everyone, including the fans, to get us over the line. It's an exciting prospect.
Harry Kane talking to Ian. Dennis, how did you find him?
I've got to say, I found him very, very relaxed. In the press conference, there was a funny moment where a journalist asked that the two of them, him and Gareth Southgate, memories of Euro 96, and he quipped, well, Gareth, you better answer that because you were around, I was only 3. And then we came down into the tunnel area to do that interview, and we finished our interview a little earlier, and we just had 2 or 3 minutes just chatting off air, and I reminded him that England are unbeaten in this stadium. They've never lost. 6 times here in the Olympic Stadium in Berlin. Last time, 2016, he scored. England came from 2-0 down to beat Germany by 3-2, and Eric, we were reminiscing about that. And then we're also reminiscing about a Nations League encounter in Seville. Last time that actually England played Spain. England were 3 up at half-time, and we were talking about Eric Dyer once again. He went into a sliding challenge very early on with Sergio Ramos. Very wet conditions, really wet night that night, and I thought that set the tone for an excellent England performance. And England went after Spain that night in the first half. As it turns out, they won 3-2. They were hanging on at the end. But if England do that tonight, it'll be interesting.
Not the only player to score for England in this stadium, is he?
Me?
Yeah,
I thought you were asking,
yeah, I know. No,
I thought you were asking Izzy then.
I was waiting for. Well, certainly was asking Chris. I know that.
Yeah. I toe poked one home in that left-hand goal over there. The 2-1 win. John Terry scored the winner.
Chris has played in this stadium.
I know.
Yeah, I have. Yeah.
Fond memories, Chris.
You put me away, didn't you, when we were commentating?
No, I didn't. I just said he played for Chelsea against Hertha Berlin, Champions League 1999. And I said, what happened in the other match at Stamford Bridge? He said, I can't remember. I said, you were sent off.
It's unnecessary. It's all about positivity tonight. We're all in this together.
Don't spoil the flow, Dan.
John Murray.
And on that theme, we talk about the Gareth Southgate human story. We really shouldn't forget about the Harry Kane human story. The fact that he's still trying to chase this first winner's medal, this first trophy of his career. If that happens tonight for him, then I think we should certainly be donating a certain amount of time later in the evening to he's finally managed to get this moment. Someone said to him actually in the media conference yesterday, Harry, would you exchange all of your various trophies and baubles that you've won, all your top scorer medals, accolades, etc., for one trophy? He said, yeah, for sure, yeah.
I did think that was a very strange question, really. I mean, is he, at this tournament, he's still in the running for the Golden Boot. He's the joint top scorer. There are loads of them on 3. He scored with his left, with his right and with his head. I know one of them was a penalty. They've all been in the penalty area. His top speed in the tournament is 32 kilometres an hour. Yamal's is 32.1 kilometres an hour. There's a perception that he's not had a good tournament.
Wow,
and yet all of that would beg to differ.
Yeah, I mean, that's interesting about the top speed in particular, because a lot have said, he's not had the space to run into, he's dropping too deep, and I guarantee he wouldn't be running at 32 kilometres an hour to drop deep and receive the ball. That's far too quick. You need to be running at those sorts of speed into the channels. I mean, maybe it was in a high pressure situation where he was pressing from the front or something, but nonetheless, that's impressive stats for his age and for the season he's had. I think that's quite cool. But it's fascinating, isn't it, that he could end up being if he scores tonight, the tournament's top goal scorer, after all the criticism that he's had. But himself, in a similar way to Gareth Southgate, he's just taken it on his chin and he's dealt with it, and he's not listened to any of the critics, and he's just done what he does. And we spoke about Morata, obviously the Spain captain, playing this sort of unselfish role. In fact, if you went through all the last 6 games for England and you could pick out, clips of Harry Kane's unselfishness, I'm sure there'll be a lot of them, because his role, he knows, is to be there to score goals, and that's literally what he has to do. He has to occupy centre-backs, and just the name of Harry Kane, he's a threat to whoever's marking him.
Yeah, the criticism of him, Mark, I've found it astonishing, really. The guy's joint top scorer in the competition. I'm not saying he's been his very, very best. I don't think that he has offered a big enough threat in behind. But that the onus isn't just on him to offer that threat. It's on Saka, it's on Bellingham, it's on Foden, it's on other players as well. We know what Harry Kane's strengths are as a centre-forward. He's a brilliant finisher. Has he been given enough opportunities in this tournament so far? No, he hasn't. But what do we know tonight? If there is half a chance, you wouldn't want anybody else on that pitch to be striding on it and trying to take it. Harry Kane is over the years has been a phenomenal finisher. He still is. He hasn't lost it. Give him chances, he'll score.
Don't you think that he's been one of the players that's had to adapt the most to Gareth Southgate trying to get Bellingham and Foden into the team? Do you not think that he really has had to change his game up a little bit, Chris, because he can't go into areas where normally he'd be very comfortable?
But yeah, I think it's at the age now where it's just a habit, the fact that he wants to always drop in and drop deep and
get the best out of him as well, don't you?
Absolutely, and he always needs those runners off him. But when he does get on the half turn, there's hardly a better passer in the England team than him. He's so accurate with his passing, so good at his link-up play, but he doesn't offer in behind enough. But we know the reason for that.
What do the Spanish media make of everything to do with Kane?
We've been praying and using our contacts to see if Kane was on the bench for tonight's game, but it hasn't happened by the looks of it. It goes back to the expectations. You've got players that are so famous, such big names, some of them the best in the competitions they play in, that not only you expect them to play, they've got to shine. And sometimes, Matthew was saying this, balance is absolutely crucial. It's not easy to find it. I don't think England have found it. It's a team of moments, but I've got players like Kane that can bring those moments forward.
Do you think also, Izzy, it helps that there's an acceptance even that after an hour, after 70 minutes, if there's a change to be made and it needs to be a change up front, then that's what England are going to do?
Yeah, without a doubt. I mean, this is the biggest opportunity ever for England, to create this new history. And Gareth Southgate will need to make some bold decisions on that touchline, but he's very well placed, very well equipped to do that. He can turn over his shoulder and look at the bench that he's got, and he's got a plethora of talent. He's got players that he can turn to. He's also got a sense of unpredictability about it, because you would have thought in the previous game, you would have thought, maybe Ivan Toney's going to come on after he scored the penalty against Switzerland. No. He looked at Ollie Watkins, and Ollie Watkins only needed 5 minutes. He produced in the moment, and who knows who Gareth Southgate's going to turn to. But I think if the game needs it, he will have to take Harry Kane off, because he knows he's got the strength on the bench.
Yeah, I mean, he's shown that he's willing to make that decision, Gareth Southgate, and when he needs to make a change that benefits the outcome for the team, he'll make it regardless of who you are, whether you're captain, whether you're the lead goal scorer, whoever it needs to be. And I think it has to be that way. You have to make the right call at the right moment that benefits the team.
Look, there's no doubt Ollie Watkins is a different type of centre forward to Harry Kane. We saw that within I think a minute of him coming on. He makes those runs in behind, which Kane isn't so good at. I'm not so sure about the speed stat on Harry Kane, where they got that from. Maybe it's accurate, maybe he had the wind behind him on that particular occasion. But Ollie Watkins does offer that greater threat in behind, and that's something Gareth, I'm sure, will be thinking about, because we talked about Cucurella as being a possible weakness for Spain, but I'm not so sure the centre halves for Spain are blessed with real great pace.
It's true. It's not only true, you actually have got a team that will defend so high, the highest in the competition, that if you beat that pressure, as Southgate said, it will be a terrible thing to defend, and we're not the fastest going back either. That's your chance. That is one of the opportunities for England, as France has proven.
How important when you are around the England camp, Ian or John, you've probably been around the England camp more during this tournament. How important is his leadership with this group?
Sorry, who we're talking about?
Harry Kane, John.
Yeah, I'm struggling to actually hear you there.
The England captain?
Yeah.
Do you know him?
I'm just struggling, because I think Leone was drowning you out there, believe it or not. I would say that he is the classic lead by example man, and the number of goals that he scored, he's just been so reliable. The number of previews that I've done for this match during the course of the last few days, almost every single person has asked me about leaving Harry Kane out of the team for the final, and I've just responded with some of the things you were saying about him earlier in terms of the numbers, and also the fact that he scored 15 goals in his last 19 England internationals, and all of that is leading by example, and he's looked up to by so many members of the squad.
He's a class act, isn't he? But you touched before about making those changes off the bench. I think we do have to give a little nod to the fact that England have a fantastic ability to bring players on that impact the game. We've done that magnificently well in this tournament. Gareth Southgate is now starting to time those substitutions almost to perfection, and I think that could be a real asset in this game as it goes on.
I think somebody said a couple of days ago to me, Harry Kane could never score the type of goal Ollie Watkins scored. But then you look at Harry Kane's career as a finisher. You can argue Ollie Watkins is a player who couldn't score the type of goals Harry Kane scores. His numbers are phenomenal. And John's right, in terms of goals, he's Mr. Consistency. You cannot think about dropping him. Well, you could also argue that Ollie Watkins Chris gets the chance to score that type of goal because Harry Kane has tired out the defenders for an hour and 70 minutes before he comes on, couldn't you?
Yeah, and at the time Matt's touched on it, I thought it was really strong management. Not an easy decision to make to bring your captain off a finisher like him, but it was about in that moment, that feeling from Gareth Southgate that's an area where England could exploit, and also Cole Palmer playing the pass. That worked really well, and that will give Gareth confidence tonight that if it isn't quite working with Harry Kane, maybe we'll see Ollie Watkins come on even earlier.
I've just noticed that Gareth Southgate and Luis de la Fuente have already emerged. They've already walked up the steps there, and actually together on the carpet they had a big embrace, the two of them, and a few words together before they went to their dugouts.
Well, they probably didn't want to miss a second of that closing ceremony. Are we expecting, Guillem, for this to be Spain to dominate and England to look for moments? Because that's the pattern of the tournament.
And because the only way for us to do damage is to actually play the way that we play. We will have the ball, we will play good football. We've got the midfielders to do that, we've got the wingers to do hurt. But yes, there will be perhaps at the end the feeling that, Spain played well, but England won. Or Spain played well and Spain won. But it's all to do with those moments, and you've got the quality of the players, better quality than we have.
Giorgio Chiellini is just bringing out the Men's European Championship trophy. Got the Spanish ribbons on one side, the English ribbons on the other. He actually arrived in the car park around the same time as we did at the stadium. I did wonder whether he maybe would have two-footed Chris just for old time's sake because he got out of the van. He didn't. Is he pitchside? You're sort of in a fog of smoke down there at the moment because of the fireworks.
Yeah, I didn't know whether I'd be describing the smells as much during the tournament, but I actually quite like the smell that's been left from all the pyrotechnics, and the multicoloured, I don't know what they were, that flew up into the sky has left the most incredible image that myself and one of the social media guys, Sam, next to me, has taken some fantastic pictures for 5 Live. It looks absolutely magnificent.
And it looks magnificent from down there, and this famous old stadium with so much history behind it, both good and bad, rises to its feet as both teams come out of the tunnel, led by their two strikers, Alvaro Morata and Spain in their red tracksuit tops away to our left, and Harry Kane in his white tracksuit top and white shorts and white socks to our right. And they come together now next to the officials and the mascots as well in front of them. Kane holding a white pennant as well, as is Alvaro Morata. They've walked past their flags, and behind them replicas of the two shirts, giant replicas of the two shirts, are fluttered by some of the volunteers here in Berlin. As we rise to our feet for the national anthems, starting with England.
Please remain standing for the national anthem of Spain.
both sets of players applaud the stadium and all the various bits of paraphernalia, the big white flag that covers the pitch for the closing ceremony being wrapped up, all the flags being taken off by the volunteers, and both sets of players shake hands, England going along the line to shake the hands of their Spanish counterparts, and then they will get ready for their team photos, and then we will be ready to go. It is the men's European Championship final involving England. Never before have we been able to say we've been here before. I wonder whether the outcome will be different. Our commentary team: Izzy Christiansen, Matt Upson, Chris Sutton, John Murray, and first of all, Ian Dennis.
Thank you, Mark. Well, Gareth Southgate says he's not a believer in fairy tales, but a believer in dreams. But he also says we have to make it happen. And Spain, the best team in the tournament, stand in England's way. And they have made 2 changes as Carvajal and Lenormand are back from suspension to replace Navas and also Nacho. So Simon is in goal, Carvajal, Lenormand, Laporte and Cucurella. A midfield of Rodri, Fabian, Olmo, and then Lamine Yamal, the youngest ever player to play in a major final at 17 years and a day, Nico Williams and Alvaro Morata. England have made 1 change from the team that beat the Netherlands, and that is Luke Shaw coming in for his first England start in 391 days since he played against North Macedonia last June. His last start in football was back in February at Kenilworth Road. What a contrast from Kenilworth Road to this iconic stadium. Pickford in goal for England. Walker, Stones and Guehi is the back 3. Saka and Shaw are the wing backs. Rice, Mainu, who is actually England's youngest ever player to play in a major final, the Manchester United teenager, Foden, Bellingham and Harry Kane. Chris Sutton, what a setting.
Yeah, absolutely. They have destiny for both teams, and they've both had different journeys to get to this stage, to get to the final. England have had to fight and graft, have had moments of quality, but they're here, and the Spanish team, I think they've been superior to every other team in this tournament. They've been slick, the way that they've performed. They've been swashbuckling, really easy on the eye. England have got to really raise their levels tonight and hit a level they haven't found in this tournament so far, but what do we know? They're capable. They have the players who are capable. They just need to knit everything together tonight and cause this Spanish team a threat or two.
We welcome listeners to the BBC World Service. Wherever you are in the world, it's a pleasure to have your company as we're about to kick off the first men's overseas final for England. A day of destiny, 57 years and 350 days after the 1966 World Cup triumph. A nation hopes, a nation prays. Does it expect, Matt Upson?
Of course it does. Of course it expects, and that has been the theme through the whole tournament. That's why it's been such a bumpy ride for Gareth Southgate and his players, and they've stood up to that challenge. Now is a massive, massive test. Will the grit and the heart of this England team be able to produce an iconic result, or will this well-oiled, smooth Spanish machine just wipe us away?
England are all in white. They are playing from left to right as we look against the Spain side that has their red shirts, the navy blue shorts and that little flash of yellow down the side. And when we mentioned a warm welcome to the BBC World Service, should also welcome as well to those listening to the British Forces Broadcasting Service, who are taking our 5 live commentary here tonight. Whether you're on an RAF base, a Royal Navy ship or a troop abroad, welcome and good luck. As Spain, with Lenormand at the back, just passes the ball square to Laporte. Laporte, who missed the opening game here against Croatia, but has played in every other game since, out towards Yamal and held up by Shaw. And Shaw now to Bellingham, able to turn. Shaw gets forward in around 10 seconds' time. You think back to 3 years ago, it was around that moment that he was giving England the lead against Italy.
Yeah, it was. He's going to have to make sure he's up to the task this evening. What a test he's got with Yamal in that head-to-head duel. Actually looks like England, we spoke about before, England a bit of a hybrid model. At the moment they're a flat back four. One thing they're not trying to allow is Spain to get any real control. It's going to be difficult.
Should also say this game is live on BBC One and through the television. You do have that facility to go to the iPlayer and the Euros channel to listen to our commentary and watch with the pictures automatically synced up as well, if you so wish, as there is still a haze from the pyrotechnics that has just loitered inside this bowl-like arena, where the bulk of the Spanish support is away towards our right, the red shirts. There is a lot of white shirts, but equally I've seen a number of German supporters wearing their white shirts over here. So it does look like the English are outnumbering their Spanish counterparts significantly, which no doubt is the case, as the England supporters, with just so many St George's flags draped here, there and everywhere. But the main England support is to our left-hand side, where there's that gap in the stadium, the Marathon Gate in this iconic arena that holds 71,000. And our referee is Francois Letexier from France, as Walker, who made his debut against Spain back in 2011, clears long, and Le Normand brings it under control.
Luke Shaw's had a good start to the game. He's won his first one-on-one kind of duel with Yamal, tried to come inside, and he's just nicked it again off Morata. He looks like he's bright and up to it and really taking up good positions in that left-back slot at the moment, like Chris mentioned, in a flat-back four.
Yamal comes inside, Carvajal is ahead of him, but Bellingham back there takes it away from his Real Madrid teammate. Spain, though, quickly win the ball back. That's something that, you know, we've talked about. Their attacking prowess, their exciting wingers who will cut inside, but also their ability to win the ball back. Off the ball, they've been equally as impressive. Morata lays it off. Olmo picks it up, drifting out towards the right. Morata's made the run back in towards the penalty area. Williams will pick it up on this near side, the left level of the area. Cucurella goes ahead of him, swings it in. It was a low ball, stabbed behind by Stones.
Yeah, I've got to say, I'm looking forward to that duel. Nico Williams and Kyle Walker. Williams has been devastating in this tournament, shifts the ball onto his stronger right foot, whips it in, and John Stones just about does enough. Level with his near post, gets his studs on the ball, goes behind the Spanish corner.
Le Normand is up from the back, Laporte is there, Rodri's a target. Watch for the little darting run of Carvajal towards the near post. As it goes towards Carvajal, and it was headed away by Bellingham. Of course, Bellingham will know that one very well from their Real Madrid days. That goal that he scored at Wembley in the Champions League final. He's already scored inside this stadium. He got the third goal against Croatia just before half-time in their opening match. They've won all 6 games. No side has ever done that in the history of the European Championship. In major tournament football, only Brazil have won all 7 matches. That was in the 2002 World Cup. Laporte, forward ball, Williams, Cucurella on the overlap. Williams has just drifted inside, provides the width for Cucurella to get forward. Fabian down the line, Cucurella back towards Fabian Ruiz, and here now is Laporte once again. England, with the exception of Harry Kane, have got everybody behind the ball, as Fabian now will come infield. Saka being praised by his defensive work in that semi-final success by Gareth Southgate. You can actually hear how many German supporters are inside the stadium, because it's the German supporters who were booing Cucurella. They did it in the semi-final in Munich, all because of the handball that was not awarded in their quarter-final defeat against Stuttgart. But that's the reason why Cucurella is being booed and jeered.
It's not really his fault, though, is it?
No.
It's a bit harsh, doesn't it?
It'll get louder and louder if the semi-final was anything to go by. Laporte.
I mean, you're already seeing great balance from Spain. I mean, Williams and Cucurella are never on the same line, or they always just providing an angle, make them very difficult to pick up, and always available to receive the ball on the angle.
Here is Le Normand. The voices of Matt Upson, Chris Sutton and Izzy Christiansen with us here on BBC Radio 5 Live and BBC Sound. 7 minutes played. This European Championship final, the 17th European Championship, where we've had 10 different winners in the past. Could England make it 11? Spain are looking for a record 4th success. As the England supporters, with that little ditty about Phil Foden and Laporte, formerly of Manchester City, out to Williams on this near side, the left. Williams in field. Fabian with a little flick. Walker was alert. Rodri wins the ball back. Williams, Walker did well. Loose ball comes out to Fabian. There was Rice to tidy up. But already they're looking a threat down the left-hand side.
Oh, unbelievable.
Yeah, Spain have been so dominant. This 7.5 minutes. I don't think England have, whether in the early moments, gotten into the Spanish half, can't find a way to get up the pitch. It's a rearguard action early on. I've got to say, I didn't expect anything else. This is going to be a game where England have to dig deep, defend strongly and pick those moments.
There's an ominous sign there, Matt, that so far Spain have had 72 of 76 passes completed. England just 11 of 14.
Well, that's how it feels, isn't it? Chris just said. I mean, it's total dominance at the moment. The way they're moving the ball is devastating, and England are just sitting off and trying to just defend deep, not come too far out, because as we spoke beforehand, I think if they do come too high up the pitch, they're just going to get picked off, and trying to make the pitch a little bit more compact. But the quality of the one-touch pass and the anticipation of Rodri, if it does pop out into the middle, he seems to be first to the ball and just keeping those attacks alive.
Gareth Southgate, incidentally, has just been gently with his left hand, just waving England forward. I think he was conscious they were sitting a little bit too deep as Rice tried to thread a ball out to this near side, the right. But again, that's where Spain is so impressive, the way they hunt and to try and win the ball back as quickly as possible. 9 minutes played on BBC Radio 5 Live. Inside a stadium where England are undefeated in their previous 6 visits. As Walker with a throw in front of the bald-headed coach Luis de la Fuente, done ever so well since he has taken charge of the Spanish national side. Pickford all in yellow, clears the ball out towards Saka, up against Cucurella, holds off a challenge. Cucurella just gives him a little push in the back with his left hand. England back with Stones now. Morata will trot towards him. Pickford made himself available on the edge of the area.
You see how high the Spanish line is. England have to have that threat in behind. If it's not Harry Kane making the move, and then certainly Saka needs to.
Rice with a layoff. Bellingham was caught by Rodri. Francois Letexier will give that free kick. He won't take any action against the Manchester City player, though.
Yeah, I mean, it was a bit of a bouncing ball. Declan Rice tried to pop it into Jude Bellingham, but gave him a bit of a bouncing ball as well, and he just got there first. He goes down relatively easily, Bellingham, but wins the foul, and it's a welcome bit of breathing space in the Spanish half, getting the territory a little bit further up the pitch for England, who basically have just been camped in our own half for the first 10 minutes of this game.
Quite a high line to deal with this free kick from the Spanish defence. 0-0. BBC Radio 5 Live and the World Service. Shaw to take it, left-footed, arced its way deep. Referee's blown his whistle, pushing inside the penalty area. Laporte was the player who was knocked to the floor, and that will be a Spain free kick. It was Gehi.
That's so soft, isn't it? Laporte feels the slightest bit of contact and cons the referee in that situation. Gehi did very little wrong there. Soft.
Laporte, square ball. Lenormand back to Simon. Unai Simon, who's tasted success in the development teams for Spain under Luis de la Fuente. There are a number of his disciples, if you like, that have served him so well. There's Carvajal with a long diagonal ball. Williams goes into a central area, tried to flick it on towards Fabian. He now runs out, he knows where Williams is, and he plays it first time. And Williams latches onto it, left-hand side. Stones has to cover. Williams enters the penalty area, goes on the outside. Stones makes a terrific challenge. Out it goes for a corner kick.
I tell you what, danger there. Massive danger for England. Walker out of position up the pitch, and then Stones is isolated, and Williams, who's been devastating in those 1v1 situations, throws a step over Stones. It's brilliant defending. doesn't fall for it. He makes the block, but it's trouble for an England player.
Kyle Walker.
Yeah. Doesn't look happy, does he? Is he holding his hamstring there?
Well, this would be a real shame for Kyle Walker. He went sliding in.
He actually...
Well, he caught the
knee, didn't he,
the
on
feet of De La Fuente.
It's actually De La Fuente in the way of him. I'm not sure, did he catch his knee on the as it goes from grass to kind of AstroTurf there? There's like a little ridge, and whether or not he just jarred something, he's hobbling back on. But back to what Stones did in that defending there. I mean, his body shape was superb. He did not allow Williams inside, forced him on the outside.
Williams with a corner kick. He goes deep. Rodri gets his head onto it, hook goalwards, and it was off target from Le Normand. I can tell you, by the way, and in fact, Izzy will verify this, there are a number of ridges down there. When we walked pitchside yesterday, I stumbled 2 or 3 times. I was like a late-night reveller. Izzy, you'll vouch for that, won't you?
Oh yes, Deno, lots of ridges down here. Can I just go back to that tackle that John Stones made? That was absolutely magnificent, right in front of me. He had to time it to perfection, and he did, and there was a real chest pump between him and Pickford after that, because that was an important challenge by him.
You could almost go back to that conversation we were having with Dyer on Ramos when the sides last met when England won 3-2 in October 2018 in the Nations League.
But that is a big moment.
It is.
Because it just lifts it. It gives you the belief, you know, to chest pump with the goalkeeper. He knows that's a massive tackle because that is a huge threat. Williams running at you in that area of the box with space around you. I mean, that's big trouble for a centre-back, and he handled it brilliantly.
That's why I had John Stones in my team of the tournament.
Yeah. Was he in there? Was that with the rest of the Spanish squad?
Mostly.
Here is Le Normand out to Carvajal. He'd have made it, wouldn't he? Carvajal at right back.
He was in, yeah.
He was in mine.
Rodri. Square ball. Coming onto it is Laporte. Feeds it out towards Williams. Walker still not running too freely at the moment. Saka's going to have to help out. Cross comes into the penalty area. Morata was lurking. Header away by Mainu. Foden plays it back. Now Bellingham can run forward. Look how quickly he's surrounded by the red shirts of Spain. It's so impressive.
It's incredible the way the Spanish players recover. Bellingham driving up England's left-hand side. Doesn't have any real options other than to keep going. It's actually Imalu gets back and makes the challenge, but surrounded there, Jude Bellingham. The early stages, first 15 minutes, you've got to say, this has been a bit of a mismatch. Spain have been so dominant. You see that they have clear patterns of play. England, it's fair to say, pretty bitty.
Trippier has been warming up. Walker now looks okay as he accelerates forward, and England attack. Saka, Walker's going to go on the overlap. Walker is here now. It's a first-time cross drilled in with pace, cut out by Laporte for a corner kick.
There you go. That's the first time we've seen England really attack confidently. Quick switch of play. Saka driving the inside, feeds Walker, who's marauding down that right-hand side. Good positioning. Matt from Laporte at the near post.
Yeah, he just read it, didn't he? Got across. I mean, I thought Walker might have just put a bit of height on the ball, really, because it was quite comfortable just blocking it with his side foot. But what a run, what an overlapping run from Kyle Walker, and really exploited that space down the side.
Phil Foden with a corner, plays it in low, cleared by Morata. Spain had everybody back with their red shirts in and around their own penalty area. Declan Rice picks it up, still inside the Spanish half, back towards Walker. Deliberates what to do, switches it out towards that far side, the left for Shaw. Gahey now running back into midway through the English half, then leaves it towards Declan Rice. Kobbie Mainoo just says, slow down, we're okay. Passes it then towards Stones. Foden demands it to his feet, gets it, heavy touch, plays it back towards Mainoo. And then a hurried ball. Stones then will keep it in play, being hounded now by Williams, and he has to clip that one back rather awkwardly. Just an anxious moment for Pickford. Forced him 2 or 3 yards further back, and he's all yellow. But his distribution hits it, downward header. Bellingham. Shaw now looks to try that switch of play from left to right, and Saka up against Cucurella. Cucurella back pedals. Williams come to help him out. They'll double up on Saka. Saka away from Cucurella, plays it back, Rice arriving, good block from Rodri, ball spins up in the air, Bellingham takes it away, Shaw takes over, left hand side, Shaw's low ball, almost reaches Saka, cleared on the half volley by Cucurella, Spain defending well, 0-0, and England trying to take the game to Spain here in Berlin with 17 minutes played.
Yeah, much better from England, first of all, Saka down the right hand side. Shot was blocked from Declan Rice, 20 yards out, and then the cross from Shaw, which Cucurella dealt with.
Saka up against Cucurella, Walker bombing on the inside this time, Saka on the stretch, Foden just couldn't take it, there was his Laporte just to step forward and break up that move. I tell you, I watched the goals earlier today. Arsenal beat Chelsea in April 5-0. And I think Cucurella was at fault for the Ben White goal. He didn't react quick enough when he scored from close range. Havertz got in between Cucurella and the central defender. And the fourth and fifth goals, Saka had Cucurella on the right-hand side for both of them.
Well, England have looked to switch that ball earlier. Yeah, that's the beauty about having a left footer with Shaw. He can get his head up and he can just ping that left foot diagonal all the way across the field. And it just gives Saka a bit of momentum going into that 1v1 situation, which Cucurella's kind of done okay with. But you can see the patterns Spain have. It's lovely and fluid, but when we get on the board, we've got players that can create really top passes that can go past players, and we've just got this energy about us getting the ball in the box, and it's been very much that. It's like a boxing match where one team is just kind of defending most of the time, and then they've got these little flurries that will come out, and that is England.
Here is Olmo, quite quiet so far. Olmo, Morata's made the run, plays it behind him. Yamal tried to get there, excellent defending on the cover. Tucking in there was the left back Luke Shaw. That burst of pace from the now 17-year-old. At his birthday yesterday.
You're right about Danny Olmo. He has been very quiet. He's always trying to pick up those spaces between the England backline and the England midfield. There's actually been an upgrade on Pedri since he's come into the team. But Luke Shaw read that situation really well.
I mean, Jude Bellingham really has got the left side shift today, hasn't he? He's really sticking to the left-hand side of the pitch for England. That kind of position that nobody's really feeling particularly natural in.
Olmo out to Carvajal on the right. Carvajal delivers the cross straight down the throat of Jordan Pickford. As the sun is setting at that end of the ground, so there's a little bit of a pink haze in that gap of the stadium, the Marathon Gate here in Berlin. 19 minutes played on BBC Radio 5 Live. Spain 0, England 0 in this European Championship final. As Shaw didn't quite keep the ball in play. It'll be a Spain throw. Matt Upson.
Yeah, just another little surge where you think Jude Bellingham's going to do something. Went round one player, then sees the ball to try and flick it down the line for Shaw, but just couldn't keep it in.
Fabian, referees played the advantage. Out to Williams on this near side, the left. Williams up against Walker. Walker threatens to dive in, then changes his mind. Cucurella provides the support. Rodri, infield. Lamine Yamal this time in a central area. Wants it on that left foot of his. Olmo just trying to see if there's a way through. Mainu forces Olmo away, goes back out towards Williams, but again Walker.
It's interesting because he won the early exchanges, didn't he, with Williams? Walker did with Joel, and he looks slightly reluctant, Williams, now when the ball does go out wide to him to actually get at Kyle Walker.
England fans cheering because Saka has just barged over Cucurella, and he didn't get any support from the French official. As Laporte now in the centre circle. Every outfield player is in the half away towards our left-hand side. Lenormand, triangular passing between the two central defenders and Fabian. Cucurella this time goes central. Rodri is out on this left with Williams, and here is Williams now up against Saka. If he gets past Saka, he's then got Walker to deal with. Williams delivers the cross. This is Fabian. Bellingham. Fabian turns. So composed on the ball is Fabian, but now Foden will bring it away for England. And back towards Saka on this near side. Williams tries to put him under pressure. Cucurella higher up the pitch. Fouls Foden.
I mean, what Fabian did there, absorbing the force of Bellingham. Not only that, but but then he uses him and he rolls him with his touch. I mean, it was world-class midfield play, the way he just handled that ball, created time, and then offloads it into his teammate Olmo. I mean, just some of the technical capability of that Spanish midfield is absolutely phenomenal.
Stones waits to take the free kick. No team, incidentally, has reached consecutive Euro finals and has lost 2 in a row. 4 times that a nation has got to back-to-back finals. England are hoping to wipe away the disappointment and that gut-wrenching defeat on penalties 3 years ago to Italy at Wembley Stadium. As Lenormand climbs to head the ball away, Rice with the aerial duel wins that. Laporte, header away, now it's with Morata, the Spain captain, can't hold on to the ball as he stumbles, and Stones sees it out of play, and it will be a Spain throw. We're midway through the first half. You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Live, BBC Sounds and the World Service. We're here in the Olympic Stadium in Berlin, and to take you through to half-time is our correspondent John Murray.
Thank you, Ian. So it is Spain on the attack. Ball played up to Williams. Williams moving in field, and then with the outside of his boot actually passes it some distance behind the now 17-year-old Lamine Yamal, who scored that stunning goal in the semi-final. Ball lifted into the penalty area, but the England goalkeeper Pickford comes out and takes the catch. Certainly the opening period of the game did feel quite ominous as Foden's given it away to Olmo. Olmo then to Yamal. Yamal into the area on the right, shoots, but he was closed down by Mark Gay, and that's blocked it out for a Spanish corner. England cannot make mistakes like that from Foden.
No, really careless from Foden. Under pressure from Rodri. Gave the ball straight to Dani Olmo.
Corner's taken short to Williams. Williams, left-footed ball to the edge of the box. That's headed away. John Stones got up extremely well there and nodded it out to Saka, who I think might have got his heels clipped. Yeah, that's what the referee says. The French referee says Carvajal just brought him down, and Harry Kane, as the captain, has gone over to speak to the French referee, and immediately the Spanish players, Carvajal, it was all waving arms, and no, he's made too much more of that. Chris, Matt, what do you think?
Well, I think I think it is a cheeky foul from Carvajal. He's got the wrong side. Saka is through there and he just clips him, and he does it cleverly, uses all that experience, and then even looks at the referee as if to say he's making the most of it. But it was certainly cynical, and I can understand why Harry Kane's gone over to have a chat with the referee to say, hey, you know, he's got good rhythm, he's the wrong side of him, we're on a breakaway, and he clips his heels. It should be a yellow card, and I think he may be right.
I think the reaction, that's a high foot from Williams on Menu, but Menu keeps his feet, the 19-year-old, lovely change of feet. Kane, Shaw arriving on the left-hand side. Shaw in the challenge, wins at 50-50. Still Luke Shaw on his right foot, now Menu. The ball runs away and Cucurella is able to sweep it away downfield. And when England have probed, Chris, they have looked dangerous, and here they come again with Saka on the right-hand side. They've got 2 men on him. He's tackled back by Morata. Cucurella in with a challenge. Then Nenu plays it square. Harry Kane in the lime green boots, the England captain, under pressure, is able to play it forward and has actually been pulled up for sliding into the challenge, and it's a yellow card for the England captain. As the Spanish player arrived there, Kane slid into it, and referee Letexier has pulled out the yellow card.
I actually thought initially that Harry Kane tried to buy a foul, was on his way down. Not a nudge from Olmo, I tell you, it's a poor challenge though.
He wins the ball though, Chris, doesn't he?
He does follow through, and he catches Fabian Ruiz on his ankle. That's a yellow card offence. Got to say, the dancing feet of Luke Shaw. And there's been a fair bit of Cucurella bashing from us this evening, but I tell you, he's made 2 timely clearances when England have got forward.
Yeah, he's got inside well, hasn't he, on that back post. He's anticipated. I mean, none of them have been in the air. I think he gets really challenged when the ball's floating into that back post, but on the ground, he's took up good positions, he's read it, he's got his body the right side, and like you say, Chris, he's dealt with it so far in this game.
Fabian Ruiz, who was on the wrong end of that challenge, as you've said, Kane did get the ball, but did follow through with a foot into his ankle, and Fabian Ruiz felt that.
Yeah, it was a little bit reckless from Harry Kane.
I don't think that's a yellow card, Chris, personally. I think, how can you control your follow-through once you've won the ball?
Yeah, I I get that, but in this day and age, in the 1970s,
So that's the first yellow card of this final, the 2024 UEFA European Championship final here in Berlin. All of us witnessing something that we've never seen before here tonight. England appearing in a final outside the United Kingdom, outside Wembley Stadium, to be absolutely precise. England have been taken to extra time in both of their previous finals, World Cup, European Championship. As Shaw gets a big round of applause as he puts the ball out of play. Luke Shaw, the only man on the field who scored in a major final, we discovered just before the match when that was pointed out to us. Spain bringing the ball forward from the back. Now, over the course of the entire history of the England national team, only 31 men have played in finals with those who are on the pitch here today. Williams, then Morata, back to Fabian Ruiz, who seems okay. Yamal now just outside the England penalty area, back to Fabian Ruiz, who played it forward. It hit Yamal, bounced into the area, and Mark Gay was able to hook it away facing his own box. The opening stages of the match tonight, Spain dominated so much, and now here's Fabian Ruiz to the edge of the area, takes a shot that it comes off. Gay actually took all of the pace off it, and it just looped straight through, bounced into the ground to Jordan Pickford.
Yeah, he's dangerous, Fabian Ruiz is a drifter. Sometimes you'll see him play alongside Rodri, often you'll see him drift forward and make those runs. Good little shift initially, but scuffed his shot. Deflection. Jordan Pickford gathered easily.
I thought Yamal came inside there, didn't he? And Carvajal had made a brilliant run on the overlap. Maybe should have just popped it out wide, but he's so desperate to get inside onto his left foot, and so far England have just funneled him into that area, but have got enough bodies in there to not allow him to do anything too creative.
Spain 0, England 0. This is 5 Live from the BBC. If you're on the move on this Sunday night, BBC Sounds, and we're on the world service as well, all around the globe. And as Ian said, BFBS are very welcome to our coverage tonight too. Pickford all in yellow, long downfield from the England goalkeeper Bellingham, the Real Madrid mad, up against Spain, carries the ball out towards the left hand side but couldn't keep it in, and it's a throw into Spain 10 yards back from the corner flag. Yep, Spain look exactly what they are, Chris, a team that has been in great form with great confidence and have won all of their matches, some of them handsomely.
Yep, absolutely. And they've been pretty dominant in this game so far, but England have limited them to very few efforts. I think we had the shot from Fabian Ruiz, so I think all in all Gareth Southgate will be satisfied.
Already the first half hour of this final has whizzed by. Foden chasing around, but the ball's played back to the goalkeeper Unai Simon, who's got an excellent penalty saving record, incidentally. Unai Simon even better than Jordan Pickford's. Here's Kane, 30 yards out, but in comes the challenge, and that just carries it through and back to the Spanish goalkeeper, number 23. You can see that brightly now, that number on the back of his black shirt. The floodlights of this brilliant stadium just beginning to take effect. Massive oval ball, summer sky above, that huge gap at one end, as Williams with a flick through the middle, and then Morata didn't get the sort of round the corner pass on it that he wanted to Olmo, so Pickford is able to play it out from the back and then walk out of the halfway line, but that's headed forward by Rodri, the Manchester City man, and then Olmo in on the challenge. That looked like a high foot. It was, says the referee, by Olmo, and that'll be a free kick. I think it was Rice who was on the other end of that, and it's a yellow card for Olmo as well. And I think the base of his foot made contact with Declan Rice.
Yeah, well, I have another look on the monitor, but I suspect it's a similar one to Harry Kane. And he received his yellow. He's unhappy about it, Danny Olmo.
Oh yeah, kicked him in the midriff.
It's a poor challenge.
That's a poor challenge.
Olmo.
Yeah.
Very high.
I tell you, they may be having a look at that.
They might have a look at it. I suspect they'd stick with the referee's decision, don't you?
Well, that's quite a high boot. He's thrown his studs into Declan Rice's thigh high up. That's a poor challenge,
hip, isn't it? I mean, it's practically hip high where that boot's gone.
Let's go down to pitch side, because I think you could see that, Izzy, as well. It's at your end.
Yeah, I've not had the luxury of a replay, but I thought Declan Rice was quite clever because he went down early on the angle just to get his body in the way, and I can see what Danny Olmo's trying to do. He's trying to chop the ball on the half turn, but it sounds up there, Chris, like it was a bad challenge.
Yeah, is he going to get sent off for that half an hour into a big UEFA showpiece event?
Well, what are you saying, John?
I just posed the question. That's what this is.
That's a very poor challenge. That's borderline.
It's not quite got the intent, though, has it? I mean, it is a bit. It's very scruffy to have your foot that high, but I don't think the intent is there.
I think he left a bit on him, mate.
Yeah, he gets his yellow card for that.
Here's Bellingham. Bellingham now just moves away as the challenge comes in on him from Rodri, and the referee says, yeah, that's a free kick.
Well, you can't give a foul, in my opinion, when he gave the foul. There was an earlier tug on Bellingham, whose feet were brilliant, little pirouette, but then he stayed in control, gave the ball away, and the referee blew up.
Stones plays a bouncing pass out to Shaw on the left-hand side. Luke Shaw now attacking the penalty area, winning his 34th cap tonight. And then Shaw loses possession near the edge of the box, and there's Fabian Ruiz under pressure as well and turns it back into the penalty area. And I think there's been contact between Fabian Ruiz and Phil Foden now as well, and we're going to have another little stoppage. It was just as Fabian Ruiz turned, Matt, and played it back, the two of them came together.
Yeah, Foden tried to pick his pocket. He didn't know he was there, Fabian Ruiz, and it was actually a little bit unlucky because that ball could have popped out anywhere. It ends up back with Simon in goal, but Foden very nearly forced the mistake there from Fabian Ruiz.
It's another very tactical game of international football, this, between these sides. As Chris has mentioned, England dropping into a back four, and then sometimes you look at it and you think it almost looks like 4-4-2 with Bellingham on the left-hand side and Foden up through the middle with Harry Kane, Williams, the Spanish in their red shirts with the yellow trim, quite baggy blue shorts as well with the yellow and red trim. And here's Lenormand, Robin Lenormand, who plays the ball to another former Manchester City man, Laporte, who's carried the ball on now deep into England territory. Cucurella, a little flurry of boos for him from the German fans. And then Ruiz. Here's Carvajal over there on the right-hand side. Remember him scoring the opening goal in the Champions League final at Wembley. Now Yamal on the right-hand side takes on Shaw, and Shaw goes with him and just gets a foot in to put it behind for a Spanish corner.
He does really well, Shaw. Clever from Yamal, drives the outside. We know he likes to come inside on his left foot, but takes Luke Shaw to the byline. Good burst from Luke Shaw. Pokes it behind for a corner.
There was a little moment there where I thought he had the half a yard, but he just recovered, didn't he?
He did. Shaw did well. Knocked it out against Yamal, who tonight becomes the youngest man to appear in a European Championship or World Cup final. The Spanish corner is in, and there were bodies falling all over the place, and in the end it's hit, I think, one of the England defenders, I think possibly Gay, bounced behind, and after all of that I thought that must be a cert that would be given as a free kick.
Well, I think Lenormand's disappointed because he was in the best position to attack this. He gets a good run at it. Rice has his arm over.
He's got to be careful, Declan Rice.
That could be trouble, Chris, because he really does grapple into the floor off the ball.
That's a worry. Rice on Laporte, and the referee blows his whistle. You know, it is possible that VAR could call the referee's attention to that. There's no doubt.
Well, Rice isn't facing the correct way. He's not looking at the ball, or he wasn't looking at the ball, looking at the man.
Corner taken short on the left-hand side. Second consecutive Spanish corner. It's played back out to the edge of the area. Olmo with a low shot. That's blocked by Kane inside his own penalty area. Kane trying to pass it away, which he does, up to Menu, who keeps the ball in up against Olmo, but Olmo's the favourite to get there, just in front of where Gareth Southgate is pacing. And then Olmo turns, brings it forward for Spain. It's still 0-0 if you just switched on. The match is on BBC One tonight. You can see it there, watch it again on the iPlayer, the same way that you could listen to our commentaries again via BBC Sounds or rewind the live radio. Spain with Rodri, then to the number 8, Fabian Ruiz. Unbeaten for Spain, Fabio Ruiz, and this is his 29th cap. Now it's being brought forward from the back by Lenormand. Carvajal's over there on the far side as Spain attack towards the end, holding the bulk of the England supporters. Now Cucurella with all of that hair bobbing. More hair now on the left-hand side with Williams. Williams, right-footed ball, but that's over everyone, and Shaw a little bit like what we might see from England players at Trent Bridge this coming week. Just let it go by outside the off stump for a goal kick.
I just think the distance that Kyle Walker gets there is spot on at the moment with Williams. He's a tricky customer, but he's keeping him in areas where he can't get into really top-notch crossing positions. That one there was a bit hopeful. It was very deep. He kind of just chips it to that back post. He's not allowing him to get his head up and get any rhythm. He's doing a good job in that right-back position, Kyle Walker.
It is Spain 0, England 0 in the final here in Berlin. And on the subject of other sports, a very good win for Robert McIntyre in the Scottish Open this evening by one shot from Adam Scott to set him up for the Open Championship at Troon next week. So Robert McIntyre winning on home soil, and we'll have the Open fully covered for you from on Thursday on 5 Live. Here Spain come forward, ball on the right hand side. Williams has now switched over onto the right flank for the time being. And Nico Williams then back towards Carvajal, who's behind him. Carvajal lifts a pass to the halfway line. Laporte, the now Saudi-based Aymeric Laporte, takes that down, plays it infield towards Rodri. And then Rodri, one of those economical passes from him. Williams still on the right-hand side up against Shaw. Williams reversing into the penalty area. Now Yamal is there. Yamal still in the box. That's blocked away by Bellingham. He's second favourite to get there, Bellingham. In comes the challenge from Nomand. He wins that back. Cross from Carvajal is blocked on the edge of the England penalty area. Then Carvajal gets up, heads it down to Yamal, who's away over there on the right wing. Left for the ball into the box. That's blocked by Shaw. Blocked it out to Bellingham. Bellingham brilliantly manages to go past one challenge from Rodri, then goes down. Spain have got it back. They're building some momentum here. 38 minutes played in the first half, and then the cross from Fabian Ruiz, but that's over everyone, whether in white or red, in the box, and it's a goal kick to England. Chris Sutton.
Yeah, it's been that final ball which has let Spain down time and time again. Another Crosswell diagonal pass over hit there. England, clever little nutmeg from Bellingham on Rodri, but didn't have any players forward from him. The Normand winning the ball back. It's wave after wave, but England at this moment in time stifling Spain.
Yes, that's what they're doing. You'll have enjoyed that, Bellingham. The nutmeg on the great Rodri. Here is Mainu. Mainu just holding the ball up. It's the first time we've had two teenagers starting the final like this, as it's played back by Stones at pace to Pickford, who had to control that under pressure, but cleared it away. Yeah, first time two teenagers have started in a final like this, World Cup, European Championship, Yamal and England's Mainu. Williams with a flick, tried to flick it past Walker, but Walker was just able to get something on that. He seems okay after that early problem that he had, Kyle Walker, and now here's Phil Foden, desperately unlucky not to have scored or been involved in a goal so far at these Euros, particularly in the semi-final against the Netherlands. England going back towards the halfway line. England trying to win something for the first time since you know when, and trying to win this competition for the first time. Most of the great nations have won the Euros, but not England. Walker on the halfway line goes in field towards Stones. Stones then just drops a shoulder, takes it away from Morata. Stones then strides forward, the Manchester City defender. Still going Stones, tried to slip the pass towards Harry Kane. Spain had too many numbers in there, and now Stones is out of position as Spain break forward with Williams. Williams in the centre circle. Bellingham tackling back, but he managed to get the pass to Yamal. Yamal with Luke Shaw tight on him, uses Williams, the two of them at close quarters. Williams and Yamal, these two exciting wide players that Spain have used to the full at this tournament. Still 0-0. Half-time approaching. Cucurella back to the halfway line towards Laporte, and then Laporte goes to his fellow French-born central defender, as the name suggests, Le Normand, with the ball at his feet, big mop of hair, then through to Olmo, flicks it out to the far side. Williams is still over there on the right flank. Carvajal puts his foot on the ball. The wily, much decorated Danny Carvajal missed the semi-final after his sending off against the Germans, wins the throw-in. Then Yamal's able to take it on, showed too much of that to Foden, who put in the challenge, broke down for the Spanish, but it comes back to the red shirts again. Then Rodri through the middle, that's excellently won by Rice, and now it's the white shirts who are coming forward, roared on by these thousands and thousands of England fans in the stadium here in Berlin. Ball on the left-hand side with Bellingham, misplaced pass, however, it comes back to Kane. Kane hits one of those curling passes. He had a Saka on the right-hand side. He's got him one-on-one in now. Saka against Cucurella, but Dito as well. Cucurella, low ball from Menu into the edge of the area. Nice thinking, but it was intercepted, and now the Spanish sweep downfield. The momentum of the game is just increasing here. A little bit of end-to-end, but Spain with it inside their own half.
Yeah, Walker, I've got to say, his recovery run from near the Spanish byline all the way back, because Williams had broken out. That was wonderful to watch.
Spain again come down the right, but that's overhit by Yamal, and it's out of play for a throw-in to England. I've just been told, Chris, that England have just completed their 100th pass in the 40th minute. Spain are currently up to 257 completed.
Yeah, well, let's get the bunting out for England. 100 passes completed. I've got to say, I've seen Spain a lot in this tournament. It's the most ineffective that I've seen. The Spanish wide players, Yamal and Williams, who have been their go-to guys.
I think the biggest compliment you can give Kyle Walker is that Williams has ended up disappearing on the other side of the pitch to try and get some joy, and he's not really getting too much from him in those one-on-one situations. But you've got to admire the way Spain do win the ball back. We can't get passes in because when it turns over, we're a little bit stretched, and there's 4 or 5 red shirts just hunting the ball down. It's impressive to see.
Well, that's a nice ball forward into the penalty area for Morata, who might get an opportunity, but actually Mark Gay did exceptionally well when I thought he was past him there, and John Stones helped out as well, and in the end, between them, they were able to deflect it behind off Morata for what is a corner, in the end off Stones.
There's a little split second there where Guehi's in the right position, but Morata just flicks it past a flailing leg of Guehi, tries to get around the other side, but he does well with his body, gets his arms out, makes himself big and difficult to get round in the box, and his centre-back partner Stones just comes across and pokes it out for a corner.
It's corner number 6 to the Spanish, still 0-0. Williams takes it into the edge of the 6-yard box. That's headed across the area for England. Mainu's able to get that down. Fabian Ruiz is putting pressure on the Manchester United teenager. He's still got it there, and then it's played out by Fabian Ruiz for a goal kick. So Spain 0, England 0. All across the BBC tonight. I hope you've enjoyed our coverage of the Euros across all of the various platforms. I hope you might even have been out here and experienced it for yourself. It's certainly been memorable. If sometimes the football hasn't been the absolute best and the most thrilling, the match is on BBC One, and if you like, you can listen to our coverage, the radio commentary synced up with the pictures, if you go to your red button or the iPlayer and look for Euros Extra. And there will be a 606 tonight as well with you and Robbie, Chris, on 5 Live after the end of the match, however long it takes.
Yep, let's hope it's a cheery one.
Let's hope it's a cheery one, just like Christmas. Here's Carvajal being put under pressure by Bellingham. Bellingham's dispossessed and Foden's in the middle. Bellingham finds Kane. Kane's shot is blocked. It'll bounce out though to Walker. Walker will get there first, and he's been bundled over by Williams. That was a real sprint. It was a proper race, shoulder to shoulder. And Walker says, how about that for a yellow card to the referee? But it's just going to be a free kick, I think.
I think he's been the best player on the pitch in this first half, Kyle Walker. I've got to say, when Bellingham did win the ball, I just wondered, Matt, whether they could have played it inside to Foden quicker, whether there was that option, but Kane took a touch. What a block that is from Rodri to get out to him.
There's a problem for Spain, because in clearing that, Rodri and Laporte collided, and Rodri looked to have really overstretched there as he slid into Laporte, his former clubmate, and it could be a problem for Laporte.
Yeah, Laporte doesn't look too comfortable on the floor, but I mean, I have to admire that covering tackle from Rodri. I mean, it did get slipped into Kane, and you know, Rodri's the type of player that, you know, a lot of the work he gets through goes unnoticed, but it was a fantastic tackle. And then the follow through, Laporte's just standing there planted in the turf, and his knee goes into his ankle. Whether or not he just jars his ankle or his knee is back up on his feet, but brilliant defensive play from the Spanish captain.
The man with the deepest voice in Germany has just announced that there are 2 minutes of added time. It really boomed around the stadium. Free kick to England on the right then. I think Laporte's okay. Rice holds up an arm. Rice plays it in towards the back post. It comes off a Spanish head, and then the shot on the far side from a stretching Foden was straight at Simon, who was able to gather it.
Yeah, it's a really good ball in. I think it comes off the Normandy flicks a header on, and Foden, he's just stretching and gets a toe on the ball. Goes goalwards, but not going to trouble nice and on at that pace.
Laporte hits a long pass downfield. Pickford has come. I think the ball will roll away. It does, even though it's had Yamal and Walker chasing after it. It was out of play for a goal kick. I think Walker would have fancied that, won't he? Against the 34-year-old against the 17-year-old.
I just love the way at that age, in that kind of difference, he still just cruises. And when he gets there, it's like a puff of the chest, as if to say, I wasn't even trying. I was just cruising to that ball. I didn't even put the gas on. I mean, that is how good a first half he has. Chris is right. I mean, Walker has been spot on in his first half so far.
Well, we talk about England having another chance here. At 34 years old, this might be Walker's last chance. Whether he'd go on to the World Cup, he did think about retiring from international football after Qatar, but stayed on for this, and here he is in the final. Champions League winner. And there is the half-time whistle. The 2 minutes are up. Gareth Southgate walks away. And off they go, 0-0 at half-time. Spain winning on points, but 0-0 the score.
It really doesn't matter, John. I actually think Gareth Southgate and England will go in at half-time. It's been pretty much job done. They've stifled Spain. They've stopped Spain from really getting any decent attempt on Jordan Pickford's goal. Look, England haven't carried enough of a threat, but I think 0-0 at half-time. It's all to play for England. It's still there.
I mean, I've written down two chances. Ruiz's shot that was blocked, and that Foden effort right at the end of the half was England's best so far, Matt. Do I need to start thinking about you know what?
Well, I wouldn't get the paper out yet, John, and start drawing charts for you know what. But it's a possibility after that first 45, and England have set up very well, very defensively, I think, to stop Spain, certainly in wide areas, and have done that very effectively and are well in this game.
So, half-time in this beautiful and cosmopolitan city. It is Spain 0, England 0. And on the subject of cosmopolitan, Mark Chapman.
How very kind of you. Do you mean I've drunk the odd one, or I read it?
Yeah, in the dentist.
I don't know, Izzy, how much we were watching all the players as they came off. Rodri just paused before everybody else. Looks as though he pointed at his knee or his hamstring or something, and then put his hands through his hair. I mean, look, we've seen him look tired at various stages of the tournament. I'm sure he'll come back out for the second half, but I just wonder if there is something there.
Yeah, potentially. I think England have been the ones who have suffered a lot, but I think Spain will go in there feeling a little bit, you know, they've been by far the better team. They've dominated the possession, they've had the better chances, albeit very few of them. But it's proven that England are so resilient, and the defence in particularly. I've seen some fantastic tackles from John Stones and Mark Gay right in front of me, about 10 or 15 metres away, where they've made last-ditch tackles, and Spain have got to, you know, perhaps revert to what plan B might look like, because like the guys have said up there, that the fullbacks, Kyle Walker and Luke Shaw in particular, have covered their wingers excellently.
Yeah, but England's fullbacks are their best two players, Matt.
Yeah, I agree. I think Walker's had a brilliant half, both defensively and offensively, 2 or 3 times, or twice in particular. It's been like a steam train on the overlap, one to get the ball and one as a decoy for Saka to come inside. But one-on-ones, we're limiting positions on the pitch to Yamal and Nico Williams, where they're going to cross the ball in areas which aren't as effective as what they could be. And I think that's the key. I mean, it's hard to stop a player who wants to come inside, shift it half a yard and whip it, but they're doing it from areas that aren't as effective, and we're defending those situations really well.
Kian Balagay is with us. Is it who's going to be the bravest here?
There is that, but I disagree with Izzy. I think England are playing better than Spain. Yes, England have got less possession, but this is the game that Southgate imagined. In fact, this is closer to the game that Southgate imagined than the one that Luis de la Fuente imagined, because you compact at the back, there's no space between the lines. We play as always, trying to find players between the lines, but they've got no space. All right, let's go wide. And the fullbacks are beating us. You mentioned it, Mark, it's true. We're scared of losing the ball, so we are predictable and slow building up. Not many drive with the ball if it's not Laporte. We lack that pace. And every time you attack, it feels dangerous, even though you haven't really generated any kind of dangerous movement. And you're looking for the moment, and it almost happened in a corner. So it's what Southgate was thinking of.
But Spain have been the better side. I mean,
doing what? We didn't do what we came out to do. We didn't do anything what we came out to do.
But Spain have actually been more composed on the ball than England. What have England done in an attacking sense? Take the point about the Spain wide players and the fact they haven't created lots of opportunities. I think that Gareth will go in extremely happy, but they haven't been. England haven't been a better side than Spain.
But you don't need to attack. That's the thing, and he almost scored. That, by the way, it may be frustrating for fans, but that's what Southgate is doing.
Yeah, and that's what they've done throughout the tournament. It's about finding a way, and they've found a way so far. Gareth was talking about he's not a believer in fairy tales. That was yesterday, wasn't it? I mean, if England win this tournament, could they be described as the ugly duckling?
Do you think Rodri's got a problem?
Yeah.
There's a Spain substitute here warming up.
Yeah, definitely. I have my glasses on to see if I know who it is. But certainly he was touching the back of his leg, hamstring or ischios, and certainly it's a problem because he walked in talking to one of the physios of the team.
It was in that challenge with Kane there, wasn't it? I think he really was at full stretch there. It was a brilliant block. He clattered into Laporte, but he certainly just caught his ankle in the turf as well at the same time, or his knee, and just jarred something. So whether or not that is a problem, but
looks like Mikel Merino, maybe. Certainly one of the.
Go on, Ian.
It's Zubimendi.
Well, then that is where Rodri plays.
So that means Rodri then will go into the centre of defence.
No, I think Rodri's off. The way Rodri was at the end of that first half, I think Rodri's off at the break.
Well, his record for club and country, Rodri, he's lost 2 games in 91 matches. That is massive, if that's the case.
We'll keep an eye on that during half-time. Goalless then, after the first 45 here in Berlin, between Spain and England. It is 7 minutes to 9 o'clock, and here's the latest BBC News.
This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
Listen on BBC Sounds.
And with the update, I'm Stuart Clarkson. Good evening. President Biden has promised a swift and thorough investigation into the assassination attempt against Donald Trump. The former US president was injured during a campaign rally in Pennsylvania last night. Mr. Biden says he had a short and good conversation earlier with his rival for the presidency.
Mr. Trump, as a former president and nominee of the Republican Party, already receives a heightened level of security. And I've been consistent in my direction to the Secret Service to provide him with every resource, capability, and protective measure necessary to ensure his continued safety. I've directed the head of the Secret Service to review all security measures for the Republican National Convention, which is scheduled to start tomorrow. And third, I've directed an independent review of the national security at yesterday's rally to assess exactly what happened. And we'll share the results of that independent review with the American people as well. And finally, we must unite as one nation to demonstrate who we are.
Earlier, the spectator who died in the shooting was named as a volunteer Fire Chief Corey Compatore, who was 50. 2 other people who were injured are in hospital in a stable condition. The gunman Thomas Crooks was shot dead at the scene. Tonight, the FBI says a suspicious device was found in his car, that he acted alone and that there are no other public safety concerns. Here, the Prime Minister has spoken to Donald Trump this afternoon. Sir Keir Starmer condemned the violence, sent his condolences to the victims and their families, and wished Mr. Trump and the other people who were injured a speedy recovery. You can follow all the developments on the BBC News channel and via the BBC News website and app. And just before we go back to Berlin, the other big sports story tonight, Carlos Alcaraz retained his Wimbledon men's single title after beating Novak Djokovic in straight sets. And Britain's Alfie Hewitt had a very successful day at Wimbledon, winning the wheelchair singles title, followed by the victory in the men's doubles with Gordon Reid.
There are few sibling rivalries that have gripped us quite like that of Liam and Noel Gallagher.
This is history!
He had a row with me, so we had a fight, and that was it. And then I trashed the place, yeah.
The rise and fall of Oasis, a band committed to the rock and roll dream.
I mean, we're not angels, but we're not as bad as people make out.
Join me, Steve Lamack.
And me, Jo Wiley, as we not only celebrate the music that Oasis made, but also delve into the complex and unruly rivalry.
There's only so many olive branches you can give someone, you know what I mean? But that's life.
A band with your brother, that would become the Achilles heel in the end.
The rise and fall of Oasis.
Listen now on BBC Sounds.
Euro 2024 Deutschland.
With Mark Chapman.
On 5 Live and BBC Sounds.
Goalless here between Spain and England in Berlin, the final of the men's Euros 2024. Let's focus on that other big sports story of the day. Carlos Alcaraz winning the men's singles at Wimbledon for the second year running.
Championship point number 4 on a second serve into the net from Djokovic.
Alcaraz.
And for the second year in a row, Carlos Alcaraz wins Wimbledon.
7-6.
And beats Novak Djokovic once again. This time in 2 hours and 27 minutes. Only half the time it took him to win in 5 sets on centre court last year.
It was a little bit different from last year. Obviously, I'm not new anymore. I knew what I have to do before the match, how I have to do to deal better with the nerves, with the situations. I think I did it pretty well. Yeah, the day before it was really calm for me. I played some golf. I not think about the match. So it was a really helpful day for me. And today, I just 1 hour before the match, I started to feel the nerves and to feel the situation. But before of that, it was a really calm day for me. So it was a really different situation for me. I did it so much better than last year. So I'm really proud about it. You were absolutely spot on with your tennis in terms of the standard you were playing to. You come to serve for it, you're 40 love up, and suddenly there's just a tiny weeny wobble. You got things back on track. You get championship point again in the tiebreak. And talk us through it. What's happening in your head? Well, yeah, 40 love serving after playing great points. I knew that Novak was not going to give up. Play great points. I had to stay there. I knew that I had to stay there. It was just a game. It was, after that break, 5-all. So it wasn't mean that I was going to lose that set. So I had to stay there to still play in the way that I was playing. Played great few games, and then in the tiebreak, I did everything that I had, playing great shots, great points, and then being with so much ball up again. So I tried to make it a little bit different, or play a big serve that I did, and hopefully, I say thanks God that I got the win at the end.
Carlos Alcaraz with Claire Balding. Britain's Alfie Hewitt won the wheelchair singles to complete a career Grand Slam. He then went on to defend his doubles title with Gordon Reid. Bob McIntyre won the Scottish Open after birdieing the final hole at the Renaissance Club. Adam Scott finished 1 shot behind in second. After his win, Bob McIntyre said, "It's incredible. Next week is a new week. But I tell you, I'm going to celebrate this with my family, friends and everyone here. I'm going to celebrate this one hard. We'll pitch up to the Open when we pitch up to the Open." Our coverage of the 152nd Open Championship begins with a preview show on Wednesday night, and then from 10 a.m. on 5 Live on Thursday morning. Just watching the Spanish technical area here, and there is absolutely no doubt, Guillaume, that Zubamendi is coming on. He spent most of half-time warming up. He's just done the final thing to indicate he's coming on, which is to take off that sort of lemon warm-up shirt that the Spanish wear and change into his number 18 red kit, and he is on.
Yep, he hasn't got the personality of Rodri, but he's a player that many big teams want because he's very good in his positional football. He will make his passing simple, but he doesn't drive the whole team. So he's going to need help from Dani Olmo, from Fabian.
Izzy, that has to change things for England as they come out here and realise that the Spanish are going to have to make a change. No, Izzy isn't there. Okay, Matt, do you want to answer that as you're next to me?
Yeah, I mean, it's a massive boost, isn't it? You're taking off a player who is a secret weapon in the sense he doesn't lose football matches. You know, they're the facts around Rodri. You know, whether or not he's effective in this particular game, but that is him as a player, and he has been. I mean, he's orchestrating it. The challenge that he made, he gets through all the ground. So it's a massive loss for Spain, and what a boost for England in a game that is playing out actually near perfect to probably what Gareth Southgate did picture it.
Aymeric Laporte has come out with his arm around Kyle Walker, and to get back out onto the pitch here at the Olympic Stadium, there are some stairs down to then come up to then go and get some stairs up to come out. But next to the staircase, there's also an escalator. So Kyle Walker and Aymeric Laporte got the escalator together, which, given the amount of running Chris Sutton, Kyle Walker's had to do at the speeds he's had to go at, I think I'd take the escalator rather than the stairs to get myself ready for the second half.
Yeah, absolutely. Good decision from Kyle Walker. He's made good decisions all evening so far. I've got to say that the way he has nullified Nico Williams, who has been sensational in this tournament, I'm not saying it surprised me, but that was certainly a key battle going in to this game. Nico Williams, after that, he drove at him in the first couple of minutes. Kyle Walker got the better of it, but since then he's become a little bit hesitant. He looks like he doesn't believe he can go past him. Kyle Walker, best player in the first half, all over the pitch. Just needs to replicate that form in the second half. But what a boost for England, whatever anybody says. Spain losing Rodri, he is the heartbeat of their team. I mean, that's a massive shot in the arm for England.
And if England can shift it quicker, cross-field, Matt, that's where they seem to be able to carry the most threat, but it's got to be quickly.
Quickly, or it's that one direct ball. Luke Shaw did it once with his left foot, pinged it straight out to Saka. Then there isn't the support for Cucurella, and he can just maybe build up a head of steam with Walker on the overlap, who just seems to be like a train going forwards. And if they can create those scenarios, but I just think it's going to be a grindy performance. It has been so far. It's been very gritty. The back four have played exceptional. Stones and Gehi, as well as the fullbacks, really good tactically and with their movement, their disciplined positioning, and it's playing out well so far for England, even though they're just not having much of the ball.
Very quickly, you all right, Guillaume?
We have to beat the fullbacks. There will be occasions in which it will be 1v1. If Nico and Lamine can beat them, that's our chance. Otherwise, it's going England's way.
Big boost for England then. Rodri is off. Ian Dennis.
And just to reiterate, this is he's almost irreplaceable for club and country. Those two defeats in '91, that was the Scott McTominay effect, by the way. It was Scotland and Manchester United who inflicted those two defeats. But Martin Zubimendi is coming on for just his 10th appearance for Spain. He's a 25-year-old midfielder, plays for Real Sociedad, who finished 6th in La Liga. He's got a £51 million release clause, incidentally, and he's been heavily linked with Arsenal. As Spain get us back underway, and we're still deadlocked at 0-0 here in Berlin. As Spain, in their red shirts, navy blue shorts, are playing from left to right as we look against England, all in white, as the English fans sing the national anthem for a side that has Jordan Pickford in goal. A back three of Walker, Stones and Gehi, Saka and Shaw. His first start of the tournament as the wing-backs Rice, Mainu and Bellingham, Foden and the captain Harry Kane. Spain now line up with Simon, back four of Carvajal, Lenormand, Laporte and Cucurella, Olmo, Zubimendi and Fabian Ruiz, Yamal, Williams and Morata. There's Cucurella on that far side up against Williams, close to him though was Kyle Walker. They have to pass the ball back to Laporte. He's no stranger to carry the ball forward. Fabian forward to Carvajal, first time ball to Lamine Yamal. He's going to cut inside, it's onto his left foot, he passes the ball, Williams arriving and marked, and Williams scores just over 60 seconds into the second half, and Williams had all the time in the world to fire past Jordan Pickford. And it means that in every knockout stage of this Euro tournament, England concede first, but here in the final, it's Spain who lead 1-0.
Well, that is the sucker punch that Guillaume's talking about. That's what he asked for at half-time, and it gets delivered. What a ball. from Carvajal. That's the pass that creates the space. It's a flick with the outside of the boot. It's near the halfway line and he spins it inside Luke Shaw, who's on the outside. Yamal comes inside, steps into the pitch, rolls it to his teammate and good friend Nico Williams on his left foot, and it's a super composed finish. Side foot slotted into the far corner. Walker's desperate to get across, but he can't get the block in. Pickford stays on his feet, tries to make himself big, but such is the quality of the finish. It's a superly worked goal from Spain, with both the wide players contributing massively.
Let's go pitch side, Izzy Christiansen.
Well, I had a good view from behind the goal. What a finish that is, you've got to admit. That's wonderful play. We said at half-time about the wingers being nullified by our fullbacks Walker and Shaw, but my word, they cut us open there, and England have done this before. They can do it again, they can get back into it.
Chris?
Yeah, England, I mean, they've been resilient in this competition so far. They're going to have to dig deeper though this evening. There I was talking about Spain losing the heartbeat of the team. I mean, it's a brilliant move, and Matt's right. The pass from Carvajal, pass of the evening, outside of the right foot, playing round corners, and then Yamal with the composure to find his opposite winger Williams, who still had a fair bit to do. Brilliant composed finish from him though.
Ball up towards Morata. Carvajal clips it in field. Williams again arriving outside the area unmarked. Passes the ball to Olmo. Creates the space with his first touch, and then left-footed drags it wide off target. That could so easily have been a second goal for Spain.
Yeah, and England have got to compose themselves. Maybe slightly fortunate, Carvajal with the ball to Olmo initially. Flicks the header out to Williams. Makes the forward run, who then Williams finds him, takes a brilliant first touch. He's got to hit the target left-footed. He pulls his shot wide of Pickford's left-hand post.
Well, England, as Izzy said, went behind to Slovakia in the last 16, and of course they did exactly the same in the quarters and the semi. Indeed, they're the first side to actually reach a final by going behind in the last 8 and the last 4. And in the build-up to this game, Gareth Southgate yesterday was talking about the long-term vision. They've used the analogy of the 1966 World Cup final, where England, for those of a certain age, will recall that they went behind. As Bellingham dived in, Carvajal got away from that challenge. Mainu on the halfway line wins it back, Bellingham on the left, and there was Carvajal. The ominous statistic is this, though, that Spain have never lost a European Championship knockout game when they've scored first.
Yeah, Jude Bellingham has to be careful. He keeps his composure. You know, when he gets frustrated, certainly things that go behind, he can just tend to maybe be a little bit rash, and that tackle there, he was fortunate. If he'd have made contact, they'd been in big trouble.
Bellingham collects the ball and runs Shaw on the overlap. Carvajal tries to squeeze it out and succeeds. I think for the first time tonight we're able to hear Spanish voices inside the Olympic Stadium here in Berlin. Goal kick to Spain, 5 Live, the World Service, BBC Sounds, and it's Spain who are leading 1-0.
Isn't it amazing how a goal changes the game? And we actually saw England brave enough to play through the Spanish midfield there. Got to say, the pass from Bellingham was so sloppy. England in a good position high up the pitch. Easy pass to Luke Shaw, missed.
Headed away by Gehi, hooked forward, kept in play by Shaw. Time just to slow it down on the halfway line as England all in white play from right to left. Mainu looks to get away from Olmo, passes it behind him towards Declan Rice, and now towards Walker, 6 yards short of the halfway line. Pings it forward towards Saka, takes it in his stride. Cucurella matches him step by step, still snapping away at the heels. Infield, Foden, 30 yards out from goal. Rice now across towards Shaw. Bellingham is on this near side, the left. He's going to run back in field. Every red shirt back behind the ball. As Rice towards Stones. Out towards Saka, level with the penalty area. Infield to Mainu. Mainu back with Rice. Spain, though, working hard, keeping their shape. Popped up a little bit to Bellingham. Rolls it out towards Walker. Walker right-hand side. It's a deep cross. Very deep, in fact. And Shaw will not keep the ball in play.
It's better possession, moving the ball a lot nicer there. England getting hold of the ball even. We haven't had much of it in this game so far, and the game plan all sat on keeping a clean sheet, keeping Spain out. Now we've gone behind, it's going to have to be a significant switch. You feel they're going to have to come out of their shell a little bit, England, try and get hold of the ball, and like Chris said, play through the lines and be a little bit more adventurous.
They're going to have to show the levels of resilience that they showed in the previous knockout matches. But certainly Spain have started with a swagger to this second half as Williams picks it up. Back it goes to Cucurella, Laporte, and now with his central defensive partner Lenormand. Lenormand midway through the Spain half. Foden runs towards him, along the ground to Carvajal. Bellingham will try and put Carvajal under pressure. Kane now runs towards the goalkeeper Unai Simon. Hits the ball low, reaches Morata, holds it up, lays it off. Zubamendi now coming forward, shrugs off the challenge of Stones, and Stones impeded him. Oh, he's going to get a yellow card. Seems harsh.
Seems very harsh. I mean, he's shaking his head. I mean, he had the momentum there. Zubamendi, lovely play from Morata, super centre-forward play, hold up, slots in the midfield player running past him, and Stones, he does have some contact, but I think Zubamendi goes down really easily, but the referee's always going to give a yellow card there because he's stopping him from making progress in behind.
Third yellow card of the evening as Cucurella squealed as he went to ground under the challenge of Saka. Spain keeping the ball. Fabian, such a versatile midfielder. He can go forward, he can also just drop deep as well. And here he is now in between the two central defenders who split quite wide. Fullbacks are pushed on. Cucurella out towards Williams. There's a real skip in his step, isn't there, for Nico Williams with the opening goal, his second of the tournament, after that fine goal that he scored against Georgia in the last 16. Spain with Zubamendi. Morata took Guehi with him as he dropped very, very deep. Now it is with Laporte. Fabio will pass the ball back.
I mean, they're set up with the ball, Spain, the way they make the pitch big. And when England have it, the midfield, they just seem to just suck space out of the equation. Nobody can have any time to have the ball, and they're really getting into their flow now.
Plenty of vocal backing, though, from the legions of England supporters who are here inside the Olympic Stadium. But Morata picks it up, drives at the heart of the England defence. Guehi got a good block in there, and he's really pumped up. He knows that was an important challenge, and he's trying to fire up his teammates too.
Yeah, I mean, it's a brilliant block from Guehi. I think Morata would have been better served to pop the ball out to Williams on the left-hand side. He was off balance when he got the shot off, but you're right, Guehi fired up. Needs to keep his composure, though.
This is Zubamendi, left of the centre circle. Out towards that far side for Fabian. Infield now to Olmo. Lays it back towards the Paris Saint-Germain midfielder. Lenormand, as it bounces onto his chest, gets it out from underneath his feet. Forward ball. Lamine Yamal looks for that forward ball. Morata's got goal side. It's going goalwards. And it was cleared away inside the 6-yard box by Stones. Carvajal keeps it alive. Back towards Lamine Yamal, onto his left foot. And then dispossessed by Bellingham. And Bellingham then drops his shoulder and runs away from the 17-year-old. But Bellingham then runs in towards Carvajal. Flicks it back. Spain trying to put England under pressure. Rice with a clearance, only as far as Fabian. Forward ball. This is Williams just outside the D. Shoots low, off target. And England look rattled.
And England really... Spain have missed two really good chances. I wouldn't say that's a chance from Williams. It's at the 22, 23 yards out. Centrally pulls his shot, hits it well. Goes a yard wide of Jordan Pickford's right-hand post. But Spain, where they want to be now, in control.
Now, that goal for Williams was the first shot on target for Spain.
Yeah.
Since then, they've had another two in the space of 6 minutes.
Yeah, they're just accumulating pressure now, and that came from a chance, the early Morata chance where he just slipped it past Pickford. I don't think it was going to be on target, but Stones had to deal with it, and then we're a little bit stretched and flustered. Jude Bellingham's doing his thing, but in the wrong area of the pitch. He offloads it, then the ball forward gets cut out, and Spain are brilliant at that. When they want to hunt it back and turn it over, they've got double the amount of turnovers in the offensive third in this whole tournament. That's how good they are at possession, and it shows. And then England is so stretched, the shot is easier to come off.
Wonderful crossfield ball by Walker to Shaw. Played it into Bellingham, did the dummy for it to reach Harry Kane. Before it could reach Bellingham, he was taken out. They were looking for a free kick. England, though, have won the ball back. Gahey towards Stones, being urged on by the banks of England supporters in their white shirts behind that goal. At the Marathon Gate end of the Olympic Stadium here in Berlin, willing to see Gareth Southgate's side get an equaliser. But 57 minutes played in this contest, in this European Championship final. And Ollie Watkins is going to be coming on. England are trailing.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like it'll be Harry Kane who comes off. There's a possibility of playing two up top, but Spain have that high line at the back and England haven't really exploited it.
England under pressure, trying to beat the press. Rice collected it, was facing his own goal on the edge of the penalty area, up towards Mainu, running out of space on that far side, and it goes out of play for a Spain throw.
I mean, you've got to admire the pressure again Spain apply. It is sensational, I have to say, without the ball. I mean, we can talk as much about the wingers, but England have it. They are pressed in and it's organised, and the full-backs in, centre-backs are going in with the play. I mean, there's nowhere to go, and England are really struggling to get hold of the ball and build any kind of waves of attacks.
It's been a key feature of Spain's play throughout this tournament, whereby far they have been the most impressive side as they look for a 7th straight win here at the Euros. Back it goes from Lenormand to Simon. His clearance will pick out Olmo. Olmo gets away from the challenge of Rice, threads it forward to Morata. Lamine Yamal, who's been doing his English homework during the course of this tournament. I think he necessarily thought an English exam would come at the end of it, just after passing his 17th birthday, as they switch it to the left-hand side to Nico Williams. But Spain are in total control.
It's not the first kick that Simon's miscued, though, Deno, is it?
No, it's not.
I've seen him a few times in this tournament shank some kicks. Well, one to Havertz for that great chance where he maybe could have equalised for them.
Here is Olmo, looking for Morata into that run of the inside right channel of the penalty area. Chris, you might recall in the semi-final against France, Simon's distribution went straight to a couple of French players, I recall, late in the second half.
Yeah, he's got away with a couple this evening, hasn't he? He's probably pretty composed on the ball, but we've all got a shank in us at times, Ian.
You've seen him on the golf course, have you? Here is Bellingham. England trailing here in Berlin. Bellingham floats the ball out towards Saka, far side the right, 6-7 yards over the halfway line, collects it back to his feet from Walker, runs forward. Cucurella has actually noticeably dropped off Saka on this occasion. Williams is helping out too. Back it goes to Saka. Foden makes the run off him in towards the penalty area, tried the cut back towards Kane. Great defending though by Carvajal. The right back tucked in. England get it back. Mainu wins that 50-50 against Cucurella. Ball loops up into the air on the far side, tries the little flick, doesn't reach Saka, battling for it, gets it away from Williams. England now with every outfield player in the Spain half, looking for an equaliser on 5 Live and the World Service with half an hour to go. The England supporters respond, and England get a throw midway through the Spain half as Watkins, who got the winner against the Dutch, comes on, and it's Harry Kane, who now has probably, he's played. This is his 6th final for club and country. His previous 5 he's yet to win, and still he's yet to score. Maybe though, could there still be a happy ending if Watkins can deliver some magic?
Well, that's a big call from Gareth Southgate. Harry Kane hasn't really had any opportunities in this match, and he's just making that switch again. The sharpness and the brightness that Ollie Watkins brings with his mobility, hoping he can have the same kind of impact he did in the semi-final.
Here is Gahey to Walker, brings it under control forward of the centre circle. Now with Mainu. Mainu gets one challenge, comes out towards Bellingham. Bellingham curls it to Saka. Bit of space around Saka, closed down now by Cucurella and Williams. Support from Walker, infield to Rice, 30 yards out from goal. Gahey runs forward, lays it out, fractionally behind Shaw on the left-hand side. Gahey's continued to run. Shaw remains in close proximity, level with the area. Spain, though, defending well, leading, still protecting that advantage as Rice plays the ball in field. Walker once again out towards Saka. Still they try that ploy. Saka against Williams, upended, and he gets the free kick. Let's go behind that goal. Izzy, what a reception for Ollie Watkins when he came on.
Yeah, the fans have been calling for it. They've been singing his name, and Gareth Southgate responded, and Kane was given a fantastic exit applause from the fans as he went off. But I think the fans are absolutely delighted to see Ollie Watkins enter the pitch.
Now the French referee, Francois Letexier, is calling Kyle Walker and Morata together, as it was just the challenge from Williams upending Saka, and then there was a little bit of a coming together.
There's a little something with
little spat.
Little something with Cucurella,
yeah,
like where he got involved, and there was a little grapple and a grip, and he's just having a word with both skippers.
Foden waits to take the free kick. About 10 yards in from the right touchline. Not quite level with the penalty area as England, all in white, play from left to right. Foden wipes the bead of sweat. The England supporters with the thunderclap, building up the anticipation here in Berlin. The arm goes aloft, swings it over now. Headed out by Laporte, headed further away by Yamal, and it's Declan Rice who's the one who's got to retreat towards the halfway line. And now back to Jordan Pickford, all in yellow, and Pickford will hit it long. Foden will give chase. Cucurella seemed more concerned about Foden than the ball for a time. Foden's got goal side, done well back towards Saka. Saka now on the right-hand side. Bellingham creeps forward, rolls well, creates the opportunity, and shoots left-footed just off target. Goal kick, Spain still lead.
Yeah, England building a bit of momentum. Got to say, the take from Bellingham, the ball fired across on the edge of the box. Carvajal and Olmo, the Spanish players, collide with each other. Bellingham does a little pirouette, and the ball just gets away from him a little bit. He fires a left-footed shot well wide of the goal.
You just feel it's going to have to be something ridiculous like that from Jude Bellingham or Foden or whoever to get England back in this game. It's going to be a little piece of magic on the edge of the box.
But by far England's best moment of the second half. It's going to be a goal kick, which Laporte is going to take. Carvajal is all right to continue after getting treatment. Spain still leading with that goal early in the second half on BBC Radio 5 Live. Don't forget the golf coverage on Thursday from 10 o'clock in the Open Championship at Royal Troon. The best and comprehensive over 4 days. And from the tranquil settings of Ayrshire to here we are in Berlin, where it's raucous, and England looking for an equaliser as Watkins, with that floated forward ball, was just trying to make that run from Les Normands. Goes out for a goal kick.
And there you go, space in behind. Watkins' movement is brilliant, just peels on the shoulder of Les Normands. The ball from Stones is delightful. Watkins nearly gets on the end, but something different now for the Spanish centre-half to think about, man.
And it will create space, Chris. No, even if Watkins doesn't get on that ball, it might enable Foden and Bellingham to have a little bit more space to do their thing.
Simon's goal kick, the header back by Stones, he's picked up by Rice, running all the way back to the edge of the D of his own penalty area. There are 25 minutes remaining here in Berlin. And England are facing Euro heartache once again. Pickford goes long. Cucurella plays it forward. Williams, who's been electrifying in this second half, forward to Morata. Olmo now towards Lamine Yamal. Lamine Yamal shoots, and Pickford, with a low save, got down very, very well towards his right to turn it behind for a corner kick.
Well, just how big a moment could that be, that save from Jordan Pickford? It's so slick from Spain. Ball quick switch from Olmo to Yamal, who gets a bit fortunate with his first touch, but he curls beautifully. The ball is heading for the far corner, bending in, and Pickford, big right hand, or little right hand I should say, around the post, crucial right hand.
Only 3 sides have ever overcome a 1-goal deficit in a final of the European Championship. As Williams swings in the corner, comes to the edge of the area. Foden gets there first. Mainu looks to shield the ball away from Fabian, and then Morata gets there and then hammers the ball into the advertising hoardings. The Spanish players are pumped up, and they actually get the throw as well on this right-hand side. As Spain are going to be making a change, and Oyarzabal is going to be coming on. He is a player who served Luis de la Fuente so well. He was part of the under-21 Euro success back in 2019. He's appeared in all 7 games now as Morata turns to applaud the Spanish support, bearing in mind that the Spanish captain has said this is likely to be his last major tournament through his own perceived lack of respect in his own country. So he makes way. Is it farewell to Alvaro Morata? We shall see, but Mikel Oyarzabal comes on. Another player from Real Sociedad.
Well, any number 9 looking about link-up play and hold-up play, I mean, that's been a masterclass from Morata this evening.
We're midway through the second half, and England have the remaining quarter to salvage it here in Berlin on 5 Live. To take you through to full-time, here's John Murray.
Thank you, Ian. Darkness has now fallen here in Berlin, and England are trailing in the final. Pickford takes this goal kick out to Walker on the far side. Foden then back to Walker, who was under pressure. There are spaces now opening up for Spain. Olmo, Yamal with a left-footed ball flicked into the penalty area. Stones heads it away wide of goal, but it will bounce out for a corner on the right-hand side. And as England do try to force the issue, you know, Spain are in a position here, Chris, where they could quite easily pick England off.
Yep, absolutely. England need to be brave on the ball, but I've got to say, we marvelled at the way Spain have played in this tournament on the ball, but off the ball they work so hard to win the ball back.
So a corner to be taken from just down to our right here by Yamal. Left-footed in it goes. Pickford comes, gets an awkward punch on it, actually. It bounces out of the area. Olmo on the left-hand side. His high cross. Pickford comes again and dives and gets something on that. A left fist, I think it was, away from a crowd of players. Williams gets there ahead of Saka. Now on the right-hand side, it's swung right across to the back post where Gay had to make that header, which he did. Spain really pushing now, and then Ruiz with a shot from 25 yards. That flies over by a yard or so. It remains 1-0, but England under pressure.
Yeah, a couple of really lovely moments from Spain there as Ruiz hits his strike with his left foot. Jordan Pickford rather unconventionally dealing with a couple of crosses into the box by punching. The first one was actually really quite poor, just drops it down into the box. Second one gets good distance. But when these waves of balls into the box and attacks and Spain start to build, we really do get a little bit ragged, England. And, you know, that's where we're at. And we just can't get hold of the ball, John. It's just nowhere near good enough with the ball. And the pressure from Spain is superb.
Yeah, we've played almost 70 minutes. And Gareth Southgate makes another change. Cole Palmer is on. Cole Palmer coming on for his 5th appearance at this Euros as England break downfield, but as Watkins battled for it, it was cleared away, and Palmer has come on for Mainu, so Mainu has been taken off, so this is quite a significant change for England.
Yeah, it is. You know, just for a second, that one long ball, it looked like the Spanish centre-halves hadn't dealt with it well enough, and Watkins had an opportunity.
Palmer's pass, that's cut out by Cucurella, and it will bounce to the red shirts of Spain. Fabian Ruiz, although it's won back by Saka, now on the right-hand side. Just need to see how England have rearranged this now. Cole Palmer, someone you could see him fitting very nicely into this Spanish side. There's Spain with Carvajal. Carvajal just moves into England territory, then Olmo back out to the right-hand side where Yamal goes back into his own half.
Yeah, we want to see Cole Palmer fit well into the England team, John, this evening.
Yes, that's the priority. Now there will be a 606 on 5 Live, by the way, with Chris and Robbie Savage. So the lines will be open 08085 909 693. As Simon clears up to the halfway line, Shaw goes in tight with Yamal. Now here is Oyarzabal. And the referee's brought it back for an offside flag against Oyarzabal. So 1-0 it is, and time is already running out. 20 minutes to go.
Yeah, and it looks like Palmer has come on and is playing narrow off that right-hand side. Foden has come across narrow off the left, and Bellingham has just dropped a little bit, not necessarily in the Mainu position that deep.
But he's certainly more central, Bellingham.
It's a positive change, though, Chris, isn't it? That he's made, and we're at that stage of the game where if you don't do something, it'll just pass you by.
Oh, Bellingham slides in, doesn't make the pass. Now it's played forward. Oyarzabal, left side of the area, shoots from an angle, but straight at Pickford. And he's able to deal with that quite comfortably and plays it out to Bellingham, who is very quick there. Kukurea committed himself. Now Palmer to Saka down the right-hand side. England attack with Saka. Foden and Watkins in the penalty area. Saka still in possession. Across to Bellingham. Back to Palmer. Left foot shot! 1-1! Cole Palmer! He's got the dead eye for England. What a finish that was! Spain were opened up there, and Cole Palmer took full advantage, and England are back level. 1-1 the score.
England take full advantage there of quick ball from Jordan Pickford. It all starts with the England keeper. Great spot from him. Spain on the attack, they commit bodies forward, but then he pings it out. It ends up with Palmer, who feeds Saka. Is 1v1 in that position, chops and changes, it comes in. Bellingham with the setback onto the edge of the box, and is this ever been more tailor-made for a left-footed effort on goal? But I have to say, that is composure, that is super technique. He picks his spot, Palmer. He doesn't get flustered, his upper body's over the ball, he just places it with real power and precision in the far corner. Absolutely fantastic finish from Cole Palmer.
Scored by Palmer in the goal where Izzy Christiansen is down behind.
Well, we have what's called limbs again. The noise behind me is unbelievable. I saw Cole Palmer strike a few of those in the warm-up, and he's just done the exact same at the time when his country needed him. What a finish.
Spain 1, England 1. Cole Palmer scoring very much, as Matt Upson said, in the manner that he scored all of those goals for Chelsea this season, 25 of them, Chris Sutton.
Yep, absolutely. I mean, there was an argument, him coming into the tournament, that he should start games, but boy, has he made a difference from the bench. And once again, the layback from Bellingham was first class, allowed him to come onto it left-footed.
And now the ball is won back by Bellingham, and here's Palmer again with a little bit of space, gives it to Saka. Saka against Kukurea, takes him on the outside, gets a low ball across that is cleared away on the edge of the 6-yard box by Laporte. And now listen to this from the England supporters, thousands and thousands of them here in the Olympic Stadium in Berlin. They sense that England, having been 1-0 down since the second minute of the second half, now with that super strike from Palmer, what was it, maybe 22, 23 yards out, that flew low into the bottom corner. Now all square again. England with Palmer again in the full-back position. In comes the challenge, and out it goes, and Palmer himself says to the England supporters over there, raises his hands, tells them to make more noise. He's a remarkable young man, isn't he, Palmer?
He is. He doesn't lack confidence. Such a classy player. But just going back to that save, John, from Jordan Pickford from the Yamal effort, how crucial has that been?
The chances that they had, the opportunity that Olmo had that shot across the face of goal, Morata as well, but they couldn't get the second goal. And Ian mentioned how rare it is that in a European Championship final a team will win from being a goal down, as Pickford launches one downfield, but that will bounce all the way through for a goal kick. It did actually happen in the last European Championship final, where England led for such a long time, and it ended up in a penalty shootout that was won by the Italians. That was 3 years ago. Now there are 15 minutes to play, and a quite different looking England team now that we're looking down on here, with the changes that Gareth Southgate has made with Kane and Mainu coming off. So Bellingham now central, Palmer's quite central too, and Ollie Watkins through the middle.
Yeah, but a bit more energy, maybe a bit more belief. I mean, he's, talk about Yamal for Spain, Palmer for England, he's pretty fearless as well, isn't he?
I mean, isn't this just been the theme of England's games almost through this whole tournament? I mean, We've seen so many where they've stuttered or gone behind or been hanging on, and they come back, and those changes off the bench, they have a huge impact.
Here's Olmo though. Olmo, one of the 6 joint top scorers. Harry Kane won't score anymore after he was substituted. Here's Yamal infield. Now it's driven on down into the full-back position by Carvajal, who's now got the captain's armband for Spain, incidentally, since Morata was taken off. Yamal. Spain were rocked by the equaliser, of course they would be, but now they're back in their stride again. Here's Cucurella on the far side. Saka chases him. Ball in field towards the other Spanish substitute, Zubimendi. Now Williams. Back to Cucurella. It's 1-1 if you've just switched on. If you're on your way home, it's on BBC One tonight. Here is Lenormand. Fabian Ruiz just forward of the centre circle, gives it to his right. Lenormand uses Carvajal on the right-hand side. Carvajal's ball in, that looks dangerous, it's gone a long way. Walker allowed it to bounce, and it bounced past him, but Williams had to run out into the full-back position. He's got it now, the Spaniard into the near post, and an excellent header won by John Stones, who was a bit under pressure there from Oyarzabal. And it is a corner though from the left-hand side for Spain.
Yeah, he does well, Williams. Shifts the ball on the outside of Kyle Walker, stands on left-footed, cross up, Stones strong in the challenge. I thought he was fouled. Oyarzabal should have had a free kick.
Corner for Spain. Williams to take, the man who opened the scoring. Referee Letexier just there you can hear him, he's not happy with some of the things that are going on. In comes the corner, headed away by Bellingham. It comes out to Fabian Ruiz, miscontrolled it, plays it across the box, and Palmer's there underneath it just to volley it away, and it will land just approximately 1 foot from where Gareth Southgate is standing there. Gareth Southgate, first man as England manager to take a team into 2 finals, and it's in the balance, still in the balance. When they were 1-0 up Spain, it seemed as though a second goal wasn't too far away, but it didn't come, and that Cole Palmer equaliser, super goal that it was, his first on this kind of stage, his first big tournament goal in what is still an infant England career, as Spain come forward with it on the left-hand side. It's played out there to the far side by Zubimendi, and then back towards the halfway line. Spain lost Rodri to injury at half-time, but then within seconds they'd taken the lead. Here's Carvajal now. Carvajal, ball forward into the penalty area on the right-hand side. Oyarzabal keeps it in, but he slipped as he did so, and actually the ball bounced out of play, and it is a goal kick to England. And we have 10 minutes to go. It's flashed by, hasn't it?
It is, but England's strong suit in this tournament has been the way that they finish games, that they come back into games. 3 times before tonight they came back and got over the line. Can they do it again?
Yeah, last 16, quarter-final, semi-final, no shortage of drama as Pickford takes the goal kick through the middle. Spain have got it, and we'll play it back to Simon in the goal in front of Izzy Christiansen down at pitch level.
I've just noticed a very frantic signal from Lenormand, the centre-back for Spain, to the bench to substitute, so I think he must be struggling, in which case if he does go off, that could be another little swing into the advantage of England again.
Thank you, Izzy. You would imagine that would be Nacho who would come on, which is not a bad replacement.
Exactly.
Real Madrid Champions League winning captain. Although he's off now, isn't he, of course?
I think he's won a few things, hasn't he, Nacho, over the years?
Yeah, he might win a few more things in Saudi Arabia, who knows. Spain won, England won, and Fabian Ruiz inside his own half. Lines are open on 5 Live for 606 08 085 909 693 to talk to Robbie and Chris once everything's wrapped up here. Foden does extremely well to win it back. Bellingham, and now Palmer's dispossessed. Williams carries it forward. Williams, there are defenders back, up to the edge of the D, just lays it off. Danny Olmo through to Williams. Williams back to Olmo. Now Yamal. Oh, good save, Pickford. Really opened up for the 17-year-old, but he couldn't pass Pickford.
Well, that's 2
crucial saves. Incredible save from Pickford. He read the shot from Yamal, who once again, the ball set for him, tried to find the far corner. Pickford read it brilliantly, palmed the shot out. I think Yamal should be scoring though.
Should be scoring, but Pickford one-on-one. It was from an angle, the shot on his left foot, but Pickford was able to beat it away. Spain won, England won. Spain have upped it again here. We've got 8 minutes to play, plus added time. Again, Fabian Ruiz back to the right-hand side to Carvajal. Carvajal, though, goes back to Le Normand near the halfway line. And, Nacho is being prepared to come on with his immaculate hair. Here's Williams on the left-hand side. Walker does well. Walker managed to win it from him, but then the challenge came in from Zubimendi, and here we will have that change in. He's got a problem, Le Normand, hasn't he?
Yeah, like you say, it's a good replacement, plenty of experience and know-how, but Spain just stepped it up a gear out of possession. I'm having a look at the replay from Yamal. He doesn't hit the corner anywhere near well enough. Jordan Pickford fully anticipating the ball to be bent right into that far post, and he just hits it and kind of catches it a little bit central. Yamal makes the save a little bit easier for Pickford, but it was Cole Palmer just got robbed from just fantastic midfield pressure from Spain to turn the ball over again. And this game now, wow, it is so well poised.
Yes, it is. The 34-year-old Nacho is on. England played forward towards Bellingham, who got up in the challenge with Laporte, but over both of them through to Simon on the edge of his penalty area. Spain play it forward towards Fabian Ruiz, and then here's Nacho in possession for the first time. It's not bad when you've got experience like that to bring onto the field. Nacho, after his just the 23 years at Real Madrid. Spain, Zubimendi now. Zubimendi. Nacho makes himself available in the centre circle and then steps forward, strides forward, rolls the ball to his left. Oyarzabal makes a run, but the ball stayed with Olmo. Williams 25 yards out. Here's Yamal again. Now to Carvajal on the right-hand side. This is danger for England. Carvajal back to Fabian Ruiz, and again to Carvajal on the right, but then it's blocked by Phil Foden and bounces back for Carvajal, who's able to keep possession for Spain. Yamal from a deep-lying position. Williams, the 22-year-old, bounces back to Williams, and then a touch from an England player. Rice sends it wide, well wide of the goal, but it's a corner to Spain.
Very little space in and around the box for Spain, but Williams finds a way, pops the ball into Olmo, tries to receive it. Eventually it's put behind for a Spanish corner.
So Yamal trots across. Williams, Yamal's birthday yesterday, Williams' birthday the day before. The two of them together. Yamal left-footed into the edge of the 6-yard box. Stones heads it down and away. I know its players collided at the back post. Gay ended up on the ground as Zubimendi was challenging him, but the ball was cleared away downfield, and the Spanish goalkeeper Simon quickly out to Cucurella. 1-1 the score. 5 Live from the BBC and the World Service. Long one forward for Yamal into the area on the right-hand side. Yamal hooks it across. Pickford comes, gets a hand to it, and just manages to touch it away and keep possession to take it away from Oyarzabal.
I mean, it's some ball over the top for Yamal, absolutely inch perfect from midfield, just curved over the top of Luke Shaw, and Pickford tapping the ball with his hand, catching it just after he touches it on the penalty spot. And you've just got to be careful. You expect that patient build-up from Spain all the time, but every now and then they've got the capabilities of just flipping that one in behind, which makes it so difficult that you have to get your positioning spot on all the time.
Changes number 3 and 4 are coming for England. Trippier was preparing himself, but he's put his bib back on, so it looks as though it's going to be Conor Gallagher coming on next for England, the Chelsea man, occasionally the Chelsea captain this season, as Spain played through the middle. Here's Olmo again. Olmo through the middle. Oyarzabal back out to the left-hand side to Cucurella, and the ball is in! Cucurella with the pass, and Oyarzabal on the edge of the 6-yard area finds a way past Pickford, and Spain are back in front with only less than 4 minutes to play. It's Spain 2, England 1. That could be the clincher. That could be the goal that beats England in the final here in Berlin.
at this stage in the game. England dragging themselves back into this match with a fantastic goal from Palmer, and the Spanish have just created another opportunity of their own, and he's tucked it away. I mean, it's a simple touch into the box. I mean, it's a great ball in. The space was on that far side. It goes through Olmo in midfield. He flicks it into Olazabal, who plays it first time wide, and it's a very tight offside shout, but Cucurella finds a delivery. It's a brilliant ball in. Walker just misses it by a fraction to block the cross. But such is the quality of the ball from Cucurella, first time on the ground. And the centre-forward does what every great centre-forward does in terms of getting across their marker, and he gets the first touch on the ground, steers it past Pickford, who's got no chance really. It's such close range, it's nearly on the 6-yard box line, and Spain step into the lead again.
I'm just looking to see if the referee is going to allow the restart, because there was a tightish offside in there. Gareth Southgate's changed his plans. Ivan Toney's now coming on, not Conor Gallagher, Chris. Yeah, England resume play. The goal stands. Spain 2, England 1.
Yeah, I've got to say it was so tight. Got to get Tony on now. Yep. Throw everything at it.
We're in the 88th minute. England are 2-1 down. They've come from being eliminated. Oh, ball played through to Watkins. Watkins on the turn, but it got away from him. Bellingham played it through. Brilliant pass. And on the turn, it just got away from Watkins, and Spain put it behind for a corner.
I tell you what, he's so unlucky. Ollie Watkins, positioning great in between the two Spanish centre-halves. Just lets his first touch, little pirouette. His first touch gets away from him. That allows the experienced Nacho to get round and clear the danger.
Right, Tony is on, Foden is off, Phil Foden is off. Gareth Southgate going for it here, he has to. Marino is going to come on as well for Spain, so Luis de la Fuente is taking off the young man, Yamal, who's being replaced, but yeah, it will happen now. They're taking some time over this. He's off. So Yamal, who could have finished it actually when he had that chance that Pickford saved, but Oyarzábal's second goal for Spain. So Marino is on. Palmer with the corner from the left-hand side. We're almost into the 90th minute here. England, again, facing defeat at the Euros, have got to come up with something. They did it in the last 16, they did it in the quarter-final, they did it in the semi-final. Here's the final, Palmer's in, Rice for the header, brilliant save, it's headed forward, it was headed off the line, it was headed brilliantly off the line. Dani Olmo somehow got that away. The initial header from Rice, brilliantly saved, and then Gay's header. What a clearance that was. The header from Gay was straight at Olmo on the line. And in that moment, that could be it. That could be the clincher. Izzy, right in front of you.
Oh my word, that was so close. It was Dani Olmo on the line, wasn't it? Excellent reading from him, but it was like pinball inside the box. So close from England.
That was Danny. Oh no, there from England's perspective, I've got to say the initial header from Declan Rice, I think he should get that further into the corner. It's a decent save from Simon, who dives to his right-hand side. Golden opportunity. Guy, that's instinctive, but Olmo in the right place. And Spain hanging on.
We are into 4 minutes of added time, but whether England will have an opportunity as good as that. Spain on the way to victory, on the way to winning this trophy for the 4th time. England looks like it's going to be 2 consecutive defeats in European Championship finals, but there are still best part of 4 minutes, Matt.
Well, I'm just trying to recover from that opportunity. I was convinced that was going to get in the back of the net. I mean, the header from Rice had plenty of power. Maybe he could have steered it a little bit further wide of the keeper, but I mean, what a melee.
Spain have won a free kick on the edge of that penalty area after it's a yellow card that's been shown. I think there's a high foot in on Nacho there, who's ended up on the ground. It's kicked by Watkins.
Yeah, it's an accidental high boot from Watkins, trying to win the ball. Does catch the defender. Cucurella's reaction is so over the top, and you know what the Spanish will do now. They'll take the time,
No rush, try and run down the clock. Bit of gamesmanship.
But every team, every club team, every international team, these are the rules of the modern game. So it's a free kick to Spain. We've still got just over 2 minutes to go. I see Rodri down there, who had to go off at half-time. Rodri's trying to marshal the troops. Gareth Southgate standing with his left hand on his hip. He's made his changes. Tony is on, alongside Watkins. Rice lifts it forward. Final seconds these. Here's Palmer, the man who gave England hope. Cole Palmer, still inside his own half though. Palmer's fouled by Williams. Free kick. England have to take it quickly. Palmer does that. He plays it to Gay in the centre circle, who's in danger of losing possession and actually wins a free kick. Danny Olmo fouls, and Danny Olmo's contribution there to clear it off the line. I mean, he's going to be one of the joint top scorers. Could almost be given another goal for clearing it off the line.
Absolutely right. Has made such an impact at the other end of the pitch for Spain, but that looks like it's going to be crucial.
90 seconds to play. I mean, by the standards of the Slovakia match, this is still early for England. Pickford, long to the edge of the area, headed out to Saka on the right-hand side. Cucurella goes close. Cucurella wins a free kick. I guess there must have been a flailing arm there from Saka, and Cucurella has ended up in a heap on the ground.
He's got every right to get his arm out there, Saka. He's just protected himself. It's not a foul. He's thrown himself on the floor. I mean, I don't think he particularly catches him either, but it's just not a foul. He's got every right to get his arm out, and we look at a replay of the goal and how tight the offside was on that.
Normally, if you go down like Cucurella did there, you get stretchered off. I mean, it's absolutely pathetic. He did 4 rolls, and guess what? He's back on his feet, and he's all right.
It looks as though England are going to fall at the last. We've got 30 seconds of added time to play. Spain haven't taken this free kick yet. All of the Spanish substitutes, the unused substitutes, the coaching staff are waiting on the edge of the pitch. Ball forward, Gay gets a touch to that. The referee's given England the free kick. That means this is last chance. This is last chance for England and Gareth Southgate, the team with the late show at this Euros. There is no more time. Spain have won it. England are beaten. Gareth Southgate stands with his hands on his hips. Not to be again. No happy ending for Gareth Southgate. No glorious final chapter. Gareth Southgate goes across to the winning coach, Luis de la Fuente, and says, well done. Spain 2-1 winners. England players down all over the pitch. And Spain win the European Championship by winning all 7 matches. There's no question the best team has won this tournament, but England, beaten finalists at Wembley in Euro 2020, now beaten finalists at Euro 2024 here in Berlin. 2-1 the final score.
Yeah, and I don't think anybody could argue that Spain didn't deserve it. They had the better opportunities. They were the dominant team. They've been the outstanding team in the tournament, and in many respects they had to do it the hard way tonight, losing Rodri, their leader, in the middle of the park at half-time. You're worried about them second half. They came out of the traps in the second half, got themselves in front, but England, they've proved their gutsy throughout the tournament. They've proved their resilience. A couple of substitutions came on, made a difference. Palmer got them back into it, but it's a really slick move from Spain for Yazabel. Good ball out wide to Cucurella, inch perfect cross. And I think his nickname at Yazabel is Bigfoot. He got his big foot onto the ball, into the back of the net. And it's Spain's deserved title.
Matt? Can't argue with that. I mean, as much as you will and you want it to happen for England, and I'm desperate for that. We all want to see it. We want to feel it. You cannot argue with over the tournament and for the lion's share of this game. Spain have showed what a quality outfit they really are, with some exciting talent. They've got a lovely way of playing, creating chances, 2 very, very good goals with quick, slick passing and from wide areas. And England did their best to hang in there, produced a brilliant moment from Cole Palmer. But yet again, we end up in this position, and it's heartbreaking, but you can't disagree that Spain deserve it.
Yeah, just like Wembley 3 years ago, Gareth Southgate and his team are going to have to walk past that Henri Delaunay trophy and pick up the runners-up medals after Spain win by 2-1 against England here in Berlin. Mark Chapman.
And as the stage comes on to the field and England players continue to console each other, Gareth Southgate goes round them all, and some of the subs have come out to console the players that have been playing. Jordan Pickford, alone in yellow, goes over to the fans behind your goal, is he actually, and is applauding them, joined by another goalkeeper actually in Aaron Ramsdale.
Yeah, I mean, Jordan Pickford has been absolutely exceptional. Those couple of saves, Chris mentioned it in commentary, you know, they could have been so crucial for England to keep them in the game. And you thought that when Cole Palmer equalised, you thought that the momentum had shifted right back into England's favour and that England would perhaps go on and win it. But you've got to hand it to Spain to absorb that English pressure, to then get themselves back on the front foot. And Jordan Pickford, he could do nothing about that winning goal. It was right in front of him. It was a clean finish. And Guillaume, I wonder if he's still with us up there, but we were wrong all along about Cucurella providing that assist for the winning goal in a European final. Wow. Well,
the interesting thing with the Cucurella assist was Kyle Walker, who I think everybody would agree was England's best player on the night and was immense in the first half. Kyle Walker sank to his knees after that cross was put in. I don't know if he thought, look, it will need a greater tactician than me to tell me, Matt Upson, but it was all of half a yard out of position, maybe, if that.
Right, if that, and he was half an inch away from getting a tiny nick on the ball and just deflecting it into a different path, Chapman. I mean, they're the margins, aren't they? It was tiny, and it must be so frustrating for him, but it was all one touch. The ball into him was lovely from Olamo. He could have gone wide earlier, but he decides to go central, which then Walker has to adjust his position a little bit, and then it goes back out wide to Cucurella. He's then on his bike, but first time cross was inch perfect, and you know, the finish from Bigfoot did the job.
The Spaniards at the moment are in front of their fans and celebrating. They've actually left the pitch and gone on to the surrounding area. It's a big old stadium, this. There's a big gap between the pitch and the stand, so there's a real throng of them over there, and the photographers are following them as well. And to be fair to them, Guillaume, to be fair to the Spanish team, they could have had 3, 4, maybe 5 in the second half.
It is the way to read it. Spain has the things that make you a champion: layers, resilience, quality, personality in a place that's under like Wembley, and the ability, the mental strength to turn things around one is a difficult moment, like conceding that goal from England. And England didn't have so much, but could have won it with a plan that is frustrating, I guess, with the quality you have. But that's taken you this far. Is the next step that perhaps you have to start looking. Should we just play better? Should we do things better? Should we dominate? Should we keep the ball?
What happened? And again, we've been in this situation throughout the tournament, and there'll be a lot deeper analysis over coming days. But just in the immediate aftermath of the game, Izzy, I'll start with you down there. Is that both times they went behind England, they then suddenly looked more urgent and created chances. When they were level, that didn't really, or it didn't feel like that really happened.
Yeah, I did think that when England got back into the game, I thought there could be only one winner here, because you could feel the atmosphere, you could see the zip and the extra bit that the England players were putting into it, and you thought there's only going to be one winner here. But like I said, Spain, like Guillaume just mentioned there, the resilience, the layers to their sort of team culture, is that they just rode out that pressure and just sucked the enthusiasm away from England and just went back at them. And the best form of defence is attack, and the way that Spain just cut us open at times was, you've got to hold your hands up and say it's fantastic football.
They're just the Spanish team in this tournament. They have just been so superior, and you are right, that does happen a lot in football, doesn't it? When a team takes the lead, then another team will actually start having a go, and that's exactly the correct question. Why actually is that? Well, they have to be braver, but the issue is England weren't brave enough on the evening to make that next step. And in this tournament, actually, it's not a bad thing. In fact, it's a really good thing for football that Spain won the tournament, playing the brand of football which they played. Because let's get it right, had England got over the line tonight, it would have been all about the way that England defended. They tried to stifle Spain. Spain played the beautiful game. England didn't. But the beauty of Gareth's team this tournament has been getting over the line. But tonight, you have to look at it and think, well, for England to get to the next level, have they got the players who can do that? I believe that they have, but England have been lopsided in this tournament, and there's been an oddity about the way they've tried to get up the pitch or up the field. Harry Kane didn't offer enough tonight, didn't make those movements in behind. Ollie Watkins, when he came on, I actually felt, albeit England was still doing a lot of defending, that he was a better option, and it wouldn't have been a surprise had he got in behind the Spanish backlines. But look, there's a lot to think about, there's a lot to digest. I think overall it's been a good tournament for Gareth Southgate, but just come up short once again.
Well, I think Gareth made that change relatively early, didn't he? Kane off, Watkins on. And yeah, I mean, he's not been at his sharpest this tournament, Harry Kane. He's still been effective in front of goal when he's had the chance, but I just feel that does it hurt more when you lose playing like that than if you'd have lost playing like Spain? It's a different feeling when you lose with the quality of player that England have in a game where we're trying to grind it all the time. It's a different feeling. It's always the wonder of the what if. Could we play? Could we be more expansive like that? And then you lose in a manner where you feel like you've thrown everything at it. And I think the players have done that in the way that we've played the whole tournament. But it's not that football that Chris is talking about, the way that you kind of really take it to another team with the ball.
Just to try and give you some kind of picture of what's going on at the moment down there. They brought a stage on in a variety of different parts and then assembled it on the pitch. They then think they've built it in slightly the wrong place. So they had a whole load of volunteers in Bob the Builder yellow hard hats who then tried to push the stage maybe 3 yards to the left and have failed in doing that. And so at the end of trying to shift it, they've decided, stuff it, we're going to leave it where it is and we'll run off and we'll get on with the ceremony. Whilst let me make a right pig's ear of that, Izzy has been watching the various ways the England players are consoling each other on the far side of the field.
Yeah, we've got Bellingham. Well, he was just sat on the grass on his own. John Stones doing the same, having a moment to themselves, and Harry Kane went over to Jude Bellingham and consoled him for quite a long length of time. But you can just see here the players, they are understandably so dejected, and I do think that they gave everything. Yeah, of course we'll pick it to pieces later and think about what and discuss what they could have done better, but I thought Gareth Southgate was brave with the substitutions, and Jude Bellingham's just right in front of me right now, just applauding the fans, and they're giving it back to him, and I'm sure he's got many more finals ahead of him.
And is Gareth Southgate in the middle of that? I seem to have lost him at the moment. He was doing it. Oh, hang on, John. Yes, sorry.
Yeah, he's just come over to do the first of his interviews down pitch side, so he is just about 15 yards from the halfway line behind one of those boards.
Okay, and so he will be doing that, and we will bring you some reaction. I would say maybe 2/3 of the England fans at the moment have stayed behind. There are quite large swathes of grey seats, but plenty have stayed for this trophy presentation. The Spanish fans, understandably, to our right, bouncing up and down. I mean, the thing was, Spain probably created more chances at 1-1, really. It felt like in that last 15-20 minutes than they had in the rest of the game.
I still stick to my idea that the first half of England was what they tried to do and stopped us, especially the wingers, having an impact. And the first action that a winger beats a defender in the second half is a goal. And after that, more chances happened, that was the moment to actually kill the game, and we don't do that. We don't kill the game, and Pickford was good. And then when we conceded, which was against the odds, but that's England, isn't it? Just one moment, the moment appeared, I thought, well, that's it. Extra time. Look at them, they tied. And yet they surprised me again, like they've done in the whole tournament. They were like, no, we're going at it. Without fear. Brave, courageous. That's what they've won in the tournament.
They've given Nico Williams the player of the match here, Chris. I thought what was also quite interesting in that last 15 minutes was once Morata was... I thought Morata was great. Once Morata was taken off, they use Nico Williams centrally every now and then, and that just changed that dynamic a bit.
Yeah, I mean, second half, I think both him and Yamal off the other side played narrower at times. Brilliant the way they both linked up, and actually fair play to them for being courageous, the wide players, because they both were really quiet in the first half, but they have this belief and the confidence. I'm not so sure he would have been my player of the match, but he was mightily effective. I think he would be my player of the tournament overall.
Do you know, we're talking about the flexibility of the Spanish players. They realized that they couldn't beat the fullbacks, so what you got was Lamine and Nico coming inside. And sometimes, no, I tell you what, the two of us are going to join the fullback in one of the wings. So they kept trying different ways to see which would work. And sometimes players are too fixated in their position, in their obligations, not them too.
Because with the goal, Carvajal nicks it round the corner and he's inside of Luke Shaw already to have the pass, so he's already come inside. I don't think Luke Shaw quite knows where he is. It was a fantastic touch, but Spanish subs come on and you see more of the same. It's the system, it's the method. We want an England player to come on to change it, and I think that for me speaks a lot about the two teams. A team that is well kind of entrenched in how they're going to go about things, and the England team that are looking for that one-off piece of magic to change the game.
Giorgio Chiellini is now bringing that trophy back out. Remember, he brought it out at the start of the match, had both sets of ribbons on it. Heartbreakingly for England, as he carries it onto the plinth on the stage, it just has the Spanish colours on it. The Spanish team have formed a guard of honour, waiting for England to go and pick up their runners-up medals. The Spanish backroom staff, who stay behind a ribbon, Guillaume, have all put on Spanish home shirts with the number 4 on the back.
Yeah, Luis de la Fuente always insists with the idea that at the end of the game there's a photo of everyone in the changing room, and number 4 is the amount of times we won the European Championships, like no other nation in Europe.
They are going to start the presentation. They start with the young player of the tournament, which is probably not surprising that it goes to Lamine Yamal. Matt Upson.
Not a shock, is it? Let's face it. I mean, what a tournament. What a burst onto the scene for a young man.
1 goal and 4 assists, isn't it?
Incredible. What a player.
That goal being one of, if not the goal of the tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it was a super strike, and it's just such a slam dunk in that this young man is the young player of the tournament.
So Lamine Yamal walks off back down the guard of honour with the young player of the tournament, and now they are giving the player of the tournament, why are you rolling your eyes, Chris?
Well, I mean, it's Rodri, isn't it? He's been quite good, not as good as Nico Williams, and he didn't play the second half, so I don't think
he's player of the tournament, not the match.
Yeah, I know, but you've got to see it out in the final, haven't you?
Okay, let's talk some news, not myth, that they gave it to Nico Williams 30 seconds before he's announced to Rodri. You have to say, Izzy, that's fully deserved.
Rodri?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I don't know why Chris is rolling his eyes. It's not like Chris to do something like that. But no, I think he's been exceptional. And we spoke at half-time, didn't we? His absence in the second half would be a real advantage for England. Absolutely not. And it just goes to show the depth in that team and the trust that De La Fuente has in the team and what he can bring on and affect the game. But Rodri, across the whole tournament, he's been absolutely sublime to watch.
Back to the point, you bring the sub on, doesn't change. No. Doesn't change the system. We still go. Excellent. And all over the pitch they do that. We bring on a sub. We want them to change it. We want something different, magical to happen. And it's hard to play against that kind of machine that Spain are.
We've moved on from Young Player of the Tournament to Player of the Tournament and go through the Guard of Honour. Next are the officials, who get a smattering of boos, although necessarily didn't really do anything wrong. Did they, John Murray, in that game? Not that what really comes to mind.
No, I thought he handled it well. Youngest man to have refereed the final, Francois Le Texier, and he's just receiving his medal, and they're having a good chat, aren't they, with Alexander Jeffrey?
So that's rather dull. So let's go back to Izzy. I think when you actually look at the line of where England are, and you've got Steve Holland and Gareth Southgate and Harry Kane all next to each other, and actually Harry Kane now with his hands on his hips, but for a long time he was just pinching the bridge of his nose at his eyes and looking at the floor. He must be absolutely heartbroken down there.
Yeah, it's absolutely horrible. The body language of all the England players dejected. Kobbie Mainoo just stood on his own, leaning against the post, just having a little moment to himself. Declan Rice on the floor looking extremely dejected, can't even look at what's going on with the Spanish celebrations. It really is probably the worst feeling ever.
And Jude Bellingham over on the far side, well, of the penalty area really, and he's had his back to it all and looked at the fans over on the far side, and he now joins the back of this group. Harry Kane is leading them, but Bellingham and Mainoo, who stood alone with their thoughts really, are the last two at the back of that line, and the backroom staff applaud the England players, Ian Dennis, as do the Spanish players, as they walk up to get their runners-up medals and have to trudge past that trophy, as Harry Kane just gives it a little look and then deep breath and hangs his head back as he heads to the steps to take him off the stage.
Well, when we were speaking here yesterday and I said what an achievement, you're going to be the first man to captain England in 2 finals, and he said, yeah, but I don't want to be remembered as the first captain to lose 2 finals, which is exactly the case. And also Jude Bellingham, I don't know if you watched it, as they're applauded by their entire backroom staff down below, but just after the final whistle, Jude Bellingham was the first England player to come off the pitch, and he kicked one of the blue drinks buckets in anger as he then sat in the dugout, and they will be hurting yet again after the disappointment at Wembley from 3 years ago, to lose, the first nation to lose back-to-back Euro finals.
And they come now into a little roped off area, and the England backroom staff continue to applaud as the final few players come past to get their runners-up medals. Mainoo, and then Bellingham, and then Walker, who was probably England's best player this evening, and then finally Gareth Southgate, who gets a consoling pat on the back and then a hug from Alexander Seferin of UEFA before he gets that medal. And he doesn't look at the trophy, doesn't Gareth Southgate, as he walks off the stage, and England will now stand in that little roped off area, and they will go through the painful routine of watching the victors pick up this trophy, described by John Murray.
Yeah, the Spanish fans, those 2 tiers to our right, the flags are waving, the famous yellow and red flags of Spain are dotted all around that section of this huge Olympic stadium here in Berlin, with the floodlights shining down, and it is the coach, Luis de la Fuente, the 63-year-old coach. Don't be fooled by his trendy shoes, but what a job that he's done, winning trophies with the young teams, the young Spanish teams, and now he's done it at senior level, the 3rd oldest coach in a European Championship final. And the 2 who were older than him also won it as well, Luis Aragonés, one of his predecessors, and Otto Rehhagel of Greece. So Luis de la Fuente just adjusts his spectacles, the 4th man to lead Spain to victory at the European Championship after Jose Villalonga. I mentioned Luis Aragonés and Vicente Del Bosque as well. He's the coach. Now the players are receiving their medals as well. Alexander Chefring, the King of Spain, is there, isn't he, Guillaume? The King of Spain, King Felipe, as part of the presentation party.
big fan, who's an Atletico Madrid, big football fan, who's an Atletico Madrid supporter, so he'll be happy for Morata. Gave a really big hug to Luis de la Fuente, and it is a time to celebrate, because it's not just a team that has played, as you say, the right way. It's done with Lamine Yamal, with Nico Williams being the face of the country, with the right values of solidarity, a manager that doesn't want the attention, and has taken national football level at a completely new height, I think. It's very, very difficult to see teams play this well the whole tournament. I remember in 2012 we were conservative in our approach with possession, but in the final we beat Italy. Here we've done it from the beginning to the end, and we beat everything that's put in front of us. Not easy to do.
Okay, I'm just seeing Jesus Navas receiving his medal, the 38-year-old. What a great moment for him. Didn't get on here, but he'll retire in December. I'm thinking of the Real Madrid players down there as well, who've won La Liga, the Champions League and the European Championship. And so Nacho and Carvajal and Joselu, of course. But now it's the moment that the King of Spain, King Felipe, along with Alexander Ceferin, hands Alvaro Morata that chunky European Championship trophy, and Spain are about to hold it aloft. This is the team that won all 7 matches. This is the team that were the team of the tournament, and they are European champions. Spain, 4 times now they've won it. The first team to win it 4 times. And what a run that they've had here with all of their victories, as the fireworks go off on the roof of Berlin's Olympic Stadium and the golden glitter comes down. Spain started out this tournament here in Berlin with an opening victory against Croatia, and those wins kept coming. Italy, Albania in the group stage. In the knockout stage, Georgia, Germany, France, and then England in the final. 7 wins out of 7, and those Spanish players down there in the red shirts hand the trophy around and hold it aloft, and a huge cheer as Rodri lifts it into the air. And there we have it. England stand to one side and watch the Spanish celebrations here in Berlin.
And they do, and by the time the confetti finishes falling to the ground, all the England players are down the tunnel. They have already left the scene and left the pitch to their Spanish counterparts to celebrate, and watching them down in the tunnel is Gary Flintoff.
As you can imagine, Mark, there isn't a single smile or semi-smile on any of the England players' faces as they make their way back towards the stairs of the escalator that you mentioned earlier in the programme. 1 or 2 had their heads bowed, but the majority of them just sort of stared ahead of them as they walked down the tunnel and took a right turn back towards the dressing rooms. And as has been a narrative, really, an opportunity missed this evening maybe, but ultimately they will know that they were beaten by the better side.
Okay, as We Are the Champions rings out here, let's hear from Harry Kane, who before he went up to pick up his medal, his runners-up medal, spoke with Kelly Summers.
Harry, commiserations, given how that game played out, how much does that hurt?
Yeah, I mean, losing in a final is as tough as it gets. I think we've done really well to get back into the game and get back to 1-1, and then we couldn't quite use that momentum to push on. We couldn't quite keep the ball, and then we got punished for it towards the end of the game. So, I mean, yeah, it's as painful as it can be in a football match.
Why do you think you couldn't build on it when Cole did get you back into it? Sorry? Why do you think you couldn't build on it when Cole got you back into it tonight?
No, we didn't quite keep the same intensity and pressure, I guess. We didn't quite keep the ball well enough. You know, it's the last stage of the tournament. There's a lot of tired legs. There's a lot of tired mentality there, and yeah, we just struggled, and then obviously we got caught with the ball in behind, and then yeah, you know, these are down to big moments. We had a big moment at the end there where they cleared one off the line, and it could have been different, but yeah, for now it's just really disappointing.
For you personally, how tough as a player and captain has this tournament been? You came off again tonight with England needing a goal.
Yeah, no, it's been a tough tournament. You know, we've had to show a lot of resilience, me personally, and the whole team as well. You know, it's been a difficult ride. We've done extremely well to get here, but ultimately we're going to be judged on this game. You know, we wanted to do it so badly for ourselves, but also for the fans and everyone who's believed in us the whole way. So right now it's just a huge disappointment.
Lots of talk about the manager's future and whether this could have been his last game. Do the players want him to stay on?
Yeah, look, we made it clear we love the manager, but that's his decision. This is not the time to talk about that now. So that's down to him. He'll go away and think about it. Right now, we're all just hurting.
Harry Kane with Kelly Summers. It's a bit difficult to hear some of that because of how loudly they were playing "We Are the Champions" here. But what I did hear Matt Upson was him say it's been a tough tournament. We've had to show a lot of resilience. And maybe what we saw in this final encapsulates the kind of tournament that England have had, really.
I completely agree. How the game is gone, the kind of way that we've played, but we're playing against a much better opposition than we've faced anywhere near so far in this tournament. I thought the first half would have been satisfactory to how England could have won this tournament, that you go in at 0-0, okay, you've not had much of the ball, but you've stopped their real threat. And from then on, obviously the early goal in the second half really did change the game, and it opened up a bit and there was differences to it. But I mean, it's not been an easy follow, England, this tournament, and we've spent a lot of time in and around it, absorbing a lot of the kind of comments and analysing. We sat after matches, haven't we, trying to analyse the game.
It's been confusing.
It has. It's been difficult because there hasn't been that clear style or plan, and we've gone into the tournament kind of not knowing who our central midfield player is going to be. And you find that out 2 games in, and there's, he's made a lot of really good calls in this tournament, Gareth. But when you compare it to that team in red that we've watched this evening and how they've gone about attacking this tournament and kind of really taking it apart and taking their game, putting their stamp on it, it's night and day. And I think you can really tell by, just by watching both teams play.
So imagine for a second that you won today. It could have happened.
Yep.
You got into extra time, penalties, whatever. Who would have come out and say, right, that was great, but to actually match what Spain have done, the losers, we really have to move on and try something else. Nobody, yeah?
No, because it wouldn't have been the time tonight, would it?
No, but I'm saying, would have been the analysis of the federation, of the media, of yourself, saying, yeah, we won, but actually we have more, we should have to show more, we shouldn't just show resilience. So in a way, it's not a terrible defeat, can I say that? In a way.
But isn't that like the conversation that we had with Julien Laurent ahead of the semi-final, that he was happy for France to slog their way through to the last 4, and yet when they lost, he then said they were going to slaughter Didier Deschamps.
That's what I'm getting at, that the potential happens with France as well. Winning doesn't explain everything, not in my eyes, because in the long term you're going to find a day like today in which it's not going to be enough. So you have now an opportunity to grow from this and say, you know what, Bellingham and Foden and Saka, the better players that we've seen, and Mainoo is going to be 21 in the next tournament. There is the opportunity to dominate the games, to be the guys that decide what happens in the pitch, but not by not having the ball, by having it. Yeah. You have the flexibility to do that, if you're allowed.
But that doesn't happen overnight, does it? No. That gets built, that gets put in. All those qualifiers, all those friendly matches, it's a theme, it's a constant theme that's getting fed into the players.
And on the back, maybe, of a hair-pull defeat.
I don't think England will be able to grow, because now there'll be the uncertainty over the manager's future. That will now be the major talking point. He'll be asked, no doubt, by John and others. Already we had Kelly Summers asking Harry Kane. I asked Harry Kane that question yesterday. Do you fear that this is going to be Gareth Southgate's last game in charge? There will be a number of people back home who will think now that he should leave, and not like Guillaume, who think England has still got an opportunity to grow.
Should there be? Well, there needs to be a quick decision, because we can talk about the rights and the wrongs, but essentially it's what happens next. And the thing which has disappointed me in this tournament, going into the tournament, you see the attacking players that Guillaume's just mentioned, which we've talked about. I expected far more from England in the final third. That hasn't happened. What are the reasons for that? And this is why it's a good thing. And I'm gutted for Gareth Southgate and the England team. It's a good thing Spain have won this tournament, because they have played a beautiful game. They have a lovely balance to their play. You look at them player for player going into the tournament, and you talk about the England stars. Would you say that Spain have more stars? I think there's a debate to be had there, but Spain are a team and England are bits and pieces.
But does De La Fuente not create that, Chris? That's you know, that these players are shining in a system in a way.
Absolutely.
But that's not an individual thing, is it? It can't be individual.
No, and that's right. But then you've got to say Gareth was hampered with the left-back situation. You know, that was... always has been clunky, hasn't it? A right-footed left-back.
Yeah, but that doesn't take away the theme, though, does it? You know, look, Spain bring on, you know, key players come off. They bring in another player. It's business as usual. It stays the same.
But to illustrate Chris's point, Real Sociedad had 5 players in this squad, which is as many as Real Madrid have had in 12 major tournaments combined. He's moulded a team, not star players.
And that was going to be my next point to you, Izzy, which is we all are culpable in some ways, I think, with the football community or the media or fans, of getting to a tournament, getting to a squad of players and saying, well, they have to play and they have to play and they have to play because they're a great player, or they're Premier League Player of the Year, or they're La Liga Player of the Year, or they're Footballer of the Year, or they're a contender for the Ballon, whatever it may be. Every great team can't fit all its great players in necessarily.
Absolutely not, and we've seen it over the years in major tournaments, big names from big nations being dropped. We've seen it with Portugal. Why did they not progress further in the tournament? The elephant in the room is Cristiano Ronaldo stayed on the pitch. He's a big name, but was he right for the team? Was he right for the system? Probably not. And I wouldn't necessarily say England... We had our discussions earlier in the tournament about Foden and Bellingham, and I hold my hands up. I've been somebody that's... I mean, there's absolutely no space to criticise either of those players because of how talented they are. Do they work together? In my opinion, no. Can they find that formula in the future? Absolutely. But it might be something different. It might be a different tweak. I think one of the massive positives that we've seen emerge is I think the midfield is pretty set for the next 5 years at least, with Kobbie Mainoo alongside Declan Rice. Have they played probably at 60 to 70% of their in-possession ability? Yep. So there again, there's a little bit of excitement with some space to grow. There's more to give. But I think that is what makes international management so difficult. And De La Fuente here tonight and throughout the tournament has shown that he's got the nous to make the correct decisions to provide a team of exceptional balance and fluidity. And England have yet really, throughout this tournament, to find that correct formula. They've fallen back on their resilience and their heart and their determination. But fundamentally, I think justice has been done tonight. The best footballing team has won, and everybody has thoroughly enjoyed watching this Spanish team play.
I mean, you talk about, you know, fitting your best players into the team. Well, we have this tournament, and has it been the most effective team? I think that's the thing you're going to take away from it, Chris. Whether or not you can try and put your best players in.
Yeah, I get that, but then the argument would be, there's no doubt England have been so one-sided in the way that they play. The left-hand side, England have been, you know, redundant. They've been, you know, so ineffective. But who's the answer from the? But that would have been the point, wouldn't it? In that sense, therefore, if the two of them can't play together, but you have Ezra or you have Gordon, you've got an out-and-out winger there. Yep, and I get all that right, but I also get what Gareth would be thinking. He's going to put out the best team which he thinks can win a game. That's going to be his thinking. So there's a reason why Ezra and Gordon aren't playing, albeit I take your point. But he will have his own reasons. I'd love to know what those reasons are. I think the left-back situation was ridiculous coming into the tournament, nursing Shaw through. I mean, he didn't do badly tonight. I'm not knocking him, but that was crazy.
Go on.
No. Well, the thing is, England got to the final. So, you know, something went right, but is it sustainable for the future to play on heart and resilience? Yes, you need that, but it's not sustainable when you've got the likes of Spain, who are so incredible with the football and can destroy you in a matter of seconds by moving the ball from left to right, like they did tonight.
Here are the thoughts of Gareth Southgate with Kelly.
Gareth, commiserations, another final, another heartbreak ultimately. How do you reflect on that?
Yeah, look, I think
we've competed until the very end of the final. I think today we didn't keep possession of the ball quite well enough, and especially when we're defended well, we got moments where they press you really well. You've got to get out of that pressure, and we weren't able to do that. And in the end, that meant they had more control of the game, and that can wear you down a bit. That said, we were still right in there when we get the equaliser, so the game was still wide open. I'd need to see both the goals back to be able to. I haven't really watched them back, but and obviously a big chance at the end as well to equalise. So it's, as always in these games, it's fine margins, but I think they were the best team in the tournament, and I think over the piece they deserve to win.
Substitutes have changed games for you throughout the tournament. Cole Palmer almost did it for you again, but did it feel like maybe it was one game, one moment too far?
I don't know. I mean, it's easy to say that, and there's definitely a disadvantage to having a day less to prepare, but we were still in the game at 80 minutes, and it's going to take a while to sort of pick all the bones out of it, really.
You took Harry Kane off, your captain, England's record goal scorer early once again. Has getting him into the games, getting the best out of him, been a bit of a problem for you in England this tournament?
Yeah, look, I think physically it's been a tough period for him. He came in short of games and not quite got up to the level that we'd have all hoped. The games are hugely demanding, and we felt Ollie's freshness would allow us to press a bit better, which we needed to do, would offer us a threat in behind. So I thought the two substitutes that came on, did what we wanted them to, really.
Gareth Southgate with Kelly Summers. He also said in another post-match interview, I don't know whether this was with ITV or not, now's not the time to talk about my future. I mean, it is fine margins, isn't it, Izzy? Because for all we all dive deep into what's gone wrong and this and that and the other, there was a save and a clearance off the line right at the end. There was actually a ball into Ollie Watkins that he tried to turn with and just couldn't quite control it. They had chances at the end.
And there was also that chance, I think it was down the right-hand side in the second half. I think it might have been Foden. It got a really nice little ball into the 6-yard box, and Harry Kane was just looking at the back post. And I'm thinking, Harry Kane, get him into that central area of the box. He would have had a typical Harry Kane tap-in, but he just wasn't in there. And I'm critical of Harry Kane, but they did have chances, and Ollie Watkins made a massive difference running in behind. And I thought at this point, when they tried knocking the ball in behind England, I thought, hang on a minute, I think we're going to get Spain on the rack here. But unfortunately, like you say, Chappers, it was the fine margins tonight.
I don't quite know where Gareth was going with the Harry Kane wasn't fit enough. I don't understand that. I mean, there has to be questions asked of Gareth as why he's playing a player who is unfit. Do
you think he's looked as sharp as what you'd expect?
Well, I don't. But we're not in the England camp. We don't know this. We don't know how fit or unfit he is. But I don't see that. If it's a fitness issue, why he's actually starting a game, because you don't want to carry players, and that's essentially what Gareth is saying, and that's also a sort of slight on Ollie Watkins and Ivan Toney, isn't it?
From the outside, I hear all of you, and I sense what's happening, because it happened in other tournaments. You're going to look for 1, 2, 3 reasons, 1, 2, 3 names to explain all this. But out of everything we said, what Matthew said earlier is the one that resonates the closest to what's happening in Spain, if you want that as a reference, is the culture. Do you want a team to play without shackles on? Do you want them to be brave? Do you want to approach the game dominating it, being offensive? Then you have to change leadership, perhaps, or certainly from the federation it has to come a different kind of thing. You can ask Gareth Southgate, can you do more of what has taken Spain to win? He may be able to do it.
Do you know what? Is it time we started to look at other areas of the team, other areas like where we think, we're all right in that position? And when I say that, what about Declan Rice? When you watch the Spanish midfielders play, the way they knit the game together, why can't Declan Rice do that? That's not really his game, but that's something that I think England can improve.
Does he do it well for Mikel Arteta, a Spanish coach that likes to move the ball quickly?
I think he has a slightly different role, doesn't he?
That's what I'm saying. So it's like it's about the picture. You can't take that from there. It comes from the top and it filters down, and the style and how you play. You know, so many of these players play for top coaches. Guardiola, you know, Arteta. In terms of the style, is very similar.
You don't have a holding midfielder of that quality anywhere. You just don't have it. You're just playing a 19-year-old who may be that kind of player. Well, we're not so sure yet. So imagine in a tournament like this, in a final like this, like the 19-year-old will do, because you just don't have it.
You're also, I don't know, Matt, you're probably... It's very difficult to compare and like for like tonight with the two midfields, because whenever one of the England players had the ball, they had like three men round them. Whenever Spain had the ball, but that pressing, which again has been talked about all tournament, wasn't there.
But that's another thing that's cultural. It's coached, it's drilled, and I spoke about. I mean, last summer we were in Malta or whatever game, qualifier or a friendly, whatever it is. They're the moments where I'm sure they must have to look at the objective. And okay, you need to win because it's a qualifier or it's a friendly, you want to play well, but there'll be a theme to, right, we have to play like this today. And it might not go that well, but the target you're looking to hit as a coach was achieved. And I think that's how you get your message into the group. That's what you care about. That's, you know, and how can Spain produce that kind of collective theme?
But one of the best players for Spain throughout the whole tournament has been Fabian Ruiz, Paris Saint-Germain. After Euro 2020, he had about a 3-year absence from the national side. He's brought him back in after that amount of time. He links the play. When Rodri goes off, he dropped a bit deeper, composed on the ball, works hard off it. He's been a player that we haven't got that type of player.
No, but the out of possession side of it is huge for their success, because where they're winning the ball then allows them to play quickly as well.
I spoke to Declan Rice after one of the warm-up games, and he said, being a number 6 gives me the confidence. That's my best position. But he doesn't play as a 6.
No, but he doesn't play like I say domestically. Now he's moved a little bit higher up, hasn't he, and wide, and he doesn't play in that area. And do we have a Rodri?
We're going back again to the same thing. Can he play in this position? Can he play in that position? Yeah. We're asking the players to actually be able to identify what position they need to be at what particular move. And it seems to be like there's a rigidity about how England players.
But don't you feel it needs to be about the start, and then you find the players after? This is the thing. Do you look for the player first and say, oh, we're going to have to play like this because they're good at this? Or is it, this is how we're going to play, and then...
Do you know it's not going to go that way? It's going to go about the manager and the players and Kane and the form of... But I think that's the conversation that needs to be had in England.
But why can't Declan Rice play that way? I don't, a lot made about Kobbie Mainoo and his tournament, and people talk about how outstanding he has been. But he also went missing. Tonight. But so if they are England's two number 6s or pivots, it's their responsibility to actually get on the ball and make the play. That's what Rodri does. That's what Fabian Ruiz does. So,
but they have to be set up to have the ball, Chris, don't they?
They have to be set up to have the ball, but I mean, that's a basic principle of play. But so why? So from England's perspective, it's how do we get to that next level, isn't it? Yeah. It's how can we? Nothing wrong with copying the way Spain play, by the way.
Absolutely.
How are we going to get there? And it's being brave enough to do that. But and tonight you see that Spain they all have that trust in each other. Where at England it's like they aren't quite on the same wavelength, but this is the top level, and Spain have done it to every team in this tournament, by the way. This isn't just an England thing.
08085 909 693. Chris is doing 606 in just a couple of minutes. You ready for that?
Yeah, I can't wait. Yep.
Do you want me to do it, Chris?
Final thoughts from everybody. I'll start with you, Guillaume. Just on Spain, congratulations, because as everybody has mentioned, they have been the best team in the tournament.
And because he has, and this is not because I'm Spanish, I'm glad that the best team has won, because that is, we already, the kind of conversation we're having here, and I'm sure the federation in England, etc., will be like, what is it that they're doing? Because we won, it become fashionable. If we had lost, it should be the same kind of conversation, but you know what happens with the runners-up, people forget them. So I'm glad that what has happened in this tournament, it will not be forgotten.
Izzy, final thoughts from behind the goal for the final time here in Germany?
Well, just a terrific performance from Spain, an absolute joy to watch the football they've played throughout the whole tournament, and plenty of question marks for the future for England, but also an exciting place to be as well.
Yeah, another confusing post-match at the end of quite a confusing tournament, Matt.
Well, just jump on the England roller coaster, chappers. That's how it's felt, to be honest. It's been up and down, it's been here and there. Has it been entertaining? Yes. Has there been drama? But that collective control and feel and message, you just feel that, is that required to see that final bit over the line and get a tournament win?
Izzy talks about the question marks. The biggest now will be, as Guillaume quite rightly says about the manager, the FA will leave it to him. He seriously wavered after the World Cup in Qatar. That's why his contract is until December, because they know, the FA, Mark Bullingham, that his emotions, his feelings will be running high. They will give him time to decompress. The FA will want Gareth Southgate to continue, but Gareth Southgate has always maintained that he will not outstay his welcome, and the criticism that he's received here in this tournament has hurt him. And I would expect Gareth Southgate, it will be he who makes the decision, not the FA.
I mean, you know him pretty well. What's your gut feeling?
My gut feeling is that regardless, he would go whether they won or lost tonight.
And we will end with John Murray in the tunnel.
Yeah, I'm just watching Luis de la Fuente, who has just walked into the interview area down here. He's wreathed in smiles, very much a contrast with Gareth Southgate when he walked down here about 10 minutes ago. Disappointment etched all over his face as he walked down past us, turned to the right and went into the dressing room. And actually it's just now that the England dressing room door has opened and some of the players are beginning to come out to give their thoughts on what's happened here tonight. Gareth Southgate was going to address the players first, and I know the conversation that you've had about his future, I think Ian's absolutely right. This whole issue of not outstaying his welcome, but remember, he is contracted until December, so I think the next question would be whether he does stay on for those extra months, depending on whether England are in a position, the FA are in a position to bring in his successor. But my feeling would be pretty much like everyone else, that he feels that this was the last chapter of the story.
John, thank you very much. More reaction throughout the night and on the Football Daily Pod. It's another Euros done. It's another Euros that ends in disappointment for England's men. Tournaments like this are no easy feat to organise, produce and engineer, so to all of our teams who have helped do that, for those of us on air over the last month, thank you very much. But there is no trophy lift for England's men, and the wait goes on. 6:06 is next here on 5 Live from Berlin. Good night.